Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Virtual Food Festival. I hope you're enjoying your Sunday. I hope you enjoyed our first demonstration with fantastic Rick Stein and his son, Charlie. We even managed to find an old college friend from way back when to come and join us. Scott, thank you for asking those questions. It's 10 o'clock, and coming up, we've got the amazing Kathy Slack. Let's just talk a little bit about the reasons behind doing this virtual food festival. Everybody involved is just giving their time and their love and their energy. And the idea is to try and help and support the local food producers and suppliers that have really just kind of run aground since the whole hospitality sector kind of came to a crashing halt. Here in lockdown land, on the Virtual Food Festival live channel on YouTube, we're trying to bring a bit of entertainment, a bit of love and positivity, as well as trying to create, trying to create an energy really, which is kind of what we're trying to do is get people to join us. We want you to subscribe on the YouTube channel. We want you to give us your feedback, your comments, say hi. The other thing that we're really trying to do is raise a bit of cash as well. And the way that we're asking people to do that, it's really simple, but it's very important, is to jump on to the crowdfunder website. You can access that through our own website, which is virtualfoodfestival.org. You can see there's a button there where you can pledge and donate. This is really the key message for us. It's the way that you can help support the industry by pledging for prizes and rewards that normally you just couldn't get. We've got an amazing prize that we're going to draw later on, and that's to have a one-to-one cooking class on Zoom with Jack Stein and get all the ingredients and a bottle of plonk sent to you as well. And that's just one of the prizes. You can also buy vouchers for the suppliers. Any of the suppliers that you can do, you can pay it forward, and we can also help support them. So let's try and bring in my old mucker, Kathy Slack. So Kathy is a teacher, she's a food writer, but she's also an excellent bloggist, if that's the word, Gluts and Gluttony. You might know her
Morning.
handle. Hello, Kathy Slack.
Good morning. How are you, my darling?
Fine. Wow, you just come out of makeup.
Yeah, I know. Like you're such a great excuse. This is the first time I've like showered and put makeup on in about 6 weeks.
Well, I don't take it personally, but I haven't.
It's fine. It's fine.
Well, you look resplendent there. Whereabouts in the world are you?
I am in the sunny, well, not very sunny, Cotswolds in West Oxfordshire, in my kitchen garden, my veg patch, where I was really hoping it was going to be a glorious, balmy day, and actually it's really cold.
It is quite chilly, isn't it? Yeah, we managed to just sneakily put the heating on in between the time that Rick finished and you started.
Why?
Very manicured garden. Are you sure that's not just a painted backdrop?
Well, I have to say it's my first year in this veg patch. Before I've grown my own for about 10 years, but I've always been in other people's gardens because mine's not really been big enough. And the joy of living out here in the Cotswolds is that you can throw yourself at the mercy of local landowners and they'll give you a bit of land to grow on. But this is my first year with my own veg beds, which we put in over the winter. And I'm so grateful of them now during lockdown because they're just right here whenever I want them. So, but they are quite close to a road just over the way here
Oh
with
yeah.
lots of walkers. So if we get heckled, that's why. And hopefully there won't be any tractors coming past or anything. So
Well, you can always play. You should be at home on lockdown.
yes,
Yeah. Well,
I've got your name. Yeah.
yeah. Report them. Well, for the first year of growing, it seems to me that you're overachieving.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm really enjoying it. It's nice to have time, silver linings. It's nice to have some time to grow it. And I find it just so restful and relaxing and calming, which I think we probably all need at the moment, don't we?
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, there is this kind of strange element of recalibrating and having a positive outlook. And of course, everything that we're doing now on the Virtual Food Festival is all about trying to, you know, maybe change some habits and celebrate those people and get connections between suppliers and customers. That's really the whole reason for doing this. And of course, getting people like yourself just to throw in a few tips and hints and a few surprises in the kitchen. What are you gonna cook for us today?
Well, I've got lots of amazing local producers to celebrate. I thought I would make it really simple, partly because I'm going to cook it in the garden, so this requires no cooking, it's just an assembly job. Bruschetta, spring bruschetta, so two of them, one with an asparagus, some gorgeous asparagus here,
Nice.
raw asparagus salad, and then another with some smoked mackerel and some pickled rhubarb from the veg patch and a load of lovely herbs that I've picked this morning.
That sounds fabulous. The only thing that I cannot stand rhubarb.
No,
I know.
I'm
I
so
know.
sorry for you, Steve.
Sorry about that. It's ghastly, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, that's such a missing element of your life. I'm going to convert you with this.
Well, let's see. There's a challenge. Okay.
I'm going to move you backwards a bit as well, so you can see what I'm chopping.
Okay. Oh,
Tell me if that works.
yeah, that works just fine.
Is that all right?
Yeah, lovely.
Brilliant. Right. I'll crack on then, shall I?
Yeah.
I'm going to put you on gallery view so I can still see everything. There we go. Okay.
I thought you were going to say you're going to put me on mute.
I would never do that. So the first thing we need to do is make the bruschetta. I can't emphasize how quick and straightforward and simple all of this is, and I really like cooking in this way, because I think when you've got nice ingredients, then it's better to just let them do their own thing than get too highfalutin with foams and twirls and fiddly bits on it. And
Yeah.
also this is quite straightforward, so you can do it at home at the moment as well. Well, that's the idea. So the first thing you need, I mean, I know this is such a lockdown cliche, is some bread. If it can be sourdough, so much the better. Mine is sourdough. I'm obsessed with making sourdough anyway, and now more so than ever. And the flour I use is from a Cotswold mill called Matthew's Mill, and they've been totally inundated with orders at the moment, so you have to be in the know to actually get any flour from them at the moment. It makes amazing bread. So I'm just going to slice a few.
Everybody's really attempting to get onto the bread baking.
I know I saw Rick had got one on the go as well earlier, which I think is brilliant. So good for him. The bruschettas are really straightforward. You just pop a few slices on a baking tray and drizzle them. Trying to make sure that you can see what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Drizzle them with some oil. I've got this Cotswold Gold, which is such a lovely rapeseed oil. It's cold pressed, so it's still got quite a flavour to it, quite a rich flavour, in this amazing golden colour. So liberal sprinkle of that over your bruschettas to be. And then this is about as chefy as I'm going to get today. Somewhere here I've got a garlic clove, and you halve your garlic clove.
Yeah.
And then rub it. I'm going to move you back a bit so you can see a bit better. There we go, that's better. Rub it all over your bruschetta. And when you do this, you're a bit like, is this like when they massage beef? Does it actually make any difference? But I think it really does. So give it some real welly and get both sides like really infused with the oil. And then that is, sorry, what was that, hun?
It definitely makes a difference to the smell of your fingers.
Yeah, that's certainly true for several days. And then those, obviously you do more than this when you've got time. That goes in an oven at about 180, 200 for about 10 minutes. Flip them over halfway. And now I get to do my blue Peter bit. Here's some I made earlier, fortunately, and they come out and they look lovely and golden, and they're super crispy, and they're a great foil for pretty much anything you want to do with them, which is, in this case, two options. Let's start with the asparagus. The dog, I've moved the camera so you can see him. The dog has just decided that he wants to take part in this. Partly because he can smell the food as well, so he's excited about that.
You realise when you move from food to a pet, the subscriptions go up tenfold.
They probably do, don't they? No, if I do an Instagram with the dog in it, it's way more popular. It's ridiculous. So let's do the asparagus topping to start with. This asparagus is from Wickham Park Farm, which are this glorious farm in Banbury, and a load of local shops. I don't know about you, but our local farm shops have gone like really upped their game since lockdown, and they're doing amazing produce like this kind of stuff. So I'm grateful for those. Asparagus. This doesn't require any cooking. I'm just going to chop the heads off.
They're just super sweet and in the perfect condition. Kathy, we've got, as you're aware, on our crowdfunder platform, we were able to allow people to pledge to come and sit on the front row and join us and pledge for lots of other things. We're going to bring somebody in at some point, but we've also got our subscribers on the YouTube channel live, which is where we're broadcasting, and we've got some questions. I might just kind of delve in and see if there's any questions for you while you're just...
Yeah, do. Whilst I peel these asparagus, I'm just cutting them into ribbons with a potato peeler.
Okay, so I've got a question from Deborah Hollingdale. Hi, Deborah, thanks for watching us. So, what size should my leeks get to before I plant them out? And then the other thing is about rabbits. Will they eat them? I'm not sure you can help her about that, but
well, the rabbits is to get a good shot, but and then eat them, I think. But leeks. I mean, ideally, leeks should be, so if you don't grow leeks, this is how you grow. The deal is that you have to grow them in a seed bed, and then when they're about the size of a pencil, is the thickness of a pencil is what they say, you dig them up. I know it sounds really counterintuitive. You dig them up and you make a really deep hole in some soil, and then you drop them into the soil like you're burying them almost. So about the size of a pencil, though I have to say, mine never get that fat before I plant them. They're usually maybe a fat chive by the time I plant them, and that seems to work fine.
Right, so you can, I'm the same really. We've managed to sort of dig over our veg patch. It's nothing like yours, and but you know, we've got some leeks and we've got some spring onions going, but you know, same, we always kind of get to them before they're fully matured because we just like to use them over salads. Yeah,
exactly. And I think that mine never quite reached that stage. They just don't grow. They just stop growing. They kind of stall.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Deborah is in the world, but rabbits encroaching on the garden, that's always a problem.
It is, isn't it? I mean, I've got stone walls, which seems to stop them. But the patch I was in before had like 2 layers of netting, and they still got through, and some chicken wire, and they still dug under. I think get familiar with some good rabbit stews is the only way of dealing with it.
It's a good solution. It's a good solution. So you've a little bit of seasoning, a little bit more oil on your asparagus.
Yes, a little bit of lemon and some pine nuts have gone in there. And then I told you this is sort of embarrassingly straightforward. If you leave these for a couple of minutes, obviously do more. I'm just conscious that watching me peel asparagus is not a thrilling way to spend your Sunday morning. Leave them for a minute in the oil and the lemon, and they will sort of marinate, and all the flavors will mingle together, and they'll soften up, and they'll be soft enough for you to pile on top of your bruschetta, and add some of the pine nuts in there as well, and then maybe pop one of the spears on top, and that's bruschetta number 1.
Pretty good. It makes it would make a decent canapé in our house. That
canapé. Do you do canapés every evening, Steve?
On a Sunday, yes, it's a tradition.
I love that. I'm going to start doing that. I think we need some civility in lockdown, don't we? Canapés every evening.
We do in our house. It's a bit crazy. I don't know how you're coping in lockdown, but we've got 3 girls. They're upstairs, locked away. We've got 2 dogs, the cat. You'll probably see all of them run through the kitchen at some point today. How's it going for you, lockdown?
It's actually, I feel very lucky that I do a job that I can work from home, and we're out here in the countryside, so things are quite quiet. I think we're quite, and I've got the garden so I can be outside. I think I'm very lucky to be as protected as I am for it, and I've always been grateful for it, but crikey, I am counting my blessings right now, I have to say. So, and we've got the veg patch as well. I picked my first radishes this week. Look at the size of them. I'm very chuffed with those. So stuff like that really has become so important in the day.
It's true. It's true. It's very funny. You just reminded me then of quite a lot of my friends are fishermen, and you did that thing where you held the radish to the camera to make it look enormous, and they all do that when they catch a fish. Yeah, there you go. It's as big as your head.
They are pretty huge.
They are big though, you're right.
So the next topping for my next bruschetta, there it is I hesitate to call it a pate. I think it's probably not quite as chefy as that. It's a smoked mackerel pate of sorts, let's say. So I've got some creme fraiche here.
Yeah.
And then I've got some smoked mackerel, which I know is a slightly unusual ingredient for the most landlocked county in the UK. But we have this incredible smokery called Upton Smokery, just past Burford, which is really close to me. And they smoke so many lovely different things, including this mackerel, which has been caught in your neck of the woods, I think, Steve, and then brought up here for smoking. So
that's where all the mackerel has gone.
That's where it's all going, I'm afraid. Yeah. So I'm going to flake some of my Upton mackerel into here. As you can see, I'm very bothered about quantities, roughly sort of equal amounts, give or take. It's fine. And give it a little mush together. That's a technical term as well.
Yeah.
Bit of lemon juice. Some herbs, definitely some herbs, kind of whatever herbs you can lay your hands on. This is the joy of the kitchen garden at the moment. So I've got some fennel. This is bronze fennel. And I've got some, let's put a bit of sorrel in as well. I'm really into sorrel, particularly with fish. It's really lemony and light, and don't cook it, it goes really sludgy.
Yeah, it's strangely sort of apple peel citric combo, isn't it?
Yes, apple peel's a perfect definition. Yes, that's exactly it. And then I've got some chervil as well, which is going absolutely crazy in the patch. So, but kind of any leafy herbs that you can lay your hands on. We'll chop those in. Oh, chopping sitting down is not as easy as I'd imagined it would be. Sling this in too. Bit of salt. The mackerel's fairly salty, but just a little touch more.
Yeah.
And give that a mix. Now that's lovely on its own, but I think since we're on canapes, Steve, for your sophisticated household, 6 o'clock drink this evening, I think any dish, but especially canapes and nibbles, want to really pack a punch and have something like real interest and all sorts of flavors in every bite. So you want this sort of smoky richness, creaminess of the pate, but with it I think you want a bit of a kick, some sort of sweet and sour crunch, and that's where your rhubarb comes in. So I'm going to pop that to the side and make the quickest pickle you could imagine with rhubarb.
Okay. Yeah. Ironically, rhubarb is pretty much the only thing we can grow in our veg patch.
And you don't like it? Oh, I'm so sorry.
I know.
Once rhubarb gets going, it just looks after itself. You can force it early in the year by putting a dustbin, or more poetically a terracotta pot over the top of it, and it will produce these really pink sweet spears. Or you can leave it, as I do, until the main harvest, where it's a bit I'm doing that fisherman thing again. It's still pink, but it's not quite as sweet. It's a bit more sour, but that makes it perfect to pickle. So I'm really finely chopping it.
So I set all my foodie friends a challenge, because they all know that I'm not a massive fan of rhubarb. And I said, just what can I do with it? And all of these suggestions came back. And it seems that you have to throw a million ingredients at rhubarb to make it any good. And I just said, well, surely, that's just trying to mask the fact that it tastes of rhubarb.
No, I so disagree. Well, I'm going to throw 2 at it. So let's hopefully bring the quantity down. A really quick pickle, which is just cider vinegar. This is Willie's cider vinegar. I'm really into it at the moment. It's a really
great. Does that still have the starter culture in it, the mother?
Yeah, exactly. So it's good for you as well. It's got some of those
kind of probiotic.
Yeah, exactly. And then a bit of honey, and roughly equal amounts of cider vinegar and honey. This is VL honey from Banbury, which is super close to me as well. And the honey makers make just delicious Cotswoldian honey. So spoon a bit of that in.
We were on our sort of hourly family lockdown walk around the village yesterday, and came across one of our neighbours who keeps hives, and we were able to take a lovely jar of honey. He just spun it, actually, just spun the hives. It's absolutely amazing.
It's that when you taste really good honey versus sort of supermarket shop bought stuff, it's like commercially produced stuff. It's so different, I think. So I've just mixed the cider vinegar and the honey together with the rhubarb finely chopped in a jar, and I'm just going to shake it up for a minute. And that's it. That's your quick pickle. You can do this with beetroot, cucumber, carrots, mushrooms, all sorts of things, and it adds just a kick to goat's cheese or all sorts of salads, or it's just a lovely thing to pile on top of almost anything. So let's finish this up. I've got my mackerel pate, and I'm going to be just very slightly chefy. And make a little.
Look at you with your quenelles.
Yeah. Pile that on top, and then drain some of your quick pickled rhubarb. Pile that on top, and that will give you a really, in that sort of Scandi vibe of a salty, fishy base with a vinegary kick at the back of it. Your rhubarb will give you that flavour profile. And then let's pop a few herbs on top just for it to look a bit fancier.
Just to disguise the flavour of the rhubarb.
Oh, shush. I want to bring this to you. This is the only downside of doing this virtually, is that I can't now bring it to you. I'm going to bring you a bit closer so you can see it, and taste it and convert you to the ways of rhubarb.
It looks absolutely stunning, and of course, you know, I'm only really pulling your leg. It's a really lovely combination. All of those kind of typically sort of Nordic flavor profiles really do engage your whole kind of mouth in wonderful little bite-sized flavors, and they look amazing. Brilliant little combo, so simple and accessible, Kathy.
Exactly, and that's what I think is particularly important at the moment, is making food that is supporting local producers. You know, this is all stuff that I would normally be using in my supper clubs, augmented with stuff from the veg patch, and you know, that's just a micro example of a macro problem of me not getting stuff from these producers as much as I normally would, because I'm not running the supper club. And it's the same for restaurants and shops and so many food producers everywhere.
Exactly, and maybe it's just the perspective on my screen, but to get into your greenhouse, do you have to crawl in?
Yes. It's only about this big.
Right, I love it. It's really
absolutely packed at the moment, but yeah, you do have to sort of crawl into it, Alice in Wonderland style.
You should make another blog, Commando Gardening.
I know.
Talking about the blog, are you finding much time to do any writing? What's on the horizon?
I am writing a lot at the moment, but not blog related. But so yeah, next year is going to be an exciting time, and hopefully this year will involve growing lots of veg and cooking with all my homegrown harvests as well. I'm looking forward to supper club starting again, which I normally do every month in Chipping Norton, which is really close to us, and then writing in the meantime. I need to get back on the blog. It's been a bit quiet. Blogs were so 1990s as well, weren't they? But I feel like people are getting a bit busier with them now.
Well, I think, you know, blogs, and I think people are kind of moving on to sort of podcasts, aren't they? And
yeah, and Instagram's really busy for me as well, which I really enjoy doing. It's funny how that sort of virtual community becomes so much more important now we're in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of lockdown.
You're absolutely right. And I think as a family also, we know we kind of monitor screen time for the girls, but they're missing their mates because they don't see them. And so all those rules have sort of been relaxed. And because we can't sit with each other in a restaurant or in the kitchen with, it's what we all like to do really as foodies. I guess this is using technology for all the right reasons.
So isn't it such a great lineup for the rest of the day as well? I'm going to eat my bruschetta and make a cup of tea and sit down and watch Gizzi and Sophie and Nathan Outlaw, and it's going to be great.
Well, that's great. I mean, yeah, you've done your little bit of cooking. You just have a sit down and a gin and tonic. I'm here all day. I'm actually going to make you work a little bit harder.
Please do.
Thank you. We've got one of our really brilliant crowdfunder pledgers. They want to come in and join us on screen and ask you a quick question. We've got Deborah from the front row.
Amazing.
I know.
Hey, Deborah. This is so nice. Welcome to the Cotswolds.
Deborah, you there? We're virtually, Deborah's in the green room. We're going to invite her in to the screen.
I can see her.
Hi.
Hi, Deborah. You all right?
Yes, I'm fine. Yes, it's lovely to. I did your last virtual cooks and chefs, sorry, not cooks, and I spent all Easter Monday watching you, and now here I am again.
That's brilliant. So you were the person who was watching. That's grand. Thanks for doing that.
I do want to ask a question actually about. You said something about the cider vinegar being live. Something in it. I've never heard of. I thought cider vinegar was just cider vinegar. Ah,
yes, I love a bit of cider vinegar. It can come in different formats. If you don't pasteurize it, you have to have a live culture to make it. And if you don't pasteurize it, that live culture stays in the bottle. And right. It helps the flavor, I think, but it's also good for you, as we now know from live yogurts and wild yeast, all those kinds of pre and probiotics. It's good for you in that sense as well. So it keeps just as long, I think. Steve, do you find that as well?
Yeah, it's thanks. Great question, Deborah. It's one of those things that because it's live, it doesn't really go off. It just sort of improves. It's a bit like you get fermented beers and you get that little bit of sediment in the bottom. But I was brought up and we used to be given a teaspoon of vinegar in the morning just before breakfast.
Yes, I have heard of that actually. I've had friends who've done that. Sort of.
I tend to mix this with a little bit of honey and some fizzy water, and it's a really nice sort of 6 o'clock, but trying not to reach for the gin and tonic kind of drink.
So you'd buy that at a farm shop. The supermarket vinegar is just bog standard stuff, isn't it? It's not live.
Yeah, no, they're starting to get there, I think, aren't they, Steve? They're starting to make something live.
Loads of brilliant suppliers, but what it certainly isn't is non-brewed condiment, which is this kind of false vinegar. Talking about different ingredients, shall we bring in Charlie? Should we bring in Charlie Stein to do a quick wine pairing with your dish?
Please do. Thanks for your question, Deborah. Lovely.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Deborah, thanks for pledging on the crowdfunder and supporting everything that we're trying to do. It's really important.
I can't wait to come back to Cornwall.
Great. We're all
same.
We're all going to go there for a party. So, Kathy, we're going to. Have you ever met Charlie before?
No. Hi, Charlie.
Tell me
to put in the fridge and drink with this with my 6 o'clock nibbles.
Hey, Charlie.
Hi, Kathy. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how's it going?
Very good. Yeah, very good indeed.
So, Charlie, did you catch what Kathy had made, or would you like her to do a little?
I've watched the whole thing, and it sounds absolutely delicious. I think what we've got there is very fresh. We've got the oily fish, and there's lots of herbs, so very herbaceous, and then the asparagus as well, which is the best friend for asparagus is Sauvignon Blanc. And so this is a Sauvignon from a really good friend of the family's that we sell in the restaurant. And he's called Gavin Quinney, and it's his Chateau Bauduc. And he's based down in Bordeaux. and he sells now direct to customers. You can go on his website and you can pay prices that you would pay at his cellar, and he delivers all over the UK, and it's his Sauvignon Blanc from the Entrée du Mer. So really fresh, really herbaceous Sauvignon, with plenty of acidity as well to go with all the different flavours in your dish, Kathy.
Oh,
Wow.
that sounds so good. If only it wasn't only 10:30.
Oh, but, yeah, exactly. But yeah.
Someday that doesn't matter.
True, it's true.
Charlie, we're going to put the details of that on our website, thevirtualfoodfestival.org.
Yeah.
As with all of your recommendations and all of the suppliers that all our great demo chefs are talking about, after lockdown, would it be okay to go and mention your name? Do we get a bigger discount?
You will, yeah. I mean, he's an amazing chap, and if you after lockdown, when we get to travel again, you have to go and visit him. He does tours down in his amazing chateau in Bordeaux, and you can stay with him as well. And he's just a really, really lovely bloke and great friend of the family, and makes fantastic wine. Brilliant.
Well, as ever, your recommendations are always spot on. There's such a strong level of confidence in that. Can I just ask though, sort of what sort of price would you be expecting to pay per bottle for that sort of wine?
So because he's doing it direct from, like I say, his cellar, you're paying his price. So that's shipped in the UK for £11.95, which is very, very good for this level of wine. It's a really good white Bordeaux.
Wow, it sounds like the sort of wine you find on the top shelf.
Exactly.
I love white Bordeaux as well. That's such a great suggestion.
Yeah, brilliant. Charlie, thanks ever so much for popping in. Thanks for the presentation and your passion about all things wine and drink. Kathy, what a lovely little demo that was. Amazing.
Darling, it's lovely to chat to you.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. We often see each other on the festival circuit, and hopefully we'll share a stage again sometime future. Charlie, take good care. See you soon.
See you later. Thanks, Steve. Thank you, Kathy.
Thanks,
Bye,
Kathy. Bye. Bye.
See you soon.
Go and put your feet up and watch us on the YouTube live stream.
I will. I'm going to get some wine. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Brilliant there, Kathy. So we've got a co-founder, Jack Stein, is going to be joining us. Jack's waiting in the wings, and we thought we'd do something a little bit different. It's always quite nice that we get celebrity chefs and people that you all recognize coming and doing some cooking demonstrations. But there's a whole team of people behind the celebrity chefs, particularly at festivals. And Jack is going to introduce you to Kim Somaru, who we think is probably one of the best home economists to have in your team for any live event or any food festival. And Kim has got some really good stories. I'm going to ask him about a story that, no, I'll tell you what, I'll leave it for Jack to ask him. Jack, are you there? So Jack's had a new haircut, and he's probably just preening himself, ready to come on screen. Hello, Jack.
Hello. Hang on, did you say preening myself?
I did preening, yeah, preening or preening, yeah.
I'm actually in my little, I've got a shepherd's hut out the back of my house. So this is where I'm doing my work from today, because unlike a normal food festival, I have 2 kids under 2 years old. So I'm probably going to be changing outfits a few times because there's feeding to be done. But yeah, it's
I don't know if anybody at home is experiencing it. I think Jack's just paused. He's paused in terms of the way that I can see him on my feed. It might not be true that he's paused on the live YouTube channel. While that's happening, we did say that these kind of glitches happen once in a while. It's understandable, really. It's all based on the internet. Jack, how are you?
Yeah, sorry there, yeah. As I said, I'm in my shepherd's hut, and then the Wi-Fi is dodgy, so I've just gone back onto my house Wi-Fi. I was just saying, I really love that. That was a great demo by Kathy. Fantastic. Between you two, your interaction between you two, obviously know each other well, but I really liked her angle, having the camera there so you could see everything, sitting down doing a food demo. We're all learning, as we go.
Yeah, it is. I mean, of course, what we have in mind is that we're trying to make it entertaining, but also we're trying to be as professional as possible. And the notion of a kind of TV production perhaps doesn't come into it, but you know, every time I've seen you on the virtual food festival or the fringe programs, you are inundated with family and things coming in at you from all angles.
It's about, yeah, it's about as close as you get to a normal kitchen service, you know, with sort of, but obviously with just very small children rather than changing orders.
Yeah, I know, it's funny. Now there you are. It's the first time I've seen you still.
I know. I have this really annoying habit of walking when I'm thinking and talking. It's I've been lambasted by my fiance, so I'm still. I've got a nice angle. Unfortunately, my laptop died this morning. I think probably child related, so I'm on my phone. But I just nearly fell over. But what I'd really like to say is just our next kind of little piece here is with a guy called Kim Samoro.
Yeah.
He is the best food economist in the country, and obviously he's probably the most impacted by the fact that, you know, the idea of Ross's when he came to me was that he's had a few food festivals cancelled, one of which was St Ives Festival. And anyone's ever been to St Ives Food Festival, it's a wonderful on the beach down on St Ives Beach there, and he's obviously had all of his work cancelled as well. So I just thought I'd like to bring him in because it's really important that we not just showcase suppliers but also showcase the people in the behind the scenes that make food festivals work. So whenever people go to food festivals, you know, the chef really is painting by numbers, and actually all the hard work is, you know, chasing, getting recipes, getting the ingredients together, talking to local suppliers is done by the food economists. And I think it's important that we give him a shout out. And I know he's been doing a few demos of his own. So for any food festival people out there who are watching this, who are looking for new talent, Kim can fill that gap for you. So I'm assuming he's going to be coming on board in a sec. Yeah, right?
we're going to drag him kicking and screaming onto the screen. It's quite interesting, wasn't it, Jack, that out of all of the people that we asked to join us today, Kim and the non-chef that we'll mention later on were the only people who filled out their forms. Hi, Kim.
Exactly.
Hi, Steve. Hi, Jack.
Hey, is he here? Hey, Kim, how's it going?
Yeah, good, thanks. Thank you for those kind words.
Oh, well, you know, it's never a truest word spoken, Kim. I just thought, do you want to just run through what your role is in a normal food festival? What would you be doing if this lineup that we've got today was happening at, say, St Ives? What would you have been doing for the last few days?
It's funny you say that because a lot of this lineup was coming to St Ives. You, Charlie, Stephen, Kathy, Rick Too Good. Probably Sophie.
I'm going to say Stephen Hendry wasn't coming though.
Not yet, but now I've spoken to him on the phone.
I'll tell you what, he'll be being snapped up by.
He said, surprisingly, when I spoke to him, you said give him a chat, have a chat with him, and he sounded super organised. And I said he's going to blow us out of the water.
If you can do a 147 at the Crucible, you know you're going to be pretty organised.
So when I do other festivals like Big Feastival, Taste of London, I'll speak to the chefs like yourself, and I'll hopefully get a reply. and I'm probably about the day before, get a list of ingredients, and hopefully they'll be in season, and I'll be able to get it. And then I'll, you know, weigh all the ingredients out, get them ready, and you know, and then you come on stage, and hopefully they're all there as you wanted it.
And you're obviously, you know, you must have a supplier list like no other, because you would have, on all these different festivals, you'd be talking to local suppliers, because the chefs would go, I want to use, you know, some salmon from there, or I want to use some, you know, some asparagus from this person. So it's like you probably have got the best black book of suppliers in the country.
I think especially St Ives, only because it's, you know, because from doing that festival, that, you know, you kind of get to know I might go to Nick Smith, you know, who owns Portminster Beach Cafe, and say, look, one chef has asked me for this, or, you know, this fish, or this, you know, I might go to Philip Warren for the beef, or I might go, you know, Tom Brown might come down and want scallops or whatever. And so I like, look, who's best in the area, who's local, and do it that. Oh, Mick has even got this amazing, you've probably seen it, that herb garden behind the restaurant, you know, he grows everything there himself. So that's probably the best one. Sometimes it might just be Ocado, to be honest, you know, like you know, if I'm in the Cotswolds doing Feastival, you're there a day before and you haven't always got time to do it. But especially Cornwall, I've got more time to do it.
So now let's talk about the questions we all really want to ask. Are chefs divas? Are there riders? Have you ever had a rider for a chef?
No, Jack, what you should say is, which chefs are divas?
Well, I'm not gonna put them on the spot like that, but just in general.
I think, to be honest, I mean, I've worked with all these amazing chefs, and they're all so nice, but I would not want to work in any of their kitchens, including yours. You know, you're super nice at a festival, but I don't know what you would be like. You know, when.
I think that I've worked with you a long time, and I think that, you know, the fact that food festivals and music festivals are now merging, you know, like Big Feastival, we did very famously Latitude. We'll come on to that in a minute. And so I mean, I guess, you know, chefs have become, you know, I'm not saying they're the same as music stars, because it's a different thing, but people just love it.
The new rock stars, yeah.
Yeah, you've been in the industry doing this for a while. You've just seen the explosion in food festivals firsthand. I mean, you know, where do you think it's going next?
Well, I mean,
virtual.
Yeah. So with the food festivals, like originally, I mean, I remember when you and I did Latitude in 2012, and like we met at the Cornish Arms and, you know, had lunch, and you said to me, I was talking to Rick, you know, my dad, and I was saying that I'm going to do this food festival, do a music festival and do a demo. And he was like, and you said, Rick said, you know, in my day, we just went to a pop festival and enjoyed ourselves and watched the bands, you know. Yeah. Now they've got food demos. What's that about, you know?
Well, let's come on to that. I mean, we don't want to hear any litigious backstage stories, but we can talk about one particular event. So I'll run through it from my perspective, and then you just tell the truth. So I was doing a demo when I was doing a hongi, which is a New Zealand kind of clam bake, where you put you dig a fire in a pit and you put shellfish on top, cover it with seaweed, and you cook it. It's a big, you know, there's a few different versions of it around the world. So I thought I'd do a version of this at Latitude, and it was a particularly dry summer, if I recall. Was it not, Kim?
Yeah, heat wave, I would say.
Yeah, okay, heat wave.
In the field.
So we had a health and safety guy come round, and I sort of said, Neil Rankin, who was there, had a barbecue, so they were looking at that, and I sort of just, you know, I sort of blagged it basically. And I think, did you come up to me and say, "Is this safe?" I think you did.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, you did a couple of times. So anyway, I
with my clipboard.
Yeah, I'd had a couple of beers. You know, it was sort of middle of the afternoon. So I set this thing on fire, and I put my stuff. Then what happened? I can't quite remember.
I can't remember if it was. You definitely burnt backstage and on stage, and I can't remember which way round it was.
It was. Oh no, that was it. So I set the stage on fire first. Then you or somebody alerted me during the demo that something was seriously amiss. It was on fire. I then grabbed a bucket full of lobsters and all sorts that were in there baking, and just sort of threw it backstage out the back door of a tent in the middle of summer with a load of kindling, at which point the backstage set on fire.
Exactly right. But the funny thing
is, I distinctly remember, maybe it was Neil or somebody, or maybe Carl, pouring beer onto it, because that was the only water we had to hand, and it was
the only liquid.
Another comical backstage story. But I mean, you must have seen a few different things in your time.
But the funny thing was that when we next worked together, it might have been Woking, and we were talking about it, and you said, "Yeah, the next festival I went to, they wouldn't let me light it." they were clearly a lot more professional than we were.
Oh, well,
it's funny though, because when we were talking about this, and you said, "Oh look, we haven't rehearsed this," but you said, "Oh look, just think of some funny stories," and they all seem to come back to you. and there's another one which we haven't discussed. It's like,
oh yeah,
when we did Woking Festival, and Laura Field, you obviously know from Latitude and Say Eyes, and then her and I, we were watching you on stage, and Woking Festival, for those that don't know, it's in a shopping centre like courtyard. And there's a big multi-story car park above. So Jack's in the middle of his demo realizes he hasn't got an ingredient. And I met him in the car park earlier. So he says, "Kim," gets out his car keys in the middle of his demo and says, "Kim, can you run up to my car and go and get this bag of something that I think is in the car?" So I've had to run up about 3 stories, go and find the car, rummage through this disgusting car, all the rubbish, trying to find something I don't even know what it looks like. And then I couldn't find it. So I phoned Laura up, who's still next to the stage watching you, and saying, can you tell Jack I can't find his bag of whatever? And she said, I can't, he's on stage. I said, I know he's on stage, he's just sent me up there. So then I had to come down. And then you said on the way, and then afterwards you were like, I'm still trying to think of where it is. Then you said, actually, I did take a kip on the way up from Padstow. It might have fallen out the car.
I did take a kip. I took a kip in a service station and got charged for parking over 2 hours. Well, Kim, thank you very much for coming on with us. Really appreciate it. You've obviously done a lot of help with us for the virtual food festival. So we appreciate it. And when we are back to normal, I will definitely be at St Ives Festival again, because it's a wonderful festival, one that you organise so well as all the other festivals you do. But like I say, you are... When you're not being an international TV star, I'm just filming in Australia. I'm just... Well, you are the unsung hero of the food festival industry, and I salute you. Thank you very much, Jack. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. So what time are we on, Steve?
So we're about, we've just gone past 1:45.
Okay,
And,
well, should we just have a quick chat? I'm just going to have a quick chat with you then, if that's all right with you. I'm just going to thank everyone for... Bye, Kim. Cheers. Just thank everyone who's been watching and pledging, and just on our crowdfunder website, just go and have a look at it between demos, because there is some amazing prizes. There's some signed books there. There's a meal for 4 seafood restaurant with wine, and there's obviously the hamper with the live one-to-one Zoom call with me, which I think's a really. I'm not saying that because I'm big-headed, because I have got a big head, but it's just size-wise, really. I think the
we're still talking about your head.
Yeah, it's big. Look,
yeah,
I mean, I couldn't walk until I was 2. My mum said it's bad. I used to drag it around. Anyway, so yeah, again, just like to say, just go over there to the crowdfunder website, go through our virtualfoodfestival.org, subscribe to the YouTube channel, because we're going to be looking for more suppliers to do our fringe events with, which are fringe events for people who don't know. They're short versions of the main festival for just about one supplier. So we did some Enodoc asparagus the other day.
I think we just momentarily lost Jack there. He's probably just receiving a call from his agent on his phone. I think that if I just pick up from what Jack was saying, the fringe programs that we're doing are all about sort of mini versions of the festival. You can't do a food festival every week, but you can certainly help champion suppliers. And the fringe, that's what it's all about, really. Just championing the suppliers. Did you get a call from your agent then, Jack?
I got a call from my ops manager. I think we're trying to line up some people for the next food festival, and he happens to know one very famous football star that might be interested. So anyway, where was I? The fringe events. Yeah, so we're just going to then concentrate on. So we did an Enodoc asparagus. So we went live to the field. The video's here on our channel if you want to watch it. It was great fun. Went live to Ross's farm. Went live to Natalie in the field. And we got this lovely note from them and a box of cider to say thank you, and that we'd help to save their season, because they had such a short season, and it really, that one thing alone made this whole virtual food festival worth it for me. I mean, obviously there's a video, if you watch on our YouTube channel below, there's a Mitch Tonks who's on Next. He took a video. Yeah. He took 100 bunches of asparagus and sold them out. And it was these kind of small stories that are coming really give us hope for the future, of these local suppliers. And we really want to, be seen at the Virtual Food Festival as championing those guys and girls, because we've got the ability to do it here during lockdown. So keep an eye out for those fringe events over the next few weeks. We're going to be doing one very soon, probably this week actually, because they are a really good way of showcasing a particular product that needs our help. So yeah, just thanks a lot to everyone for watching. And this next food talk is going to be really interesting, because Mitch, who did the thing with took the asparagus, is also really keen to talk about how we're buying fish at the moment. And here in Padstow and in the local fishing villages, we are seeing this amazing economy of kind of local fishing boats selling direct to consumers. And that I really hope continues, even though people might say that might hurt my retail business that sells fish. I don't care. For me, it's brilliant. I've never had better quality fish than I've got at the moment, because it's coming straight off the boat. So one of the positives to come out of this could potentially be this. So it'd be really interesting to hear from them at 11 o'clock.
And that's really interesting, Jack, because of course within the Rick Stein restaurants whole business, you've got a fishmongers, haven't you?
Yeah, we have, and actually we're currently looking to use it to help these guys sell through, because it's not we've got a huge, one of our regulars is Flea catches bass, so he's using it at the moment to prep that bass. So we're just, again, the virtual food festival, this kind of new kind of way of talking to suppliers and talking to chefs and things like that. We're picking up little bits that we can all help ourselves, help the businesses, help the restaurants when we reopen, and help the suppliers, because we just want to make sure that they're there when we reopen, because at the moment it's still, we still don't know when we're going to be able to open for business. But the fishermen were really worried to begin with, but now they actually, well, Johnny will say how he feels, but I mean, they're doing really good trade, and long may it continue. So again, one of the things with this whole situation is the emergent things to come out of it. The great thing for us is the virtual food festival, because I think it's a fantastic idea, and for the suppliers, it's connecting them with people and chefs, and just I think people are really interested to see the fact that chefs do know their suppliers. That they will. People often, when I go to a farm, like with some of the chefs from London, and we'll go around, we'll talk to farmer, or we'll talk to fishermen. Those relationships are what they put on their menu now. People like, Tom Brown and James Lowe and all these kind of really, really high-end, modern British young chefs, they're really connected with their suppliers. And I just hope that through this period and onwards out of a lockdown, that we can connect the public with those suppliers, so that they can buy those ingredients too, because it's a new world, and I think everyone deserves those ingredients. Hello?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's this kind of level of parity between the supplier and the chef and the customer, and it's all kind of on a level playing field.
Yeah.
Jack, that was a really great session. If there was a reward on our crowdfunder page to watch you set fire to a food stage, I'd pledge a fiver for that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'll be honest with you. That was one of my more dramatic moments of burning stuff.
Okay. Well, listen, don't worry about it. It's happened to us all. We're going to see you later on with Dr. Polly Russell. Thanks for doing that great session. Go and have a lie down. So again, we're going to come to the end of this particular broadcast session on our YouTube Live. We're close actually to coming up to 11 o'clock, when we're going to have Ross Geach, my old pal Ross Geach, Padstow Kitchen God, you might know him as that, but he's also the brainchild behind the Virtual Food Festival. Jack there mentioned that Mitch Tonks would be joining us, and he's actually one of my food heroes. He's such a positive, super guy, and one of the people that we're trying to support in the whole kind of producer hospitality network. Johnny Murt, who's a fisherman, but he's also a marine biologist, is a very super intelligent guy. He's going to be joining. We're going to have a little chat, a little debate, almost a Mrs. Merson, let's have a debate about that. That's coming up at 11, and we'll see you back live on our YouTube channel then. Hi everyone, welcome back. Welcome back to the second ever live virtual food festival. Here we are on our YouTube channel. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for pledging on our crowdfunder platform as well. Let me introduce you and get things going to the other co-founder, the brainchild behind this, Ross Geach, all the way from Padstow. Quite often when we go over to Ross, he's outside on what Jack and I have nicknamed his drinking bench. Let's see where he is today on this Slack Sunday.
Hi, Steve.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Good. I feel a little bit lost not being out of my farm.
I know, but you know, you have to come inside sometimes, don't you?
Well, we're going to be crossing over to Johnny Murt, who's live on his boat. So we thought we didn't want too many people on the 3G and 4G because obviously that's where we end up getting the buffering issues.
Have you got 3G in Cornwall?
Yeah. It rolled in just after electricity.
Brilliant. That's good. Ross, just before we get everybody else on board, this is a brilliant idea, and you've done some really amazing things. Everybody must be immensely proud of what we're trying to achieve. What is the most significant thing that you've seen change in just a short time?
I'd say the thing that's sticking in my mind the most is, even though we've raised money for charity, which is amazing, the St Enodoc asparagus, when we did the fringe, and then for them to send me and Jack a message saying you've saved our season, that's massive for me, because I've been in a position before at my farm when we haven't sold things, or we haven't been paid by suppliers, or we've had issues, we've had crop failures, and it's absolutely like heartbreaking when you're growing things and things go wrong. There's so many different things that can go wrong, whether it be weather or problem with the production line, problem with pests, disease, and then when someone helps you, which is the sort of thing that I work really closely with Jack and Rick, and there's been times over the years where I've had a crop that's ready, they maybe haven't had it on their menus. I've been trying to push it forward, but the chefs are so busy, they're packed. And I've ended up sending Rick a text. He could be in Australia and just saying, Rick, I really need your help. I've got half an acre of chard, rainbow chard that he's going. And he'll just send the chefs a message to say, get Ross's chard on your menu. And it saves my season. It's a really, really good feeling. And so that's the most, that's what makes me feel most proud.
And somebody who has also played a significant part in the St Enodoc asparagus story was Mitch Tonks.
Yeah. Mitch is such an awesome guy. I was watching Mitch years ago, and I remember the first time I met him, he come to one of our chef meetings when I was head chef at Rick Stein's cafe, and he's such an inspirational guy, and he's always kind and he's an excited person, isn't he? He just wants to help people. Yeah,
he's got a brilliant energy, and should we invite Mitch to join us, and then also if we can also invite skipper Johnny Murt, who's out on his boat. We're going to be sharing the screen. I might just take a back seat because we don't want the screen to be too busy, but ultimately this session is really all about discussing the future of buying fish.
Yeah. Hi, Mitch.
Hey, morning, guys. How you doing?
Yeah, good. Thanks, Mitch. Very good.
Hello, Mitch. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Steve? You all right?
Yeah, very well. Mitch, I wonder if you can just do something for us. Yeah. Are you able to put your phone on that page? Right?
Is that right?
Nice. Yeah, amazing. Good. You're still in lockdown in Brixham then, Mitch?
Yeah, we are. And I have to say, I'm quite enjoying the time. And there's lots of, hey, Johnny.
Hey, how you doing? You all right?
Yeah, good, mate. How's it out there?
All right. Oh, it's not so, well, it's quite nice out here. I probably can't show you very well, but for those heads over there, behind all that mizzle, over here, it's the Gulland Island, and Padstow's up that way. So I don't know if I'm coming through all right. Are you getting me?
Yeah, good, Johnny.
You are, Johnny?
We can.
So the discussion that I wanted to have, and I've already spoke to Mitch about it, and I've spoke to Jack, and I've spoke to the guys at Prawn on the Lawn. They've got fishmongers as well. Is all of a sudden fish has become something that we can all get our hands on for a reasonable price. And I don't want to run down, shops and restaurants, they have to put their markup on to make a profit. But for me to be able to walk down into town and pick up a lobster for a tenner, you know, I've always had access to that because I'm friends with you and I'm friends with your cousin Tom. All of a sudden, the people of Padstow have got all this access to the most amazing fresh fish right off the boat for a price they can actually afford. After lockdown.
So I don't know if Ross, I don't know if we can tell at home, but because there's a lot of background noise on the boat, we're just kind of muting Johnny, not for his answer, just for the background noise. We're also getting a little bit of interference from somewhere. We're just trying to work that out. But hopefully, did you hear the question there, Johnny?
I got as far as Ross being able to come down to the quay and pick up a lobster for a tenner. I missed the question. What was the question?
No,
then?
there wasn't really a question. It was just, I always, when Ross is talking, I always drop off after a while. But it's about the ability for you to give fish to customers directly on the harbour wall. That's something which is huge for a lot of people.
Yeah, but I mean, we've tried to do it in the past, but you get people saying, oh, they see you come in one day and you've got maybe some lobster going to Stein's, or you've got stuff to go into prawn on the lawn, and as you're moving through town, people are saying, oh, could I buy a couple lobsters off you? You bring them in the next day, there's nobody there, and it's bloody annoying. But what we found now is that if we can go to like Ross's farm or the farm shop out here. I've been going to another farm shop a bit further away, and there's queues of people. There's queues of people lining up to get it. So we're seeing that there's probably always been this demand, but there's been limited access to the product. They didn't know that they could get it. So it's really positive and nice.
And Mitch, you know, and Mitch is a restaurateur. You're into it, aren't you? You're all about getting the produce to the customers after the restaurant's closed. You're kind of instigating this whole thing and championing it. Is that right?
Yeah. I think it's really brilliant, Stephen. I think one of the things that this whole crisis is throwing up is like how many farmers. The asparagus one is a great one. Fishermen, all sorts of people have amazing product they can't send anywhere, and so it's quite an exciting opportunity for people that aren't restaurateurs to be able to access this stuff. And I think the other thing is like our little boat landed the other week as we did on the first festival. And, you know, Nick was able to kind of treble the value of his catch, because most fishermen, you know, like Johnny, their home is the sea. They're out there fishing. They don't really get involved with the commercials. They put their fish at the behest of the market. They get out fishing to catch more. Suddenly, this fish is in the hands of people that are prepared to pay more. It's not at the behest of the market. And people are delighted. And I kind of feel that the future of places like Padstow and Brixham will be a day a month or a day a week where there are several boats and vendors around the harbour side selling lobsters, mussels, oysters, you know, fresh fish, bass fishermen selling fish. And, you know, nobody expects it to be cheap, but what a wonderful thing to be able to walk around the harbour in Padstow, have a couple of beers on the third Friday of the month and be able to fill your boots with some of the best seafood in the world. And the same in Brixham. I mean, that's what I'm hoping for. And then you really do bring back real markets, you know, producers that are prepared to get up and drive their asparagus somewhere or drive their tomatoes. Maybe I'll even get Ross into a van and drive his product up and sell it on a table around Brixham.
He does a lot of
Can't get a Cornishman out of Cornwall, that's the trouble.
So just for everybody at home, we all know how the system works, but before lockdown, how did fish get to the market? How significantly was it different?
Well, you've got two really big markets.
Mitch, that's the question for you, sorry.
Sorry, okay, so you've got two big markets in the southwest, Newlyn and, Newlyn, Plymouth and Brixham. They are the biggest fish markets in England. Brixham is the biggest of all. And so what would happen is all the fish would be landed on those markets, and at both Plymouth and Brixham there is an auction which is done electronically by a clock, which is a new move that happened earlier this year, which means that buyers from all over the world, certainly all over Europe, can access and buy this seafood. And 95% of it, I would say, is all going across to Europe, because the species that we land here on the south coast is so diverse, you know, from turbots, brills, lobsters, crabs, crawfish, I mean, you name it. You know, this is the prime stuff. So we wouldn't see it in our supermarkets. We'd see it very rarely in our fishmongers, because the price is so expensive. By the time it's gone on the market, a third party's bought it, then sold it to a fishmonger. It's hugely expensive. For the first time ever, people are able to access this product through the boats, bypassing the market. The markets will still survive. All the big volumes will always still go abroad. But the smaller boats and the smaller fishermen like Johnny, can bring their catch alongside, like Nick, our skipper of our boat, and sell it once a week. It saves him having to fish, twice a week. He can fish once a week and bring his fish in, which is truly wonderful.
Great. And Johnny, we're just going to unmute Johnny, and then hi Johnny. So for you, do you think your working week will significantly change because maybe once a week you'll be able to sell directly to people in the harbour wall? Does that make a massive difference to you?
I think for us in Padstow, where we're predominantly shell fishing, so there's 8 or 9 boats, of my size class doing the same thing as me. So I just don't think we have the diversity of fish products coming in like Brixham or the South Coast ports. They've got a lot more trawlers, they've got a lot more netters. It's very shellfish heavy up here. So I can't really see it working in Padstow. I could see it working in some of the other fishing ports, but for 9 blokes to be on the quay with a bongo of crab each and a bongo of lobsters each, we're going to end up putting a lot of that back in our cages. So yeah, it might not work here, but that's not to say that we can't travel short distances to places that historically have just not had access to some of these, these seafood products.
Johnny, could you do a national delivery? Would you get involved in doing a delivery, or do you go straight to the wholesaler?
Oh, at the moment, or so before lockdown, or
yeah.
So prior to lockdown, we're probably luckier than most fishermen around the country in that we've got some very high-end seafood restaurants in the town, certainly in the area. You've got Nathan across the way, you've got Stein's, you've got Prawn on the Lawn. So we are very, very lucky that we can get a very good price. But we still end up sending a good proportion of our crab and our spider crab to Spain. It's interesting what Ross said earlier about having half an acre of chard and calling Rick Stein. I wish we had someone we could call up and say, we've got half a ton of spider crab, can you take it? But it just ain't going to happen. It's such a limited market in this country for spider crab.
There next to you on the screen.
Say again?
You'd do that, wouldn't you, Mitch? Mitch would do that for you.
Johnny, I'd love to sell any kind of seafood, but I love the idea of fishing ports working together, Johnny. And you're right. The further west you go, you have some beautiful shellfish, and we have pretty good crab and shellfish in the channel, but most of it's caught, far west. So it'd be great if you travelled up here and somebody was, a fisherman was able to land his catch here and travel it down to Padstow to sell, lemon soles and bits and pieces, and you didn't run each other out of town and you worked together. It'd be fabulous.
It gets very territorial when you're, pushing into other people's patches. And I always think, there's a limit to where we should be allowed to sell. I was asked to sell at Boscastle Farm Shop, and I thought, it's kind of stepping on some other guys' toes. So it's finding areas away from these fishing towns, I think, is where we're going to see a growth market. But in terms of running stuff up to Brixham, I think if a Brixham guy was bringing shellfish down here, I'd be a bit upset, and I'd expect them to be a bit upset if you were taking Padstow stuff up that way. It just doesn't make sense if it's coming into the port.
But I mean, the stuff goes.
That's a really interesting. Come on, Mitch.
I mean, the stuff goes somewhere anyway and ends up in a different port. I mean, the survival of our coastal towns are people working together and drop this territorialness. I understand it. I've got aggravations of my own in Brixham for selling fish off of a boat, but I kind of feel like in these times, post-COVID, post-Brexit, the kind of unity of people needs to be one of let's work together. And just imagine fish markets in coastal towns once a month, where people drop their barriers, where you could go and you could drink beer and you can have food and you could pick up fish off British fishermen. It doesn't have to be a pocket of fishermen from there. Of course, around Cornwall, around Cadgwith, when you get those red mullets and those kind of things, and you get, those lovely crawfish that you get west, some of that stuff stays there and it's very local, but I really do feel like this is time the industry joined hands around the Southwest, where we have the best seafood in the world, absolutely in the world, not just locally. And we should be really embracing it and starting these little initiatives together for the good of all. You know, I mean, everybody benefits. Consumers, chefs, fishermen. Surely it's got to be worth taking a challenge on, Johnny, and working together with your local mates.
Well, yeah, we're pretty good at falling out amongst ourselves here in Padstow. I mean, it's the nature of the job. Like, there's a good bit of ground. I want to have my pots on that ground. Someone else wants to have their pots on their ground. So you end up, you know, it's a constant battle for territory, even when we're at sea. So, and then we're coming in and we've got 8 or 9 guys hawking lobsters and crab, and so we're competing for customers, which we never really had to do to this level before. So until we have some kind of idea of what's going to go on post COVID-19, I mean, it really is every man for himself at the moment. I mean, that sounds bad,
but one thing, Johnny, is which happened the other day. I know that you guys have been going to different places and selling your shellfish, and one of the fishermen who's he's a friend of yours, but he's a competitor at the same time. He didn't quite have enough catch, so he bought some off of the other fisherman to make his worth his while. Now, that's quite unheard of, really, and it's just a start of people working together, isn't it?
you might be right. I mean, I think that's great. And there's a couple of guys who've been helping get rid of their catch as well, but we don't fish on top of each other, so that's all right. But when going back to what Mitch said about getting your product everywhere, we're realizing there's so much demand for it within a very short, small radius of Padstow, that we really should be trying to trim down as much as possible on food miles. It just makes sense. It makes sense. If we can get rid of it locally, it's got to go locally. And we've got a big enough tourism industry here when it all kickstarts again, that if we're selling all our lobsters now, when the tourist season kicks off, we won't be able to keep up.
I think
that's a really good point.
Good would be for we can help with the virtual food festival. The database that we've already started getting together is to almost have this sort of cooperative. And say you're not sending it to Europe, or we don't know what's going to happen yet. Surely we can do away with using the power of the internet to say, right, next week Johnny's going to be at this place, say like a landlocked part of Cornwall. Then you could potentially be there, and everyone will know, a bit like what Mitch did with the asparagus. He said, I'm going to have so many bunches down outside my shop. They just sold like nothing, didn't they, Mitch? It was, so there is chance for everyone to just be able to keep selling, and I hope they do, because at the moment I've never seen Padstow, the people of Padstow, eat so well. Everyone's using their local farm shops, so using their local fishermen. They're doing, and people are enjoying cooking again, because a lot of people haven't got work, so they've got time to look through cookery books and make a recipe, and I think it's really, really nice.
I think that's a really good point, Ross, because one of the other things is about showcasing suppliers, but why don't we take the opportunity on this platform to show people what to do with the fish that they wouldn't necessarily see, because they're going to be exposed to a whole new variety of fresh fish. Why don't we show people how to cook that on this platform?
Yeah.
Steve, next, Johnny, next week I've got smoked haddock coming down from Grimsby. You couldn't get further away from Brixham, but we're not a haddock fishery, and we don't smoke well. And Grimsby is renowned for that stuff. And I've got one of the smokers up there to portion 400 portions along with the St. Enodoc asparagus next week. I'm pretty sure we're going to sell out. And then the following week, I'm doing clams. One of my clam fishermen that I've worked with for years can't get rid of his clams. And so we're going to do like little nets of clams. I'll do a little Instagram video next Sunday showing people how to cook spaghetti and clams, and people will come and get it. Now, it's a great opportunity to open up people's minds to seafoods. Thinking about your spider crabs, Johnny. It's so easy to make a spider crab soup, stew, bake them in the oven, all those things. That actually, you're right about it staying local, but you've got to spread it a little bit if you can't get rid of the stuff locally. Do you know what I mean? Like that spider crab, and you be better, we'd be better. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, am I back in? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I totally agree. I mean, with our spiders, historically, everything's gone to the continent. So while that's shut down, and if we do get a pretty poor price from, what goes to Spain, and some of the spider crab just starting to move now, they're really big cock spiders. And you look at them and you think, you know, that's general public pay £5 for that, and they have been. So we, you know, it is about promoting, but I mean, it's also about going out and catching what people want. Don't try to go out and just fill your boat up with things that really aren't marketable. So, you know, I'll show you what we've got here today. Like, so I've been chucking all my spiders away today because we're not on my spider gear where I'm going to catch the bigger ones. I've probably chucked about 100 little spiders away today. But lobster and crab is easy to sell. So, you know, we've really got to target what we can make money on. Otherwise, we're not a viable business.
I love that site.
Sorry, Mitch. I think we can use the platform, and with the help of Mitch, with the help of Rick, with the help of, say, Jose Pizarro, myself, if we all start doing some recipes that are easy, you know, I made Singapore chili crab. Your cousin Tom dropped me spider crabs. I made Singapore chili crab. You couldn't get an easier way to cook it. You know, you boil it and then you cover it in a Singapore sauce, and it's delicious. And I think that we've kind of started setting up this off the back of Virtual Food Festival. We started setting up virtual food market as well. So hopefully we can kind of collate all this information and get a database of everyone that needs help, get recipes on there. You can click links, hopefully maybe buy it online. I'm not sure how far it'll go. At the moment, we've got time on our hands because of lockdown, but once our jobs go back to normal, we might start struggling with the work we're putting in. But I think there's so much opportunity here.
Definitely. And Mitch, do you think coming out of the other side of this that your business would have changed?
Yeah, totally. I mean, the restaurant industry kind of had a bit of a broken model anyway, in the terms of over the years. Choice had become a thing that customer wanted, you know, amazing service, all that kind of stuff for a lower price, labor costs going up, you name it. So we're just working on how we can kind of simplify it, retain the magic, kind of do things slightly differently while we've got this chance to kind of change things. And trying to change things previously would have been like standing in front of a moving train. But in a way, this is a kind of opportunity to fix all of the things that we'd like to have improved in the past. So yeah, we've got a lot of plans. I think the biggest challenge for us all in restaurants is like when do we open and all that kind of stuff that we're reading in the papers about furlough schemes and everything else. But change is definitely going to happen. And I think it's for the better for restaurants and for the better for customers too. So great opportunity times.
And what I find particularly irksome and strange is that we live on an island, and yet we have a limited capacity to enjoy the bounty of the sea. There's a question from one of the followers on YouTube. Why do you think, as a nation, we don't eat more shellfish?
Understanding, Steve. I think, you know, we're, you know, post-war, as a nation, we, you know, years ago we ate white fish, and I remember my grandmother, she would eat shellfish, but my mother's generation didn't eat fish. It never really kind of got passed on, so we skipped a few generations really. And what's happened over the years is people have traveled, been to Brittany, been around the world, and there's a lot of people that really understand it and love it, but generally people are frightened of it. And I've sort of spent all my career, you know, when I had fishmongers, trying to demystify that whole thing. But actually, you know, when you bring fish home, it's nice and easy. But if you know what you're doing, if you don't, it can be a little bit daunting. And it's just a little bit about education, I think, and realizing that, you know, when you buy a lobster, it's not cheap, but actually the enjoyment you can have from boiling it, making a soup from the shells, all those kind of things. But you need to know what you're doing to do that. It's not hard. You just need to follow a few things. That's why.
Yeah, it's just sharing that information and you know, just kind of, we seem to forget that, you know, the nation hasn't stopped. There's like kids coming through. There's a whole kind of, you know, there's a new energy really, isn't there, coming through, and maybe this is the time to kind of get the interest in shellfish and more variety of fish. I just want to go over to Johnny. Johnny, you've moved into the wheelhouse there. You're not anchored, are you? You're drifting.
Say again?
You're drifting inshore. You're not on anchor.
No. I'm my engine's going. I'm just heading towards another string of pots here. I've got my dad here. And he can't believe what's going on. He's like, we should be winding gear here.
Johnny, get your dad on.
Yeah. Where is he?
Come on, Morris.
He's hiding round here, look. Hey.
Morris.
All right, Rob.
All right.
Hey, we're probably going to have to cut this short because I've got to save some of my battery to actually make some sales. So I will have to bail out. I've got 4 more strings to do, and then I can actually come home. So,
Brilliant, mate. Well, thanks so
See you later, Johnny.
Thanks for having me. Right, see you again.
See you later, Johnny. Cheers.
Bye. You see, that's the sort of thing we can do on this platform. We can connect people to actual real people who are doing a bloody hard job, trying to earn a living. They've got the weather and all sorts going against them. And really, you know, we should be supporting them. And I think what we should do, perhaps not now, but perhaps later on, we should go on the website and create a little poll and say to people, would you buy fish fresh from a skipper on a day boat once a month if there was a place to do it in? What do you reckon, Ross?
Yeah, I think the answer, I don't think we have to do a poll because the answer is definitely yes. I just think we need to find a way that the fisherman's comfortable with it. You know, they're worried about rules and regulations, health, food hygiene. Their fishermen are nervous about it because we've been so nailed. But at the end of the day, if fish is coming fresh off of a boat and going into someone's bag, it's just, there's no problem with it. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm not 100% sure, but I've been to a lot of places in Europe, and everywhere I go in Europe, you can just pick fish up for a good, reasonable price, and it's really fresh. And the actual fishermen are selling it. And I don't know what happened to our country, why we ended up, you know, not having, you know, this amazing produce at a reasonable price, easy to hand.
Yeah, it's really crazy, isn't it? You know, but hopefully that will change. Certainly, if people follow the example that yourself and Jack and Mitch and everybody else is trying to convey on this platform, then we can start to change it. And just, you know, it's all for good, isn't it? It's all for good. Yeah,
and another point is Johnny has been saying for years and years about the spider crabs, how he sends them all to the continent. And he's been saying to me for years and years, you know, how can we get more to be sold in our country? And I've been saying to him, well, why don't we do a recipe? You know, why don't we do a recipe? And I've just been saying it for years, haven't actually done it. Now we're on lockdown. It's going to give us the opportunity to do these things. Like I've started a recipe database. I haven't put them all on my website yet, but you know, I've been making like lobster risottos and crab linguine and Singapore chili crab, actually documenting it all and taking photographs. And I think this is something, it gives us time to reflect being on lockdown. We've all got a chance to do things we might not have the time to do usually.
Yeah, and Mitch, very interesting to hear Johnny talk about this unwritten rule of behavior between the skippers and the boats and patches and all of that. And I respect that in a way, because it's kind of come from a sort of old traditional respect. But I think maybe there ought to be a little bit of softening of that. What do you think?
Steve, I'm in hot water in Brixham. You know, there's another skipper landing and selling fish, and you know, he wants to kill me, and you know, the whole thing's, you know, madness. If you ask me, I get, if guys are fishing on fishing grounds, then that's the fishing grounds they've worked and they find their own way around it. But I think that if you could look forward and imagine, if I was saying to you, look, there's a little town in Devon or Cornwall that every month there are fish vendors from all over the area selling the best seafood on the planet, and you can come down and buy and enjoy the pubs and the atmosphere, the first thing you'd say is, where is it? Because I want to go. And it's it's like getting towns to work towards that and getting fishermen to work together for the good of them and for everybody. Nobody wants to, you know, step on each other's toes. This is the time to, as I say, just unify and work. It is interesting, but you know, it has shocked me, the kind of territorialism of it. You know, I'm suddenly not a local, and you know, all that stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, you know, we just cut through all of that, and it's nice to know that queue in Britain was a queue to get the asparagus not to come and kill you. Let's bring Jack in.
See you later.
Hi, Jack. No, you go. Stay around, Mitch.
Mitch, are you staying? Stay around.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
I got some questions. That was brilliant. I really enjoyed that. Johnny was hilarious. It's a really unique time. We've got couple of, I mean, what are you drinking, Mitch, by the way?
I have a 3-year-old Armagnac, always as a kind of breakfast choice.
I've got some of Hayward cider. I thought I'd join you.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing.
Cider.
What? The one of the things with you, Mitch, I think is what's so interesting about what you're talking about, what you're trying to do here, is it makes sense, and it's quite easy for me as a restaurateur and you to think about how we might do it. And the thing is, we've got now is the time with post-crisis and post-Brexit, we've got an opportunity to reshape the market, I think. And the question for me to you is, what do you think the government is going to say? Say this lockdown goes on a month more, and there's been this whole period, this really interesting economy, local food going to local people, like this really great kind of like a cash economy almost. Is the government going to go, you know, we need to clamp down on that, you know, because of quota, because of other things that the fishing industry have had to deal with through the EU? Or do you think they're going to say this could be post-Brexit? Now, I'm not saying that Brexit, I'm not talking about Brexit being a pro or negative. I'm just saying we are where we are. Do you think the government might come to us and say, what did you guys do? Because that would be fascinating. If they came and spoke to you, spoke to the fishermen and said, how did you cope during during the break in the markets? Because that's how we want to reshape it post-Brexit potentially.
Jack, I actually think it'll happen naturally because, you know, rather like most business models, they were kind of like slightly broken with the markets and things. You've got one of the big beam trawler owners here, the Greendale fleet, you know, are really properly invested in fleet, really great. They've got an amazing farm shop. They've got fantastic fishmongers. They're selling, you know, fish in the markets. They've been doing it for a long time. And it's just becoming more and more kind of like, I don't know, immediate on the ports. And I think it's here to stay, Jack. I mean, the MMO have written to small fishermen asking them to land fish directly. And they're encouraging them. There are grants available. There was something in the Sunday Times last week about, you know, a cooperative in Plymouth. And these are things that, you know, I don't know everything about, or, you know, all of the fishing in the Southwest, but we're talking about what we're doing. And while we're talking about it, there are lots of other people also talking about it and actually doing it. So it's happening around us, and it's the future, Jack. And I think the legacy of the virtual food festival, and Steve was talking earlier about like a virtual online food market. I just think it's like, I mean, you know, not to go online and buy some fancy mail order stuff, but to go online to be linked up to somebody, to be able to drive somewhere to pick up a few lobsters, to be able to drive somewhere to pick up some stuff. And, you know, like what you guys do at Christmas with the food, with a Christmas festival. Imagine that happening, like, probably not on the same scale, but like once a month selling, you know, produce and seafood straight from farmers, you know, like it is. I love that.
Yeah. And I think the thing with now is one thing you'll notice is that certain people are just going with, like, people who are our industry, we're used to being busy. We're used to, like, you know, putting in sweat and blood and tears into our businesses. And actually we are really good in a crisis, I think, of just getting things done. Like what you did with the asparagus, it's just, it felt right, you did it. There's no committee. And one of the big things that came out, this dad said to me, because he's away, he said, now is not the time to go through any committees. It's time for action. Just get it. If it feels right, do it. Because at the end of the day, we're all in this together. We need to find solutions. And you don't find solutions by waiting for an email from somebody from last week. You know, you just get on with it. But the thing for me, I mean, one of the things that I think that crossed to Johnny then, I was in South Africa recently, and they have a thing called Abelobi, which is an app for your phone, and it is honestly, it's unbelievably good. What it is it's a different scenario there. In South Africa, the poor fishing fleets, the predominantly black day boat owners, they don't have access to markets, and they get treated really badly, and their fish prices that they are given are just shocking. And it's a horrible way of kind of, you know, abusing the fishing fleets. So this app has come out through this charity, and basically it's amazing, and you should check it out. And we could get something like this going here. You basically, you honestly, you go onto the app. If you're a restaurateur, you find a boat that's on its way in. It'll be in a different color. You click on it, and it say what fish it's got. It's all in these. The poly boxes have got trackers on them, so they put the fish. So that basically they've gone down. They said to the fishermen, look, you get more price if we put it in these boxes, because they will cool the fish, because they just have it on the deck. Then you can log the fish, and people are actually buying. Like I was at this restaurant, and he was buying whatever fish it was, you know, whiting or whatever, and he was buying it off a guy. And then when it comes in, you give it feedback, and you say that was really, really good. And there's a picture, and you put a picture on, and it will have his like family history, a picture of him like with his boat, like, and it really connects you to your fishermen to an amazing level. And what we just did with Johnny there, I can see a time in the future where you'd be able to use a thing like this, like a live thing, and actually go, Johnny could just go live right now. I'm on my way in. This is what I've got. I've got a bongo of crab. I've got a bongo of lobster. I've got half a bongo of spider crab. I'll be at Padstow Harbour in 2 hours. And that's a way of doing it that would be, and then you're getting the freshest fish right off the boat. Something like that would be amazing in the future.
I love that.
We know
Jack,
how
as
we
well.
do that. We know how we do that. Sorry to interrupt, Mitch. Tell you what we do. We crowdfund that app. So we get that built and funded, and then we can actually connect it and turn that idea into something real.
Yeah.
I think also, Jack, as well, one of the things like with the asparagus stuff as well, I've sort of questioned myself, you know, or talked to my guys about, like, let's do this post this period. We make our living out of restaurants. We don't make our living out of retailing product. So being able to just do something at the same price that the farmer is selling it for, just once a week, of something interesting like the asparagus when it's in season, it's great for the farmer to shift stuff, great for people to be access something at a great price. And every week we're just trying to find something that we can do, and we'll continue to do that. And I think it's like, you know, it doesn't have to be, you don't have to make money out of something. You can just do something because it's a really good thing to do.
And I think that's the key, and that's why, you know, obviously we're all of our donations are going to charity at this time, because this is the most important thing for us going forward. But I think you're right. I mean, doing the right thing as a restaurateur in a place, like, you know, you'd understand this in the places where you've got restaurants, that, you know, that being part of the community is more important. So I mean, there's a great restaurateur in New York called Danny Mayer. Some people may have heard of him, and he puts it like this: you have 4 people you have to look after. Your first is your staff, because you don't look after them, then your customers will never come back. Then your customers. Then you've got 2 others. You've got the community and you've got your investors. And he puts the investors at the end, because he said your community comes before your investors, because your investors won't make any money if people see you. When he opened Union Square Cafe, it was a really downtrodden part of New York at the time, and he invested a lot of money in bringing that area up and making it better for business, because his investors were saying, why are you spending all this money on doing up the square? And he said, because people will this reflects our business. You know, you getting 10% every year versus 8% because we're doing the right thing may in the short term in your back pocket might seem like a bad idea, but in the long term you'll make more money by being good with the community. And I think that's what, coming out of this lockdown, what things you're doing is you know, people are responding to it because they're listening. And I think that's a fantastic it'll be a fantastic legacy of lockdown, if you want to call it, if you want to hashtag legacy of lockdown.
No, I agree, Jack. And Danny Mayer's a great guy. I mean, I'd love to have breakfast with him. Will, a friend of mine, had breakfast with him in New York when he was, you know, planning a restaurant there a few years ago, and just said, what a fantastic guy to chat to. And but I think, and I've read that stuff that you quoted, which is great. And I've long had that opinion that, you know, restaurants are more about giving than they are taking. You know, great restaurants are about hospitality, and this has really just extended kind of what we do to another level. And you know, looking at the platform that you know, the group of chefs that you've got together for this weekend, this is people giving up their time. Okay, they've got nothing else to do. It's just fabulous. I mean, like, you couldn't get those kind of people together. And if this could just carry on, it makes great watching, great education, great connections. I mean, it really is a kind of ongoing project. This, I think what you started here is bigger than you imagine.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. Just one last thing. A little personal story. So I went down. So John, I was down at Padstow. I went down to get some lobsters in Padstow. I said to John, I need to get some from it. So this is what I'm talking about. So my next door neighbour's daughter's 18th birthday. They said to me, could you get me some lobsters? I said, yeah, don't worry, I'll get you some lobsters and I'll prep it and I'll do everything for you, and you can just come and I'll drop it, leave it outside your house, and you can take it. So she said, brilliant. So I went down there. I said, and Johnny was there with the other fishermen, and he actually come up to me and I said, right, Johnny, can I get those lobsters? And he said, right, I've actually done quite well today. I don't know if he mentioned this earlier on, but he said, Peter, this other fisherman, he goes, he hasn't sold much. So it's a bit like when you go to somewhere in Asia or like India or somewhere, that they naturally, the human instinct to help each other as suppliers was just there. And Johnny's like, no, don't. Yeah. So I went with Peter down to his boat, and he had a basket full of lobsters underwater, and he pulled them up, and I paid for them, walked off, and it was like a sunny morning, probably 7 o'clock in the morning, and I just thought to myself, this is what people love about Europe, about Italy, about the Mediterranean, about this sort of stuff. And that particular moment, I really connected with my dad to think that he would have been doing that 45 years ago when he first opened the restaurant. And on this beautiful sunny day in Padstow, admittedly it was dead quiet, which was nice because Padstow is never dead quiet, which is good for our restaurants. But I'm just making the point. But I just thought these kind of experiences, if you can give people an experience like that, that's a money cannot buy experience for me. If you like food, like one of my highlights of my life is that, and it's in my own town, in my own fishing village, with people that I know, and it's just that is for me the best thing that's come out of the lockdown. Obviously, the tragedy of people losing their lives notwithstanding, I'm not just saying that because I'm getting lobsters. It sounds a bit up myself, but just as a foodie, if we can do that for our fishermen going forward, it'd be brilliant.
It's great, Jack. I love that story. I love the idea of people experiencing that. I mean, I still go to the fish market twice a week just to keep my hand in. But the trouble is with our fish market, it's behind closed doors. And every time I look at a wonderful little box of fish that, you know, from a little day boat, or a beautiful box of gleaming turbot from a beam trawler, I just think to myself, you know, we have some great fishmongers in Brixham, and they do a fabulous job. But there's something really wonderful about getting up early and going down to a fish market and having a coffee and buying your product like you do, you know, in Spain and Italy. And that's what we need. That's what we want in Padstow and in Brixham and every little town where there are fishermen. That little early morning activity that's just magical.
And the thing is as well, like I know you've touched on this already, but the biggest thing is if we can show people how to cook this stuff, like you said with your video on the vongole clam dish and things like that. Give people have got the time to be really confident with shellfish. And you know, I reckon I've taught 10 people how to cook lobster in the last 2 weeks, and all of those 10 people are buying lobsters from Johnny because they know, and that's what we need to do. So that's for us as chefs. That's I think you're right. That's our key. We just go if we lock down for 2 months, we've got asparagus coming out at the moment. We've got samphire coming out. When's it coming out, Ross, on your farm?
The samphire's about that big, so give it about 3 weeks.
There you go. So you got that, and Ross, what other like vegetables? I mean, we got vegetables going to be coming out our ears soon. So
yeah, well, we're hitting in terms of seasonality. We're in the worst patch. You know, apart from having the glimmer of hope of asparagus, we're in the worst. Like, you know, all the winter veg is finished. Spring stuff hasn't quite started, but all of my crops are just ready to go. And I actually picked the first courgette flowers the other day. That's really nice. But in terms of tomatoes and things, you know, growing naturally, I've only just got flowers on my tomato plants. Do you remember when you ate my tomato flowers, Jack?
Yeah, I did. I went to Ross's thing and I was like, "Oh, what do tomato plant flowers taste like?" And that one, he was like, "You know, that will become a tomato." I was like,
he was eating the flowers off of the plant.
Well, anyway, I think that's the big thing for us moving forward. While we're in lockdown, we try post lockdown to keep this going, but in the short term, I think educating people and letting people know where this stuff's happening is the main thing. And I'd like. Yeah.
Something, Jack. I've just had a message come up on my phone. You know, we just spoke about the app. You just spoke about it, and Steve about crowdfunding it. Tom Evans, Tina, and Tom just sent me a message. Get that sorted. I'll make that app for you.
There you go. Fantastic.
Yeah. You know, that's
great.
So he's a good friend of ours.
Yeah. There you go. Virtual connections in a virtual world. And to be honest, the one thing I'd like to be doing right now with you, Mitch, is enjoying a Fernet Branca and then having some vongole, because that sounds like that. I got some clams the other day, and Lucy, my partner, she's from a Sicilian background, and we made that, and it was just it's so simple that when you actually even when I was cooking it, I know how to cook it. I've cooked it many times. You even go, "Have I forgotten something here?" You know, and it's just literally simplest dish in the world.
I thought the Italians were better at it than the Sicilians.
No, it's great. It's a wonderful dish.
Yeah,
and you know, it really is. Yeah, I can't wait to do it. But you're right, Joe. I'd love to sit down and eat a plate of that. And that's the one thing I'm missing about all this. But you know, this technology, you know, like the amount of effort, as you know, it takes to make a TV show, and then you can pick up your phone and show people how to make something really quick off the hoof. There's no kind of thinking about it. There's a little lobsters coming into Padstow at the weekend. You know, on a Friday, you can just say, "Here's how to boil and dress a lobster in 3 minutes." Like, it really helps. And I think people are cool with technology like this rather than it being so amazingly produced, which is a joy, right? It's just better.
You get your glitch, but then you get the odd success, like you know, live crossing to Johnny just then, seeing the boat, and that was a very special moment. I think that's again something that the festival is very proud of. But for me, Mitch, the biggest thing, like I said earlier on, is that message from Natalie at St Enoch Asparagus saying that we'd help to save the season, and the queue outside Rockfish there in Brixham. Those two things make this whole thing worthwhile. And you know, and we're not going to pat ourselves on the back too much, because we are, you know, we have got troubled times ahead for our industry, which is another something for another day. But I'd just like to thank you from a personal level for being so supportive of us and this fantastic talk. So thank you all very much.
Pleasure. And Yeah, brilliant. And, you know, Jack, we'll get through this. I think one of this, you know, there's a little bit of an industry thing here. I've never known, you know, such an industry that's so open and so welcoming, so embracing. And you're right, we're all facing, you know, the unknown. But I think everybody is reaching out with each other and sharing ideas, stories. You know, there's no kind of like secrecy. And I think that's the wonderful thing about the hospitality industry is we're just like great with people and great with each other. So we'll get there. We'll come out the other side and it'll be different and it'll be great. So I can't wait to see Hixie in a minute. Is it in a minute?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. And let's just quickly give a shout, Steve, let's just give a shout out as well about the that people can go online and crowdfund, and then they're going to be able to pop up. Like, who described it like Noel's house party? Someone described it like that.
Yeah, you're Mr. Blobby.
We're becoming that.
Okay. Mitch, thanks so much for joining us. It was very grown up. Nice debate.
I love my regular visit to Cornwall every Sunday. Have a great day, you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Bye. See you, Mitch. Okay, Ross, thanks for starting that off. And again, a brilliant idea. And you can see how this whole thing is kind of growing and turning into something quite amazing. So very proud of you, mate. Well done. We might see you later on.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Can I like pop up when someone else is on?
Well, yeah, you can. Yeah, sorry, I think we just kind of lost Ross in mid-flow there. It's a bit like the old Hook taking the comedian off the stage. But we've now come to the end of our third session. Brilliant. Thanks, Johnny, also, Jack, Mitch, and Ross. Ross, sorry for switching you off there. It wasn't me. I'm not driving. Okay. We're going to come back at 12, and we're going to be joined by one of the best chefs that Britain's seen. Also a good friend of Mitch. We're going to be joined by Mr. Mark Hix at 12. Hi everyone, welcome back to the Virtual Food Festival. It's been a great day so far. I hope you've managed to have an opportunity to grab a bite to eat or get yourself a little drink. It would be amiss really not to have a drink in your hand watching our next fantastic chef, one of my all-time favorite chefs and all-time favorite people to hang out with here on the South Coast in Lyme Regis. For those of you that are just joining us, let me just remind you why we're doing this whole Virtual Food Festival. It's about supporting the producers and the local suppliers up and down the country, not just here in the Southwest. And the way that we're doing that is we're offering loads of brilliant rewards and prizes on our crowdfunding website. You can go and visit there, pledge for a prize or reward, or even just to join us here in the front row. Is just a small amount, and £5 will get you the opportunity of having a one-to-one cooking Zoom lesson with Jack Stein, as well as all of the ingredients and a bottle of wine to boot. So there's some brilliant money can't buy prizes there, all for the price of a pint, and we'll soon be able to have a pint after lockdown. £5 will get you that opportunity. And also subscribe on the YouTube channel. Tell your mates, I know you're watching now, but tell your mates that all of those people that are into food to come and join us. And by doing that, we'll build an audience. And by building an audience, we'll be able to help our suppliers even more. So let's now invite Mr. Hix to the Virtual Food Festival. Something that I really like to do is present and host food festivals. Mark has one himself, sadly this year because of lockdown. It won't be going ahead with Food Rocks, but an absolute pleasure to share the screen. Mark, are you there?
Hello. How am I joining?
How are you?
Hang on.
Put yourself on landscape.
Landscape.
One more time, and that'll do it, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, just tell. Is it Archie that you're with?
Yeah, Archie's here.
Hi Archie, how are you doing? We'll come to you in a minute because you're playing a dual role, aren't you? You're cameraman and champion hero supplier. What we just need,
as
Archie,
well as keeping a safe distance. Yes. So where do you want me to put portrait or
landscape, please?
Okay.
All right. Good.
How's that?
It's not actually working, so just go back to portrait. That'll do.
Is that okay?
There you go.
That's
all right. You both look really splendid.
Are we live now or not?
Yeah, we are live. We're live.
Oh,
hi. This is fun, isn't it?
Am I the only Dorset knob? Oh.
Actually, no, you're not. There's plenty.
Oh, good.
But yeah, what the whole thing, Mark, is it's brilliant that you can take time to come and do a little bit of cooking for us. The whole thing is about underpinning and championing the food suppliers. You've been doing that since the beginning, really, haven't you? You've always championed the supply, and you've always supported local.
Yeah, well, I think menus, the whole thing with menus is that the thing that makes them interesting is where you source the produce. You know, I hate reading a menu that just says corn-fed chicken with asparagus. You know, it doesn't give the customer any information about where the corn-fed chicken come from or where the asparagus come from. So I think, you know, reading, you know, who produces it and the breed and whatever is important.
Yeah, I mean, it helps to tell the story of the food, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, then you don't have to rely on the waiter to sort of fluff it and, you know, try and tell the customer if he can remember where it's from. So, but we have got some great.
There's a fine line there. Yeah, there is a fine line, isn't there, about being engaged in the ingredient and the experience to having just been bombarded. You know, there's a
yeah, and also, you know, the fun of sorting the ingredients in the first place is, you know, the whole part and parcel really of, you know, cooking and being in restaurants and, you know, being a restaurateur. Well, I used to be a restaurateur.
Yeah, and No, it's just a pause. That's all. Don't worry
I
about
just
it. You've got so many more strings to your bow. So
I'm just
we're
a
going to do
George
a quick demo and do a quick demo. What's your dish? And maybe we can chat a little bit about who you're championing as a Food Hero supplier.
Okay, well, what I'm going to do today is black cow cheddar fondue. So the story behind that is a black cow vodka is the byproduct from the whey from the cheese from the Barber family.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
I've always got some in my fridge, and I've also always got the black cow vodka in my cocktail cabinet. I hope I have anyway. Oh look, it's right at the front.
That's like James. That's James Bond.
James,
yeah, exactly. I can see there that you've always championed the world of art as well. You're very much a Renaissance man.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been interested in art sort of through living in the East End really and getting to know the artists. So
yeah,
it's sort of, you know, going to the wrong parties or the right parties, hanging out with the artists. So it's kind of, it will happen that way.
So great. So you're just peeling off the wax cover off the black cow cheddar.
So I've got some double cream here, which I'm going to sort of reduce down by about a third. It's really dead simple. I mean, fondue is one of those things that got sort of stuck in the 70s, I think. And I love making different fondues. I mean, this is one of my favorites, but the other one I love doing is a lobster thermidor fondue. So you make a thick thermidor sauce, incorporating all the shells and stuff. Then you just have little chunks of lobster on a skewer that you dip in.
Brilliant. It's really simple. And I remember actually, the last time we had a conversation, we were stood on stage at your Food Rocks festival, and you told me that oysters used to be, it was poor people's food.
It was. I mean, oysters used to be street food in London in the sort of late 1800s, early 1900s. And when I did the Oyster and Chop House, when I opened that, I sort of read up and, you know, oysters were street food and chop houses were a sort of, you know, middle class kind of restaurant. Hence where the Hix Oyster and Chop House came from. But yeah, oysters were cheap. You know, they used to bring them up the Thames, normally from the Blackwater estuary in Essex, and they would just sell them literally on the streets. And there was something I read that, you know, they could have contributed to the plague, you know, the Black Death, because they used to just flush them down into the sewer system. I don't know if there's any truth in it.
Wow, that's let's
who knows?
Let's hope it stays there.
Yeah, it does. Yes. So double cream, just reducing down a little bit.
And Archie, who is your Archie, last time I saw you, you were clean shaven. Is that a lockdown beard?
No, that's just a normal issue one.
Is it?
He's had a beard for years and a Harley Davidson.
Yeah, it's a standard issue Dorset beard.
Like it. And just for clarity, you are standing 2 meters apart.
Yes.
Yes, we are.
2.5 actually.
If it looks a bit closer at times, it's just because it's a wide angle lens.
Exactly. But yes, of course.
We're keeping social distancing and taking all of that very seriously at the moment.
Quite right too. And this is being such a simple recipe, but you know, nonetheless a brilliant one, because you're using what's considered your product really, Archie, is mostly a waste product, isn't it?
Well, that is one way of looking at it. I mean, milk is an incredible kind of it's like a book of different wonderful ingredients, and a lot of chapters in that book are often forgotten. You know, when you make cheese, you take all the curds, and then the whey is sort of goes off and has been quite disregarded a lot of the time, especially in Britain. Used to be fed to the pigs because there was such a surplus of it through cheese production. And basically, that chapter of the milk, if you like, is just as high quality as the curds that we use, which comes from the great grass-grazed cow's milk that we have in West Dorset. So we've taken that component and we've made a superb vodka, which is incredibly smooth out of that. So ultimately, every bit of the milk is used. There's nothing wasted. And yeah, so
Yeah.
It's
that lovely circular economy.
Yeah, and nothing. I mean, and it also makes it feasible. I mean, traditionally, oh, we've got a technical hitch here.
Oh,
Are you still there, Steve?
Yeah, we're still here. We can still hear you, Archie.
Trying to get through on the other line.
Can you see us?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, thanks, Mark.
So I've got the cheddar in, the black cow cheddar. I'm going to cook the asparagus now. Boiling salted water. This is from the Wye Valley. I tried to buy some from those guys up in Hampton, Steve. You know the guys I mean?
Yes.
They wouldn't serve me. They wouldn't serve me.
Why not?
I know.
Unbelievable.
I know. It's crazy, isn't it?
Don't they know who you are?
Well, obviously not.
Who are you?
Right. Okay, so asparagus is nearly ready. Dorset knobs. I was brought up on Dorset knobs. My grandmother used to leave me. I used to go out to the local nightclub when I was at college. I used to live with my grandparents, and my grandmother used to leave out a tin of Dorset knobs, Branston pickle, and a big chunk of Stilton. And you can imagine the mess the next morning, can't you? You know, because when you open the Dorset knobs, they're quite
maybe for people who are watching further afield than Dorset, do you want to explain what a Dorset knob is?
Yeah, so the Dorset knob, I've had to educate quite a few people on, you know, how you eat Dorset knobs, because even the best foodies and food writers and stuff don't quite get them. They all say they're disgusting. But they're basically a dried, dehydrated bread roll made just down the road. Well, they used to be made just down in Morecambe Lake, but the factory's now moved. And it's essential, if you're going to eat them with cheese, to have butter and a good pickle. I mean, I'm a big Branston pickle fan. You can't go wrong with Branston, can you?
No.
And blue cheese and butter. So that's really the essential ingredients to put on top. So, but today we're going to put a mixture of the Dorset knobs and asparagus. Yeah.
And you've lit, oh, I see what you're doing. You've lit the fondue.
We've lit the fondue. I'm going to put the sauce in the fondue. There we are. You ever been to a fondue party, Steve?
Well, as you said, it was a bit sort of stuck in the 70s, a bit like my dress style. But I have been to, I've enjoyed a fondue before, but we never really used to eat out as a family. Going out as a family to restaurants, we didn't really do until I was in my late teens, early 20s.
Yeah,
so my mum was a keen fonduer.
Was she? Right. So,
Mark and Archie, you know, we've got people who have pledged to come and sit on the front row, and we might bring them on to chat to you. We've also got some brilliant people on our YouTube channel, our subscribers, also keen to ask questions. I've got one here. I've got a question from Penny Searles. And Penny, it seems, well, she might know your grandfather, Mark, Bill, who used to be the mayor. Searles, Searles, Penny. And
Penny.
so she said that she wants to know about your granddad, Bill. He was the mayor of Bridport. And was he an inspiration? He was a keen gardener.
My granddad was an amazing person. He had a painting and decorating business with my dad. He ran the Crown Inn on the roundabout. He was the mayor of the town. He was the chairman of the football club and was a West Dorset district councillor all at the same time. And used to grow these amazing chrysanthemums and tomatoes. And I always remember going up to the Chelsea Flower Show. He didn't drive, and his friend used to take us up, and all of the chrysanthemums were in these wooden boxes with little water bags at the bottom, and the heads were, about the size of a person's head. And he used to always come back with, medals and awards and stuff. And, he was a great inspiration. I mean, he used to go to work, jokes to one side, on a push bike with the ladder across the handlebars and the pots of paint, because he didn't ever pass his test. So that was his method of transport to get to whoever's house he was decorating. Cheers. Nice to sit.
Mate. Good health and all.
Yeah, and I used to sit with him in the evenings and watch things like 40 Towers and Benny Hill and the Two Ronnies. And he was just a very inspirational person that would, I would always, and I my parents separated. My dad got custody of us, and I went to live with my grandparents, which was, I think, a great thing, for early life.
Yeah, I think that you're right. Something similar to my childhood is that my nan, my mum's mum, lived with my mum and dad before I was born and my brother was born. And that meant that my mum could be a working mum. I mean, she only worked in a corner shop. She wasn't a doctor or a lawyer, but we were kind of brought up on my nan's cuisine.
Yeah, I know. And I think, everyone cooked then. I always remember, whatever day of the week we used to have stuffed lamb's hearts, and there was always like a slow cooked pork belly, in this funny little green and cream colour casserole that my gran sort of tended to cook everything in. Everything was slow cooked and overcooked.
Yeah.
And my granddad's father lived with them later in life. He was like 99 when he died, and he didn't have any. He had false teeth, obviously, and at night time he used to have a cup of tea by his bed and soak the Dorset knob in the tea so that he could digest it. But he always used to have the wholemeal Dorset
and then
knobs.
Exactly. And then after he'd finished the cup of tea, he used to take his teeth out and put them in the mug, ready for the morning.
Yeah.
Are you drinking that Black Cow vodka neat? Is that the way to do it?
Yes, as it is. Would you like one, Steve?
Stop it. I'm absolutely furious that I'm in lockdown, and I'm really missing going out.
I saw you out on your push bike the other day. I nearly ran you over.
Yeah, were you aiming for me? Yeah, I've been out and about. What I like to do is get out and about, and we've been taking the girls cycling because the roads are kind of quite empty, and it's good exercise. And of course, there's nobody out on the road apart from celebrity chefs.
Bit of fondue.
Yeah, that's brilliant. That's come together very quickly. Can I ask, did you put any Black Cow vodka in the cheese sauce?
Do you know, I forgot. That's reminded me. But it's never too late.
Never. No. You've got to taste it before you put it in, right?
Hang on. Well, the good thing, it stays hot on the burner, so.
Yeah, lovely. That looks amazing. And quick tip for asparagus. They were just in there for what, 3 minutes?
Yeah. A lot of people overcook asparagus and a lot of people undercook asparagus. I think there's a happy medium of having it just right. And I never peel asparagus. I was trained to peel asparagus. And then later in life, I thought, what's the point of peeling asparagus?
Yeah, what's all that about? make any sense. So just
I think
yeah,
it's a French
that's
thing.
brilliant. And one of the things, yeah, possibly. I think you know what I'm finding quite interesting about this whole lockdown is that everybody's engaging in food one way or another. You're doing some brilliant things on your Instagram feed with your daughter. They look really brilliant. But you're
She's better than you, Steve.
Hey,
She's better than you are.
yeah, much better than me. Blimey.
We bring her on.
I just chat. But I've also seen you out in your garden. What did I see you planting vines recently?
Yeah. Shall we go and have a look at the vines, Archie? The little mini vineyard. I'm thinking if anyone's got an idea, I've got a couple of ideas for the name.
Go on.
I can't see that. So
We can see you.
No, it's just here. It's quite small on the slope. You see,
Nice.
Steve?
Yeah, I can see.
There's just 10 vines, and it's Solaris. Rob Corbett from Castlewood gave me the vines.
Yeah.
I dug them in last week. It's pretty hard work. It's really rocky here, but the vines love that anyway because it drives the roots down to find moisture.
Yeah. Brilliant.
So, yeah,
And
I'm
will
doing
you...
quite a lot of gardening. Show them the garden, Arch. So I've got a lot of salads that have been growing all through the winter.
Yeah.
Then we've got cardoons and lots of different bits and pieces.
Lovely. They usually do, yeah. And do you find, Mark, that you're being a little bit more creative with your cooking because you can't necessarily just go out?
A little bit, but I'm sort of, you know, because I'm here on my own. My daughter went back to London, and for example, in the mornings, I bought some blood oranges from Felicity's farm shop, and I was squeezing them and putting the skins in the compost. Then I suddenly thought, why don't I make marmalade with them? So I just used my old faithful recipe where you boil the oranges whole, in this case, you know, the half skins, and then you add the sugar and you shred them up and put them back in the mixture, and it was delicious. And it was, you know, potentially something that would have just gone into the compost and not necessarily compost, as oranges don't.
Yeah.
But it was
It's
a great,
interesting, isn't it?
yeah, and you know, you just end up using up things. I mean, I've had lots of different deliveries from local fishermen, the Blue Marine Foundation, and I've been making a lot of fish soup, and I've been buying lobsters and crabs from Tax, who catches our prawns and lobsters for the restaurant.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
you know, been making bisque and all sorts. I've actually got a pot of lobster bisque on now. I took it off for this so we didn't get confused. But I've got this which has been bubbling away for a while, and I strained it off. Initially reduced it down into a sort of glaze, and I keep it in the freezer, so I just pull out a spoon at a time. And so I put some more fish stock onto this and some tomatoes and onions. I'm going to make that into a lobster bisque. So you know, because you get so much flavour from.
Sounds amazing.
From a lobster shell, you know,
yeah.
And then you know you just thicken it a little bit with either some flour or rice, as they do in Italy, and you know, sort of half blend it all.
So we've got. Yeah, amazing. So you're basically giving us a description of two fantastic dishes. We will get the recipes on our website, so we'll tap you up for the recipes. Don't forget to take or get Archie to take a picture of your finished asparagus fondue. I've got a question from somebody from the YouTube channel. It's from James Cousins. Now, I know we're championing Black Cow, vodka and cheese, but James is asking, do you think you could make the fondue sauce with perhaps the Dorset Blue Vinny, keeping it local?
Yeah, I think just be careful with the blue cheese in the fondues. It's going to go a funny old colour.
Slightly grey.
Yeah, it's going to be not as attractive, but I suppose you could put a little bit of blue Vinny and some cheddar in it. Or you could even have some chunks of blue Vinny that you dip into the, you know, the white fondue.
Nice. Yeah, good idea. Good idea. And of course, you know, smack bang at the beginning of the asparagus season, but fondues are not just for asparagus, they just work really well. Archie.
Yeah, hi.
Hi Archie, welcome back. What we want to do is make sure that anybody that we champion as a supplier, we want to give them an opportunity to benefit and be supported. Of course, you and Mark are mates and you've always worked together, quite integrated on that front. But where can people buy Black Cow cheese and Black Cow vodka currently? Do you have an online sales?
We do, and now with what's been going on, we've doing free postage. So effectively, it's just as easy as going anywhere else to get it. So if you go onto blackcow.co.uk, you can get our bottles at normal retail price, and it will be posted for free to you along with the cheese. Yeah, no, that's very easy. Otherwise, all pretty much it's in most supermarkets now, I'm pleased to say, and also still in all the local places that we started off this journey in.
Great, and that's nationally, not just in the southwest. You post anywhere.
That's nationally.
You deliver anywhere?
Nationally, Sainsbury's, Tesco's, Morrison's, Waitrose, Majestic, everywhere. Yeah.
And of course, yeah, and of course, the other thing is that we're trying to champion the local suppliers. Mark mentioned Felicity's in the southwest. We've got Miller's. We've got loads of brilliant places that we can support.
Yeah, I think those two places are fantastic, Miller's and Felicity's.
And Washingpool.
And Washingpool.
Yeah. Washingpool, which basically is where our journey began, which is where we really started off with those farm shops, bringing it over in the Land Rover, and that's where the whole thing started. And talk about local. Our milk is really just from Jason's farm over in Broad Windsor, Little Windsor, and so it's local. But now, luckily, you can all try it all over the country.
Great, and you seem to have sparked an interest in the Dorset knobs, Mark. We've got a question from Lawrence. Are they similar to Devon Half Moons?
Oh,
never heard of them.
Never heard of them. Devon Half Moons.
I'm
not sure.
I'm not familiar with that. It sounds slightly Masonic.
Yeah, I've never ever heard of a Devon Half Moon.
I think we better try them. They sound intriguing.
We'll have a little Google afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Doesn't sound as good as a Dorset knob, does it?
No, it doesn't. No. There's no satisfaction in saying. Brilliant.
It's like an astrologer's.
Lads, that was another. Yeah, one for Patrick Moore in days of old. Lads, it's really nice to see you looking so happy, healthy, and hirsute. You've definitely got the right lockdown ingredients, and I imagine
Archie always has plenty. I've always got it in my cabinet, and we've also got plenty of Black Cow cheddar in there.
Brilliant. So,
cheers.
Lads, thanks for supporting us. Thanks for that really lovely, sweet demo. It looks absolutely delicious.
If you're a good boy,
it would be great to be
a bottle of Black Cow. Put it for your letterbox.
Well, let's make him say it live so that he has to commit. Archie?
Yeah.
Are you going to deliver that Black Cow vodka to Upline?
Certainly am.
Correct. Well
no
said.
problem at all.
And lovely to see you both. Thanks for supporting us.
Would you like some
I've got
knobs
another
as well?
question coming in. Yeah. I think leading up to this, I was really looking forward to it, but I wasn't expecting you to say knob more than 25 times. We've got somebody in the front row that we'd like to invite in. Have you got time for a quick live question from Penny?
Nothing else to do.
It's from him watching all those Benny Hills with his granddad when he was a kid. So you can't stop.
It's brilliant. Yeah, comedy gold. So Archie and Mark, stay on screen. We're going to invite Penny in. Penny, can you hear us? She's waiting in the wings. She's sipping
Hello,
champagne
Penny.
in the green room. It's like the Eurovision Song Contest, this, isn't it, Archie?
Yeah.
Are you there, Luxembourg? We're trying to find out.
The two Ronnies.
Yes, yeah, or the Three Stooges, if I can be included. Anybody under the age of 45 has got no idea who we're talking about. Oh, hi. Oh, it's Polly.
Oh, wait, I'm not supposed to be here yet. I'm just trying out the tag.
Hi, Polly. How are you?
Hello.
Hello, Polly.
Hello, I'm so sorry. I'm crashing in.
It's Dr. Polly
That's
Russell.
fine.
This is what happened.
Join our party anytime.
I'm really sorry.
Don't be sorry.
I'm
How are you?
I'm really.
Got a question?
I was just
You
going
got a
to.
question, Polly?
What?
Have you got a question?
Have you
Well, I've
got-
literally just joined you. Do you mean a sort of? I don't know what you're doing. I've just joined this second. What are you
No,
cooking?
we're just having a party.
Yeah.
An online party.
Polly, so let me just explain. Mark, Polly, Dr. Polly Russell, food historian, friend to the virtual food festival, Jack Stein. She's coming on. After Stephen Hendry, snooker world champion, 7 times winner. Polly's coming on, and hopefully we'll be able to get her where she's kind of prepped and ready. It's really nice that you can just gate crash, Polly. Don't feel sorry at all. It's really lovely.
Does Stephen Hendry drink black cow? I wonder. Does he drink black cow, Stephen Hendry? Pop back, you know, that sort of thing.
I can't
Very
hear you.
good.
I've lost the audio now. Hey,
don't
I'm going
worry.
to disappear.
We'll see it. Bye, Polly. Take care. Yeah. Nice.
I think, Steve, you should, Stephen Hendry, you should persuade to drink black cow. It'll be, you know, like pot black. It'll be a hand steadier.
That would be very fitting, and we might even get him to cook a pot roast. Okay, right. So we've got Penny on the front row. Hi, Penny.
Hey, Mark.
Hi, Stephen
Hey,
here.
Steve.
Hello, Penny. How are you?
Welcome.
I'm
and
good.
thanks for supporting
Good.
us.
I'm loving this. This is fantastic.
Good. We behaved
It's a
ourselves.
great
so far.
opportunity to see everybody's tidy kitchens.
Oh, yes. Right.
I'm glad you can't see mine, Penny.
Well, Steve, you look like you're in a prison cell.
Yeah, I am. Cell block H.
Oh, something's beeping somewhere. It's driving me mad. What is it?
So my question to Mark is, Mark, heard
Yeah.
lots of things about the industry in the press lately and heard, you know, the sad news that you've had to close some of your restaurants down. What's next for
Yes.
you, and what do you think's next for the industry?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we're all in the same boat. It's interesting. I had a chat with some friends the other day on a Zoom or whatever call, and yeah, they were all sort of restaurateurs, and they said, actually, Hixie, you're in the best position because actually you don't own any restaurants anymore, so you've got nothing to worry about. I thought, oh yeah, they're right. You know. So you know, we don't know what's going to happen. It's you know, it's a you know, an ongoing conversation really, but yeah, we don't.
Yeah,
know.
I
We
mean,
don't know.
restaurants are
Everyone's
part of our
itching to get out
culture,
and-
aren't they? You know, it's where we all go and socialise. We have a few drinks, we meet with friends, and I can't see how it's going to work so well if you know, we're going to be required to sit at least 2 meters apart.
No, exactly. And then, you know, so when eventually restaurants do open and there's restrictions, you're only going to do half the amount of customers anyway.
Yeah.
And, you know, some greedy landlords will still be asking you for the same rent as they were, you know, charging before. So,
Do you think the government are going to help, you know, particularly the rural hospitality, you know, the chains like the Pig, like the Stein Group? Do you think?
well, my friend Robin
government
the other day wrote a very good letter on behalf of all of us sort of restaurateurs and hoteliers in hospitality, you know, in the countryside to Boris Johnson. And it was a fantastic letter, and hopefully it'll see, yeah, because if you think about it, you know, the hospitality industry, which bars, pub, restaurants, takeaways, you know, everything to do with food and stuff, is probably one of the biggest tourism things in the country, and it's never been well sort of supported by the government or anything. They've always sort of turned a blind eye. Catering colleges closed down and all that sort of stuff. And I think it's never quite been recognised as it should. And people take it for granted that restaurants, pubs, hotels are just like going to the post office or going to a supermarket. But we employ an awful lot of people in our business, and it is a huge internationally. We employ a lot of people, and locally, so it is a huge business to be in. And I think it needs to be recognised by the government. And actually, now you sort of hear on the radio that the hospitality sector is one of the one of the the biggest affected really in the whole world. And it is. I mean, it's so sad driving past restaurants and hotels that are just closed. The doors are closed.
Yeah, I mean, it's a core part of our British culture that we go to pubs and we meet our friends and have drinks and have something to eat. And all the restaurants around the country, it is really sad to see them all closed down. And it's hard to imagine how it's all going to come back good and be like it was before. But maybe in some ways, the crisis has a silver lining that people will appreciate the people that work in hospitality and serve food and work in shops. Maybe things will turn around a bit, because catering colleges have sort of disappeared really. There's if you leave school and say you want to be a waitress and that's your job choice, people think that's a sad job choice, not a positive thing.
No, no, exactly. I mean, when I left school, I remember, I went to catering college, and all my friends at school, when I told them I was going to go to London and be a chef, they all thought I was mad. They thought I was, completely bonkers, until I come back a few years later, and then they thought I was a local celebrity. I said, no, I just work in hotels and restaurants. It's not.
What made you decide to go to catering college though? Because that was a big choice.
Well, I didn't really know what to do when I was leaving school. You get to the 5th year and it's like make your mind up time, and you have meetings with the careers officer, as it was then, and I didn't know. And my dad knew this guy called Hamish, who had a local restaurant. He was a musician and sort of local restaurateur down in Bridport. And he persuaded me. We met in the George in town in Bridport, and he persuaded me to go to catering college, which I did. So my dad took me to Weymouth to the college, and that was my career. I had a fantastic lecturer, a guy called Laurie Mills, who taught me a lot about cooking, a lot about partying, and a lot about having fun. And to this day, I still hold him. When people say, who was your biggest influence, and people are expecting me to say, sort of named chefs that I might have worked with or I'm friends with, and I always say Laurie Mills, my old school lecturer.
Mark, is it true that you've got O levels in partying?
A levels, Donny.
A levels, of course. Penny, that was really brilliant. Some great questions. Thanks for joining us.
No problem. Thanks for the opportunity. It's been really
great. Thank you, Penny.
Thanks for supporting us by pledging to be in the front row on crowdfunder as well, which everybody else can.
Yes, thank you,
Penny. Take care.
Great opportunity.
Cheers. And Mark and Archie, what a fantastic session. Lovely to see you both. Take care. Keep on doing the good things that you always do, supporting local food suppliers and producers and making fantastic dishes and brilliant produce. Thanks to both of you.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, so that was great that we can get that interaction with people from the crowdfunder platform. You can do that too with everybody else that's coming up. We're coming back on the hour at 1 o'clock. We've got the amazing Gizzi Erskine, and Gizzi's going to bring a lot of style and quality to our YouTube channel. So let's see you back here on the hour, 1 o'clock. Enjoy the break. Hi, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that little break, and I hope you're enjoying the whole virtual food festival. I'm here in Lyme Regis, my hometown, with the family, locked down in the kitchen, although somebody mentioned that it looks like I'm in a prison cell. I'm not. I'm enjoying every minute of what we're doing here. I'd like to say a few thanks to people who are already supporting us and have supported us since the beginning. Everybody who is now subscribed to the YouTube channel, it's great that you're doing that, and thanks for your comments, thanks for your questions, and thanks for all of your support. Tell your friends, all your foodie friends, anybody you know that might just have a spare hour or so on this Sunday, so that we can actually help support the people who underpin the industry. And the way that you can do that is by visiting the crowdfunder website, where you can pledge your support. You can go via our virtualfoodfestival.org website too, and you can see a whole host of amazing rewards and prizes, things that money can't really buy, or at least cannot buy for the price that we're asking. So let's generate some cash for the producers and the suppliers, and let's really show them some love. Our next guest, well, ever since we announced that this next guest was going to appear, the whole world went into a spin. She's brilliant, she's super busy, she's super stylish, and she's going to create something magical for us. Please, can I welcome onto the screen, Gizzi Erskine.
Yes.
Hi, Gizzi.
Hi, darling.
Hello, my love. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm a little bit aware. As you know, after speaking to me very late last night, I had quite a few things. So, no, I'm all right. I'm all right. I've had a lot of help. I've got my very good friend, Andrew Clark, here, who's been giving me a lot of help.
The Andrew Clark?
The Andrew Clark. The Andrew Clark.
Oh my word. Well, listen, I know who Andrew is, but maybe if you just told our viewers back on YouTube who Andrew is.
Where to start with Andrew? Andrew has been the exec and the head chef of some of the best places. I first met you. Where did I meet you? In
Rita's back in my
Yeah, Rita's, which you were head chef with, and then you kind of moved on. Basically, last seen at St Leonard's. Smashing it.
Yeah.
But also, like Andrew does some amazing stuff. He has a company called Pilot Light, which is looking after mental health for chefs, and he's going around the world and just doing really brilliant stuff. Being a good person for us all, which is very cool.
Okay. Sorry, because I've got to tell you, you're winning in the best kitchen steak so far.
You have no idea. I'm very pleased. To be honest with you, it was quite a big ask. I was like, pink kitchen? How's that going to go down? To be honest, I need to say I'm not a pink person. I mean, if it was up to me, I'd probably go jet black or like, or maybe like gold lame or something. But I settled on pink. Do you know what it was? I went to the when the sketch got redone. Did you go to the new sketch? And it was just so lovely, like all this lovely plush velvet and
my wife's been
and like gold ornate stuff, and it was so gaudy. Like, it's perfect. So
I love it. I love it. Gizzi, just could you do us a favour, because we want to see as much of your lovely kitchen as possible. Are you able to do landscape?
Oh, let me see. Can I? I don't know. We shall find out. I don't think I can actually. Oh, hang on. There we are.
Yeah.
That's it. Is that better?
Well, it's gone to landscape, but your image has stayed in profile, so it looks like
How do I do that? Oh, Jesus.
Oh, don't worry about it. Just put it back where it was.
Hang on. What do I do? Is it?
No, fine.
Oh, I can see. Hang on. I can see.
It's a bit like being on the Titanic then for a minute.
Like, whoa. Is there a button which says which one to do?
Don't worry, darling. That's fine. We can
I did warn you. I can manage to run a business, but cannot for the life of me do anything with technology or go to the post office.
Talking about business, you're talking about doing the business. You're killing it. I saw you yesterday. Front page of Grazia.
I know, I was pretty huge. I know, to be honest with you, I was like, about bloody time. it was cool. I was blown away. They did, I don't know, it's really nice. What I feel like this year has done is it's kind of reinforced exactly where I want to be in the industry, which is still doing really nice, fun, creative things, you know, partnering with some really cool people. And I think the success of the Nightery meets the stuff that I'm doing with Giz and Greens with Professor Green. And like this
let's say hi to Professor Green.
Say hi to Professor Green. He's in Morocco. He went over with his girlfriend to look after her dad. His girlfriend's Moroccan before lockdown, and they 100% got stuck there. So he's now in Morocco, but they've just moved into an amazing house with a bloody huge pool, and I'm not feeling that sorry for him anymore.
Neither am I. Just on Grazia, I'm really delighted. I'm really delighted you made the front cover eventually. They asked me to do the centre spread, but I turned them down.
But that would have been a pretty picture. When I'm thinking of a centre spread, I don't think of it as a magazine like Grazia has one of those.
What are you going to cook for us, Gizzi?
I'm like, I think we're talking about a very different magazine.
Possibly.
And I'd love to see it, frankly.
Okay, well, all right. Maybe put it on crowdfunder as a pledge and get 2 quid. What are you going to cook for us?
So I'm cooking with one of my really brilliant friends, Matt Chatworth. He has the Cornwall Project. Oh no! Oh, there we go. That's our Carl York. So I'll hang on. Let me just get it out because we're going to have to do this in 2 different sections because we needed what I made earlier because I'm basically roasting a lamb and the lamb. I say lamb. It's not lamb. It's hogget. Which is slightly older lamb. It's beautiful, really dry meat. The thing about Matt's production is what he gears entirely towards is looking after his animals in rewilding the areas. Rewilding is the wrong word. It's regenerative farming, and we'll talk to him a bit later about it because I feel like I'm not going to do it justice in the way that he'll be able to explain it. But Matt, I've known from the beginning of my career. I think I met him maybe when I was at St John. I don't know. He was working for Fish for Thought years ago, so I can't even remember what year it was. And then this little dude used to come around my house with loads of lovely produce to trial, and it was really, you know, we just became really good friends. And he's then started farming his own. He was working with producers to begin with and looking at the soil, and then his mum's bred sheep for a long time. They just decided to take it up a notch. So I'm cooking. Well, that was a long way to get around to saying what I'm cooking. I'm cooking just a really good classic roast lamb because it's Sunday and Sunday lunch. I'm going to show you how to do a really quick one and how to get a more bang for your buck when you're getting high quality meat, because it does come at a premium, but you can actually do loads with it. Okay, so I got given a whole leg and it was a monster. It was, I mean, a hogget leg is probably twice the size of a lamb leg. And so we've butchered it down into 3 pieces. So the nice thing about that is that when you're cooking for, you know, we always assume that when you're making a roast, you're cooking for, you know, a whole family, but a lot of the time it's not. A lot of the time it's up to 4 people, which is perfect. Yeah. So we're able to use this, these different pieces. And so I'm going to show you, basically, I've got my one out here resting, which will be nice and pink. I'm going to be serving that with a gratin of, by the way, this is stuffed with very seasonal wild garlic, so which you get everywhere. I got mine from my friend Andrew's fridge. But it's banging season. It's a really, really delicious. I'm just going to turn the light down a bit because I think I'm a bit bright.
Hang on, you can do it from there. You can turn your light down from there.
Oh God, you've got to catch up with the program. I've got this whole setup these days. It's ridiculous. I vowed I'd never come in the blogger remit. I vowed I would never do this. but lockdown has made me do talking to camera stuff. I'm actually just going to clean my lens as well. I'm a bit worried that it's a bit smudgy. That's better. There we go. There I am. So I've stuffed that with wild garlic and loads of salt and pepper. So we didn't even bother making a pesto. It was all hand chopped, really lovely, simple and fresh, and then tied, which I'm going to desperately try and show you. I might actually get Andrew to show us because his skills are far superior to mine. And then I'm going to be serving it with a gratin of one of my favourite beans. When I grew up, my mum used to make this really delicious flageolet that we used to have with lamb in it. She used to just toss through probably just the lamb jus, really, with a load of the lamb fat, and it was absolutely delicious with a bit of rosemary. But I sort of like made this a bit more gaudy, which is sums me up in a nutshell. So I've got some cream, some anchovies, some rosemary. I'm going to put the little flowers of the wild garlic in it. I'm going to cook that down with some confit garlic, and then we're going to finish it. We're going to gratinate it with cheese. So it's going to be very delicious.
Yeah,
so just quickly,
yeah,
I should probably get on, shouldn't I? Because I can talk for England and we might be here all day.
Well, you and me both.
So I don't know what you can see. So I'm going to bring things up to you. So we've cut this into, I mean, here are the two pieces that we've got left. So you can see, first of all, I just want to show you the quality of the meat. The bark there it's thick, but it's sort of, inside it's sort of like encasing this really lovely dry meat. And that will come down to,
a little bit higher, sorry.
Sorry?
Sorry, my darling, just there you go. Amazing.
Yeah. So that's the bark's fairly thick, but then on the inside the meat is dry. Yeah. You know, and that means it's been, well, first of all, it means it's been grown properly, slowly, as it should be, as nature intended. But it also means that it's been hung and butchered properly as well. So we'll talk to Matt about that later on. So then you can
We're talking about Matt Chatfield, aren't we?
Matt Chatfield. I love Matt so much. Okay, so and then we've got two pieces. I'm actually going to roll up one in exactly the same way as we've done. Show you how to do it. This cooked in like how many minutes was it in the end? 20. We should probably check we should check the temperature of this one. Hang on a second. Might actually give that to you to do, so I can carry on. We are social distancing while hanging out. So here you go, darling. Cool. We'll get Andrew on in a bit, but obviously we're still doing our 2 meters apart.
Just saying hi to Andrew.
Hi, just stick your head around. He's coming in. Hi, mate.
Hey, mate, how are you?
Yeah, good, mate. Nice to see you.
Yeah. We've hung out a bit, haven't we, Jack?
That's not Jack.
It's not Jack.
No, it's Stephen.
Stephen. No, I haven't met Stephen. Hey, Stephen, how are you?
All right, mate. Nice to see you, David.
Okay, so I'm going to get on quickly and make this flageolet gratin. Oh, no, I'm not. So back in the room. I'm going to just quickly show you how to, what I've done. So I've got a load of chopped wild garlic in there. And I'm just going to mix that with some olive oil and some salt and pepper, not just enough to make a sort of paste, really. You don't want it to be, I'll show you what it's going to look like. Quite a lot of salt. I mean, I would season the meat as well as the stuffing. I'm going to save one of these pieces of meat. I think that's what I was trying to say. And the bit that looks like it's got the most sinew in it, I'm going to go for this bit, I think. I'm going to keep, because I can make a braise out of that. So out of this one huge leg of lamb, I'm probably going to get, I mean, if depending on how many people it's going for, there's 3 of us today. I mean, we could get easily 7-8 meals out of this, easily, probably even more. So right, so I'm going to put that one to the side. Thank you. And then I'm just putting some pepper on the inside of this meat, and then I'm going to put, so I've got this wild garlic, and you can see it's sort of like a sludge now. See that?
Yeah.
It smells incredible. I feel like everyone's starting to know what wild garlic is, but still, some people still don't know. So it's wild garlic is a leaf. It sort of grows everywhere. It's a sort of thing where you probably have to be careful if you're in a park and you come across some wild garlic, the likelihood is it's going to be covered in dog wee, because they do like to have a wee and a wild garlic. So you really want to give it a good clean when you get it. But it is absolutely, it's like you're walking through a field of garlic, but it's grassy as well. So annoyingly, how to go wash my hands.
And the other thing, Gizzi, just while you're washing your hands, is wild garlic. The wild garlic's fairly easy to recognise, isn't it?
I mean, you can't miss it.
It smells so wonderful.
It's intense. It hits you straight away, and it's really delicious. I am actually, Andrew. I'm going to get you to. I'm going to get him to actually show you how to wrap this, just based on the fact that we're going to run this way.
Brilliant.
And then what I'm going to do while Andrew's showing you that, just quickly, I'm going to boil. I've got these flageolet beans. Okay, but these have been cooked. They're cooked to the point where they're still quite firm, but they're cooked through. I'm going to boil them in some really good quality cream, really thick cream, with some confit garlic. Let me show you, which is possibly the worst confit garlic I've ever made. It was almost fried garlic. So garlic that you cook it very, very slowly in oil until it squishes, and becomes a paste. Okay. Nice. And some anchovies, lovely high quality anchovies, and then we're going to boil them down with the beans. Once they're going to start to thicken, I'll show you, and then we're going to put them in the gratins and cover them in cheese.
Wow!
So I'm going to get Andrew to show you exactly how you're going to be rolling that while I'm doing this in the background.
Okay. Nice. Okay, so.
Andrew. I'm going to make a cut in this. I'm going to stuff it right in now.
Okay, so
just so we can fold this better.
That's such a really classic.
We'll just get that one.
Andrew, it doesn't matter if you're cutting against the grain or anything. It's just to get the stuff.
Not for this. I'm just making a little channel where we can just stuff all that in, and then we'll flip it over. And we're just going to tie this. I can do this quite quickly, so
Andrew, are you going to lace it, or are you going to do individual knots?
I will lace it. So yeah, I tie a little loop at the top.
Hang on a sec. Can we just drop the camera down a little bit, because this is going to be great. Sorry. Thanks, Giz. Perfect. All
right, you got it?
Yeah, got it.
Let's do that. So we just tie a little knot at the top, like so.
Yep.
If I can even do that. I've got very oily hands now. Okay. And then there's this little motion of making a loop, like so, and then pull it back. And I do it like inch intervals. So you just see that little loop. It's just about turning it, and then you've got and it's very, very slidey. So just hoping it doesn't fall on the floor. How's that looking?
It looks amazing. It's a bit like watching Close-Up Magic by David Blaine.
I'll be doing this in the street when we're allowed out.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I watch it. So, Andrew.
Yes.
Do you do all the Christmas presents? Do you wrap all the Christmas presents at home?
I actually wrap them in foil just for that extra culinary touch.
It's nice work.
And so can you explain to us exactly how this is going for you guys as well? Like what's happening your end?
Well, it's a really good question, Gizzi, because I'm in the kitchen at home, and I'm sat at the kitchen table, although people keep saying I look as if I'm sat in a prison cell. And my wife Ellie, who's really the brains behind this, is kind of driving everything.
Incredible, by the way. Thank you for everything, Ellie. I want to say
that she's saying that's okay. And our three daughters are just running amok upstairs and eating chocolate in the bed, watching movies, total long distance parenting, and
it's like it's all gone feral, and I'm loving it. How?
Yeah, it's all right.
Obviously, there's awful things going on out there.
I
But I
know,
think,
I know.
you know, doing stuff
Voila.
like this. Ta-da!
Ta-da!
So what we would then do is we would season this heavily, brown it off in a pan, which we can do behind you. We're going to brown that off in a pan. Here we are, and salt, pepper, and then this is a little bit thinner, so probably a bit of a lesser cook. So, but the internal temperature you want to get to is about 50.
51, I would go
yeah,
to.
because it's gonna in the resting, it's gonna it will continue to cook, you know.
Yeah, and
when Andrew's oh my god, are you kidding me? You.
That's it. That's the other one.
Hey.
Gizzi,
Yeah.
Can I bring on my old chum Jack Stein to chat with you and Andrew?
God, yes, you can. Does he want to? Here we go. Hang on. We'll bring it up.
So, thank you, darling. We're going to looking good. We're going to be bringing Jack on, who's currently sipping champagne in the green room. And
for God's sake! Every time I see that boy, he's drinking champagne these days, living the life.
I made that bit up. There he is. Look. Can you see him? Is that with Milo?
Yeah, I can hear him. I can hear what sounds like a baby.
Hello.
Aww, Jack.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh mate, hi.
Can you say hello to Arla?
We've not met yet.
I know she's a
Hey.
she's a lockdown baby. She doesn't know anything else.
Yeah, I know. Bloody hell. How's Lucy getting on?
Yeah, we're doing great. Thanks for coming on this, and obviously thanks a lot.
It's absolute joy to be doing it.
Yeah, look, I made a veggie patch. Vegetables.
You got your veggie patch?
Well, actually, Ross gave them to me as seedlings. I haven't grown anything. Say what?
You are doing some work.
What are you drinking,
every time I see you've got a glass of champagne in your hands.
I'd just like to say thanks, Andrew, as well for helping out, and I love your beer.
I know.
You didn't realise that wasn't me. That's not my voice. Steve's got a much posher voice than me. Just like to say thanks a lot, guys. And we'll say goodbye now. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
See you, Jack. That's great to see the family. Every time I see Jack,
that baby is so good.
He's
Lucy and Jack make some very good babies. Lucy and Jack make some very beautiful babies.
Yes, apparently so.
Look, I've got in here now. I've let this cook to a point where it's starting to reduce, but everything's sort of like coming together. I'm going to let that cook now a little bit longer. I'm now going to put the anchovies in here.
Okay.
Well, that was such a nice surprise. So I'm going to put them, you can tear them up, you can chop them up. I'm going to actually put these in whole. I just think that it's I love anchovies. I love seasoning. I love the salt.
Yeah.
Why don't you take that off just because of that? And then we can finish it later. Basically, I've just decided to take that off because I can't really hear anything. But essentially, the cook is you brown it in the oven. What was the final cook on that?
It was about 20 minutes, 25 minutes for the other piece. Slowly for 51 degrees.
Okay. So it was 25 minutes and you need 51 degrees internal temperature. Let it rest for about 30 minutes until it's perfectly cooked. And we'll make a little quick pan gravy with that as well. But in the meantime, I'm just going to transfer the gratins, into these lovely. What's the name of our mate who makes these?
Matt.
The company is. Say again. Okay, they love lovely British gratins from somewhere that I can't pronounce. Skepshot.
They're lovely cast iron pans.
So I just
it's Matt Frogger,
oiled them with garlic oil made from the confit garlic.
Yeah.
And this is definitely cooking down those. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to season it in a sec. The one thing I've forgotten to bring out, which I really want to actually, is some bloody nutmeg. I can't find it anywhere, but it's in here somewhere. Hang on, bear with me because it's worth it.
Okay.
And don't worry, it's fine. Tell you what I'm going to do. I can't find nutmeg, so for the last few minutes of cooking, I'm going to just put a piece of mace in there. But just great, about a quarter thing of nutmeg in now. I'm going to pull the mace out though. You need to know where you put it.
But Gizzi,
yeah,
mace and nutmeg are very close, aren't they?
They are the same nut.
Yeah.
So the mace is the sort of like weird. It's actually, I've got a bit of a like, you know, that trianglophobia thing where you're scared of weird holes and weird shapes. I've got a bit of that, and mace is a bit scary. It's the thing that goes around the nutmeg and sort of holds it together. Yeah. But it's got it makes me feel a bit sick, but it's delicious. It tastes like nutmeg, but more. Nutmeg's most definitely a spice. I think that the mace is more of an aromatic. Okay. Would that be fair to say?
I think I'm going to be passing that off as my own saying from now on.
Yeah. Right. So my reduction is now cream reduction is now very much reduced.
It's like doing a workout lifting those Le Creuset up to the camera.
I know. I've actually been working out loads. Have you?
Well, I cycle a little bit, but you know, we live in the bubble. Yeah.
Okay, now I need to season that with salt and pepper. I'm also going to put in at the end of this these beautiful little these are wild garlic flowers. They're so pretty. I'm going to put a couple of those in. I might save a couple for garnish on top as well. I'm going to fish out. Hang on, I've not done the pepper yet. I'm going to fish out the rosemary and the bay that I put in there, but leaving everything else in there. So what you're going to do is you're going to get a bite of everything as you go through it, you know. But you don't want to bite a big lump of rosemary, do you, or a lump of bay? Yeah,
it's a bit woody, isn't it? I love the fact that you've put double garlic in. You've put the kind of culture garlic and the wild garlic in.
I do. It sounds really gaudy and horrible, but again, that's something to me up in a nutshell. One of my most famous dishes is wet and wild Kievs, and I just think that that's. I love the fact that wet and wild to me is an absolute dirtbag way of looking at something. So I'm quite impressed with the fact I got that into a recipe.
But do you know what though? The other thing that you're really good at is I love your thing on fakeaways.
It's good, isn't it? I'm really pleased with where that's gone. Yeah. I mean, so Professor Green and I have been very good friends for. I can't even remember when we probably met. I DJ'd for him when I'm going to say about 9 years ago. Yeah. And he requested me because he wanted like rock and roll, and people didn't assume that that's what he was into. Then I found out like he'll probably kill. Well, no, he won't kill me because he's got really good music knowledge. His favorite band's Nirvana, and he loves, you know, he used to be a skater, and he's, you know, he's kind of like, he's not what you'd expect, you know, but he's actually a very mild, lovely, sweet boy. And we just kicked it off straight away, and we've just become like best mates. You know, he really is my best friend. We speak easily 10 times a day. It's kind of insane. Both because we're kind of manic, frenetic, needy people, I imagine. But he really is one of the love. You know, my mum loves him. He comes to our house for Christmas dinner. Yeah, he's his fucking dream. He really is.
He's a nice guy, it seems.
Have you met him?
No. Only in the record shops.
Only in record shops. Right. Yeah. Okay. So now I'm going to put on top of this. I'm going to put on. So what I would normally do is put Gruyere, but I forgot to buy some Gruyere, which is also another classic Gizzi move. So I've got some lovely aged Parmesan, and then I'm also going to do my friend Ewan Venters. Do you know Ewan?
I know of him.
Yep. So Ewan sent me the most wonderful balls. Basically, Ewan is Fortnum and Mason. Yeah. He is Fortnum and Mason, and he just sent me some lovely truffles cheddar. So I'm going to shove that on just to make it even more gaudy as well. It's going to be my new term, my new USP, gaudy Gizzi.com. Yeah. How was Rick this morning?
Yeah, he was great. And do you know what? You share a kind of foodie trajectory with Rick, because Rick started off as a DJ.
Yeah, I know. We talk about it a lot. Rick's a riot. Like, again, somebody you'd be very surprised about, you know. I reckon he's got lots of naughty stuff. But him and his family, you know, they've always been so good to me, like
Yeah.
so brilliant.
I've got an idea, Gizzi.
Huh?
I've got an idea. The next time we do a virtual food festival, why don't you and Rick do a back-to-back set with Professor Green?
What, DJ? That's actually not such a dumb idea.
Yeah.
Stephen hates DJing though, but I can do it. I love it.
Okay, I'm paying to see.
That's actually a really fun idea.
Come on, let's do it.
Okay, so I'm gonna these ready to go. So now I'm gonna pop these in under the grill. I'm gonna gratinate these under the grill just from a speed perspective. You can put them in the oven as well. So you've got this.
Yep. See.
Terrible.
Yep.
These little
That's
gratins. Very hot grill. It shouldn't take long at all. And then we can start plating it up.
Brilliant.
So I would go very simple with the plating on this. I just feel like we're going to make a pan juice quickly.
Yeah.
From the resting of the meat. And I've got some, because when you buy this quality meat, they send you the bones and everything. So I've made a lamb stock. Actually, I just want to show you some of the extras that we've made from it. So Matt sent through, I asked for a pluck or two. And the pluck is the whole of the intestines, basically. Not the intestines, it's the lungs, the liver, the kidneys, the heart.
Yeah, the internal organs.
Yeah. And because I wanted to make faggots, so he sent me a load of cool. I mean, and these are going to be the most delicious faggots you've ever made. It's kind of like this is based on a Fergus Henderson recipe, but it's actually been, that's not made normally using pork. And I've kind of gone a bit more zhuzh with, there's a lot more black pepper and there's a lot more nutmeg and things like that in here. So I'm very excited about building these in the core, which is soaking later.
It sounds like you've gone a bit gaudy on this one.
Classic. Classic gaudy Gizzi. And then we've also got, with the help of Andrew, because I really needed some help to do this, was these are haggis sausages.
Wow, amazing.
So, which is really, really cool. I guess like the message for this is not just using your good producers, but being adventurous and playful with the produce that you have, not throwing away any of the bits. You know, we've made the lamb stock out of the lamb bones, and we've got like a lot of food here. You know, there's no messing around. We've got a lot of food for not actually that much money. I mean, it's a nice produce is expensive, but it's worth it. And if you're clever, you can make it go far, you know?
Yeah, totally. Gizzi, can you just remind me where you can buy the produce?
So, we might have to, where I buy it is, I'm lucky, I live in Hills and Straw. But I would just go to Instagram and go to the Cornwall project.
Yeah.
We'll be speaking to Matt in a minute, won't we?
Yeah, we will, because he does like Warren on the Pass too, yeah?
Yeah, so he does Warren's Butchers as well.
Yeah. Gizzi, while you're having a quick sip of a well-deserved drink, can I ask you, did you take most of your culinary learning? Do you still continue to refer back to your time at Leeds, or has it progressed more?
Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, that year was invaluable. I learned so much, but I was already chefing before I went to Leeds, so it sort of was really just cementing what I wanted to do. I'd been working at E&O in Notting Hill for a while because of my friend Will Ricker. I was working under Ian Pengelly for a while, and then I went to Leeds, and sort of during then I ended up doing loads of stagiaires all over the place, and ended up. But yeah, I mean, Leeds is an amazing school. It is an amazing school. I think it's an expensive school. I was very privileged. I absolutely know my privilege in that situation, in that I had an inheritance that allowed me to go, and it meant that I could study in a year. But, you know, there are so many brilliant, you know, schools. Like Westminster College is one of the best in the world. Yeah. So, and that's just a regular, you know, and so many big people have come out of Westminster. I mean, I love Leeds. I have no bad words to say about it, but I also, you know, I grafted, and I was just lucky. I had enough money just to get in on the course, but I was broke for the whole thing, and it was a frustrating thing when nobody else was. and everyone else could do their homework and do all that sort of stuff. Well, I had to work day and night to be able to survive to do it, which is fine and it's good. And it meant that I came top of the whole school because I was
exactly. You
a
can
nerd,
still
and I
see
had
your
to
name
because I
in
really,
gold
I had to really
letters.
work for it. Huh?
You can still see your name in gold letters on the board.
You do.
Yeah.
You do.
That's
I'm
brilliant.
a big board. Yeah.
Yeah.
Never won anything in my life. Everything. My life is like the only things I've won in my life have been like I did a drawing, and my sister stole it off me, and she won. That's like what happens to me. I don't win things.
That's
Right,
what
I'm gonna
sisters
take this
do.
out. In fact, I'm actually going to leave these here just to keep them warm, but as you know, I've taken one out to show you. Just bear with me because I feel like I'm going to burn my hands off. Oh, by the way, I just want to say how impressed I am for the fact that I went to bed at 5 o'clock this morning. I hope you are too.
I was just
I'm
getting
really
up.
all right, aren't I? Jack will be impressed that I went to bed at all, if I'm honest. Okay, so you can see this is like complete
Nice.
resonated.
Yeah.
After this is done, I'm going to show you a plated. I'll show you a plated version, but you can see how beautiful and delicious. Yeah, it smells absolutely stunning. Right. Do we have time for me to make a little pan sauce, or shall I just sort of finish it? Should we chat to? I don't even know what the time is. Do we have time?
Yeah, we've got time. We can bring Matt on as well. Should we bring Matt on?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so we're gonna invite Matt over. You can do your pan sauce. That'd be really cool. And can I remind you, Gizzi, at the end, would you take a lovely picture for us?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'll put a lovely picture and I'll write exactly what I've done on my my main wall on my Instagram, which is just Gizzi Erskine, at Gizzi Erskine. And I'm going to let you know if I don't get to finish this while we're on the phone, I will carve it for you once we've made the sauce. But I'm going to be serving it just with some really simply dressed watercress. Some amazing watercress this week sent to me from Love Watercress.
Yes.
I think that's it.
Yeah, yeah.
Who are, and it was brilliant. They grow, it's the wasabi growers people and they have watercress growing with their wasabi. It's fucking delicious. Got that wasabi tang to it. Hi, mate.
Kai, you're all right. I'm just sorting out my camera.
How you doing?
How's everyone?
Hi, Matt.
Very well.
I'm just
Hello, nice to
thinking
see you,
of
Stephen. Nice to meet you.
I'm really good, Matt.
All very excited.
Have you been able to see this? Have you been watching?
Yeah.
I hope I'm doing you justice.
Yeah, next
So-
just to see it being cooked was really weird. It's like quite surreal. Actually seeing
Is it?
well, being cooked properly. And Andrew, to be honest, Andrew's someone we wanted to supply for years. So to see him cook with our meat's quite cool as well.
What? Who's saying that again?
Well, so we've been trying to supply Andrew for years. So actually seeing him cook with our meat
now
at
he's
last
going to be
was
able
quite
to try
important.
it. So do you want to explain a bit more about the product and how it came about and what makes your product so special?
Yeah, you get me. So first of all, thanks very much for cooking with our meat and getting me on board and it's amazing what you're doing. I think we've Ross Geach, been known him for a long time, so really glad he's got it going. So basically, what I'm doing for about 10 years, I've been working with Philip Warren Butcher, so very successful retail butcher in Cornwall. We came up with the idea 10 years ago to supply London restaurants. Been doing that for like 10 years. I've been in London, came back about a year and a half ago to farm. Obviously, I felt very, very good that we'd set up this London business, but about a month ago, suddenly that collapsed. So it's been interesting times. But what I came back for was we basically had a family farm. Been in the family for about 450 years. I've always wanted to farm it. It's a small holding, so we were never really encouraged because it was, the time, it was very difficult to make money from a small holding. So I sort of decided the best way to try and make money was to go to London, create a market for high quality produce, then come back to Cornwall to do it. And then like last year, I actually had the chance. And the best way of doing that, 10 years ago was approaching Philip Warren Butcher. So Ian is the son of Philip. Approached him 10 years ago. And came up with the idea of supplying it. And then 10 years later, create this business. So when I was in London, sort of trying to, took about 2 years out just to try and learn about farming. Then one thing or another happened, and I ended up coming back, last year to take it over. So I've done a lot of traveling, a lot of time with the guys who do very good ham-on in Extremadura. Spent quite a few summers with them, and I sort of realised that looking at the life cycle, I consider that the best meat. in the world. I think, we've obviously got very good meat ourselves with the Philip Warren Butcher, but I think ham on, just for me is my favourite. And I looked at the life cycle of a sheep and I compared that to the life cycle of the Iberico pigs, and I could see similarities.
Yeah.
So what I decided to do was basically look at, to get a really good flavour into meat, you need an animal that's walked around a lot in its life. And then you need to put on a really good fat covering at the end. So what we look at doing, we basically buy retired sheep. So sheep that are basically farmers. Yeah, so it's quite interesting. So it's basically a sheep that a farmer. So a farmer basically every year he'll replace 15% of his flock, and that 15%. So say he's got 100 sheep, 15 basically goes straight to the abattoir. I thought, why don't I buy those sheep instead, keep them on grass for 6 months to 12 months, get a decent bit of fat covering, give them a really nice retirement, and then obviously send them to slaughter. And basically, so we're doing it a year and a bit. And my hunter was right, really. We've just created, I think a really pretty well a world-class meat in a very short space of time. That's not me talking. We supplied lots of the chefs in London, and some really good people. Like I'll say, Jeremy Akui, James Lowe. I've forgotten his name of his restaurant now. Yes, some really top chefs, and they're sort of telling me that it's really high quality. So so that's it really. So basically. Yeah, and what we sort of do, you put the fat covering on, because I work closely with the Warrens. They've got an incredible aging facility. We then put 6 weeks of age onto the carcass. So we, like Gizzi very rightly pointed out, we dry age it. And I think about 6 weeks, I think that was the missing ingredient for this. And the reason, go back to your point of Koyor. So my granddad, someone I really look up to, obviously passed away a long time ago, but Yor is the Devon name. The actual farm is in Devon, so the Cornwall project is a lie in some ways. We've got one farm in Cornwall, one in Devon, but Yor is the local Devon name for you, and cull is basically because the sheep is going to be culled. So, and I think because he might be talking about our various interactions with plant-based people, but I had a debate. I often have debate with the plant-based folks, and one of the debate was, you farmers just hide behind nice names like retired dairy cow, and I was like, right, okay, fair enough. So I just thought, right, I'm going to call it Koyor. And I think because of the way I farm, I've got nothing to hide. Everything's what you see. Yeah. So anyway, I tend to talk quite a lot.
I think that no, that's all right, Matt. That's fine. You're in good company. I think that that whole sort of need, to sort of like balance nature. Dietary requirements, preferences, it's all symbiotic. It's got to create a balance. Of course, it's the decision that somebody takes not to eat meat, but in order for the countryside and nature and pasture and biodiversity to exist in balance, then you still need that. You need an element of it. Matt, I've got a quick question for you about lamb fat, because the hogget is basically it's an older animal. It's not mutton, but it's still an older animal. I find that hot lamb fat is delicious, and yet cold lamb fat sometimes is a little bit tricky. Well, how do you get around that?
Well, I'll tell you something. This is the missing link between I forgot to say something, but so basically a lamb is between 0 and 1 years old. A hogget is between 1 and 2. My sheep tend to be about between 6 and 8 years old. After 6, so when I came up with my idea, I met Philip Warren, the father of Ian Warren, and I told him my idea, and his eyes lit up, and he said, "Right, I'll tell you something now." Philip Warren is just one of these guys who, just knows everything about how you finish an animal. And he said that after 5 years old, sheep stop producing lanolin, so that sort of greasy flavour you get, lanolin. So that after 5 years old, they stop producing it. So they produce lanolin in their glands to waterproof their fleas. After 5 to 6 years, they stop doing it. So suddenly what you'll find with this Koyor, and I didn't believe it until I actually tasted it, there's none of that tackiness. So the co-fat and the fat, it's just a real clean flavour. And, so it's quite interesting. Good question.
You're making my mouth water just hearing about it. So where can people order your lamb, Matt, or obviously the Philip Warren lamb?
Yeah. So you okay if I just explain something, because obviously when the restaurant, if I have 1 minute to explain, then I'll tell you. But when the restaurant shut, I basically had Ian Warren very kindly let me set up the Koyor business. It took off, but when the restaurant shut, we had 60 carcasses left. And he'd already paid from the way the warrants work is they pay their supplier up front. So he'd basically already paid me, and we had these 60 carcasses. So I basically had to get rid of them. I then told my social media followers what happened, and they bought them within like about a week. And I was like, so then on the back of that, we set up something called On the Pass. So warrensonthepass.co.uk. We basically approached a lot of the restaurants we work with, and we asked them, we've basically got a huge amount of meat in stock. Can you help us shift it? So basically they've been pushing on Instagram, pushing people to the site. And so within a very short space of time, I don't want to speak too much for Ian Warren's business himself, but, we've managed to clear a lot of that stock, and now we're actually killing animals again. We're paying farmers again. It's been a phenomenal time. So to buy, and the way we do it is we get people to pay up front, and we sell it in half carcasses. We then butcher it down for them. So at the moment we've got a lot sold, but we'll still hang it in our facility for 4 or 5 weeks. Yeah. So people can go online, warrants on the pass.co.uk, buy your courier, and then we'll hang it for 4 or 5 weeks, and then send it to you when we think it's right. So yeah.
That's great.
And a bit of product placement in the back, by the way.
What, Rattler?
Boo.
Oh
yeah, Rattler. I completely forgot. I woke up to Matt's like, yeah, we're going to get on it and drink some Rattler. And I'm like, I'm literally just getting through my first Coca-Cola to be able to get me through the day.
And what we shouldn't really take away from the fact that people like Gizzi, who are supporting you and talking about you and getting the name out, as well as all the hard work that you do, is really.
But what I want to say more about Matt than anyone is, he sort of started saying about the sort of whole plant-based movement. Matt and I sort of have had very, well, interestingly, we're not butting heads isn't the right word, but I have a plant-based business, but I'm also really into looking after the producers and the producers who give a shit. And Matt jumped to my defense once because I was actually trying to, I was at another producer's, and I was, this was somebody who was doing something quite radical, like it was sort of high volume, better welfare, but much better welfare produce, but to trying to get it out to the masses. And I was holding a piglet in a picture, and I had so many death threats. I had like people find out where my mum lived and stuff like that. It was really bad. And Matt absolutely jumped to my defense, and we sat down for a long time and sort of tried to work out how we tackle this problem, which was, understanding that we needed to sort of stop intensive farming and really finding the science to prove how traditional methods really are restorative for the world and the earth and the soil. So it's been a big learning curve, but he's been my sidekick for like sustainability for years. And this guy, I don't really know many people who are more passionate about it. And we both had to like completely change our perceptions. I mean, even Matt would say himself, he kind of understands the whole vegan movement now a lot more. And
you're absolutely right. People are changing and adapting. Let me say this. What I've learned today is if I ever got into a spot of bother, I'd want Johnny Murt, Matt Chatfield, Gizzi Erskine and Ross Geach on my team. That's what I'd want.
That's all you need.
Especially Ross
I'm probably the most not violent. I'm probably the toughest out of all of them.
Yeah, but and then I'd hide behind Jack.
Jack will be on the floor.
Can I say something about the regenerative agriculture, which I think Gizzi sort of hinting towards? So
okay, Matt, yes you can. And then I've got 2 quick questions because we've got people in the front row who've got a couple of things to say, but crack on, fella.
So basically what we're doing with regenerative agriculture is with the grazing we're doing Cornwall with the beef with the Warrens, that's very much a natural system. What I'm looking at doing, we're interested with the vegans, because I had a lot of debates with them, I actually listened to them. And what I've based my whole farming system on is there's research suggests that 84% of people give up being a vegan within the first year. So you think there's probably within about 5 years there'll be 500,000 ex-vegans. I'm trying to create a farming system that those people would actually appreciate. I think they're a really interesting target market. So what we're actually doing is we're basically using sheep to regenerate the soil, put organic matter.
I just want to show you that. Sorry, you're in the middle of a very good chat.
Sorry.
Stop talking.
Okay. I don't know if you can see that from here.
Yes, we can.
I'm going to play that up while you guys are talking.
Okay,
so my final point is, so what we're actually doing is measuring the carbon sequestration. So as you graze cattle properly,
you actually put carbon into the soil. So I'm now working with some scientists who are measuring my carbon, and we're probably storing about 300 tons of carbon per acre from my system. So yeah, that's anyway, I'll stop talking now.
Do you know what? Listen, I could listen to you all day, Matt, and it's so important that people get to see how passionate people are about their produce, about what they're doing, because it's not an easy job. 2 questions. Well, actually, I've got 1 question and I've got a statement. So I've got a question from Steve Ashworth, who's followed us since the beginning. Hi, Steve. Nice to see you again.
Hi there.
Love Steve. I know Steve.
Hello, Gizzi.
So Steve's a bit of a secret chef himself, and I know he likes to follow Burnley. I hope you're not missing the football season too much, pal. But you're cooking the Persian lamb roast today, aren't you?
I am, yeah. It's in the oven at the moment. It's been in for a couple of hours now, so lots of Persian flavours going through it. Some pomegranate molasses, cumin, a few other spices, sumac, and everything going through it. So it's to be honest, I'm having to disguise the flavours from my wife because she's not a lamb fan. I've been trying to move her across to lamb for a long time, but it's never her meat of choice.
Well, let's hope. It sounds like you're throwing some really lovely flavours at that, Steve. We had I'm experiencing just a little bit of a lag while you're talking, but it's cumin and sumac, that really kind of lovely citrusy berry.
Yeah. Just to give it some flavours, it's been just sort of with a pomegranate molasses spread across the top of it. So it's sitting nicely roasting. It's sat on some preserved lemons. Got some great ingredients from Belazou, who are great sort of Mediterranean and Eastern food providers. So it's
brilliant.
good.
And is that your recipe?
It's just one I've made up. Yeah.
Right, let's have it. Can we have it for our website?
Of course you can. Yeah.
Brilliant, mate. That's great.
Yeah.
Steve, I know that you've been following us since the beginning. We really do appreciate you jumping on and pledging on the crowdfunder website. It's been amazing to see you again. Right, and stick around, fella, and we might get you back on. Take care for now.
See you soon.
And see you, pal. Bye. Matt.
Yeah.
Matt, are you still there? Yep.
Yeah.
Great. I've got a big question here from Ross Geach. He says, cream on top or jam?
Yeah, because that's like that must be the worst person to ask.
Even though one of our family farms is in Devon, it's definitely a cream on top. I would never, and I genuinely think that's the only way. I think it's crazy to not do it. So yeah. Yeah,
World's gone mad. Right.
I mean, you could ask Geachie if we should have.
Sorry, mate. Ask him what?
No. I was worried Geachie would come on here and start teasing me, but anyway, I'm quite relieved.
That's all right. That's all right. So, Matt, thank you for being such brilliant entertainment and showing your passion, and also being one of the best suppliers of lamb and ingredients, doing things the right way. And this is all about supporting people like you. So thanks very much for joining us. You take care. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks, Matt. Love you.
Bye. Gizzi, what a lovely little family of people you've gathered around you.
I am really lucky. I really am. I mean, it's, I'm sort of really just in every capacity. I think I've worked really hard. I've been in the industry for a very long time, but people have always looked after me, and I'm very, very, very grateful for everyone.
Brilliant.
And I just, I'm constantly learning from all my mates, and I actually think I can teach my mates a thing or two now myself. So, no,
brilliant.
I love it.
You deserve all the success you're getting, and long may it continue. Thanks for joining us today.
Amazing. So, like I said, I'll pop all of the information on my Instagram, which is just GizziErskine.com. And I'll also do a link through so people can see Andrew's food, which is another level too.
Okay, amazing.
And I'll show you this. I mean, it's looking absolutely stunning. I'm feeling very smug right now. So
can we have one last show of the lamb, please?
Mate.
Yes, please.
I don't know if you can see that. It's looking. It's really sick.
Amazing. Brilliant.
That's a sexy bit of me.
Fantastic.
Damn
Thanks
it.
also to
All right,
Andrew.
then. Thank you for having me, and thank you to everyone who's putting money through to such a brilliant cause as well.
Brilliant. Take care.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye. Eve.
Okay, folks. So thanks, Gizzi. That was brilliant. Bringing in people, suppliers, friends from the industry. Amazing, really lovely, busy session. And of course, we got to hear some amazing facts about how you can do the right thing by supporting local suppliers and using the best practice in order to get the best produce. Now, okay, so we're going to go straight over into our next session. That was quite a lively session. And again, when we announced that our next guest was going to be with us, we almost broke the internet because, of course, we're going slightly outside of the field of food and into the realms of sport. And it's my great pleasure to bring on 7 times world snooker champion, Mr. Stephen Hendry. Stephen, are you there? Hey, Stephen. I can just hear you in the background. We're going to bring you on. While we're just waiting for Stephen, let's just remind everybody that, of course, we would love for people to be able to come and watch this. You can do that by subscribing to our live YouTube channel. Also, everybody that's been on so far with all the supplies and the recipes, you can see that on our own website, which is virtualfoodfestival.org. The main generator, really, the main driver behind all of this, as well as celebrating and sharing information, is being able to raise some cash to support these fantastic suppliers and producers. You can do that. Everybody can still do that today. And you can do that by jumping on the crowdfunder website. You can access that too from our website, and you can pledge and donate and help generate a bit of cash. There he is, Mr. Hendry.
I'm here, yeah. How are you?
Stephen, could you just put your, is it your phone on landscape? There you go, pal.
Yes, is that better?
Yeah,
Perfect.
perfect. Great. Yeah, really well. And
sorry about that technical issue.
No, it's not technical at all, pal. It was perfectly fine. As you know, this is not a super slick and 5-star operation.
I have been watching. It's been fun. I need to get a bottle of that Black Cow vodka. Mark Hix was talking about it as I was watching Mark.
We'll definitely sort that out for you. Not a problem, fella. Whereabouts in the world are you, Stephen?
I'm in Sunningdale, just near Ascot.
Right, cool. And I've got to ask the question. We're used to seeing you. That's all right, mate. We're used to seeing you at a different table, more the snooker table than the dining table. Have you always been a foodie?
Since I started traveling the world, and started experimenting from the age of maybe mid-20s, the Far East mostly, as we'll see my dish today. But get more. My first time in China was 1987, and I hated it. I was eating McDonald's, and also I wouldn't touch anything. I hated the food. Now, having been there for like so many years, I'll try anything. Some of the stuff I've tried is pretty weird.
Yeah, let's not talk about the bat, but yeah, you're right. I think it's quite broad, quite varied, and sort of like Chinese regional food is very different from perhaps the stuff that we get to see, which has been slightly anglicized over here.
Oh yeah. I mean, I very rarely actually go to Chinese restaurants in the UK now, because you go to London, there's 1 or 2 in Chinatown that serve quite authentic Chinese food, but generally if you go to your normal high street Chinese, nothing to what you get in China.
Yeah, and so tell us a little bit about the dish you're going to prepare for us, fella.
Yeah, it's basically quite a simple dish, stir-fried pork, Thai style stir-fried minced pork. The mince is Winkfield pork from Lewis of Sunningdale, my local supplier. And it's a dish that whenever I've been to Thailand, it's kind of, as soon as I get in my room, I go to room service and this is what I order. It's very simple. I've got some sticky rice on the go that'll go with it. So yeah, do you want me to go ahead?
Go for it, pal.
Okay, so I've got my ingredients. Basically, I've got some shallots, garlic, minced pork, coconut milk, curry paste, fish sauce, sugar, and some Thai basil to go in at the end. Any basil will do, but Thai basil. So in with the oil. I must say I'm more nervous about this than I used to be for World Championships.
See, I can't believe that. I mean, there you are, walking out of the crucible, just, you know, sticking in a 147 break, and you know, all of those eyes on you. But it's quite incredible. I think it really brings cooking to life when you see somebody who you don't normally associate to cooking actually doing it.
Yeah, it's going to get quite loud this time. I put the Thai red curry paste in the recipe. It says 1 tablespoon, but I like it a bit stronger, so I put a couple in. So.
Well, we'll get your recipe down on our website.
Sorry, yeah. So basically cooking this out for about a minute or so.
Yep.
I'll turn this down a little bit. They always say on TV to get your wok so hot, don't they?
Yeah.
I should have done a quieter thing.
It's a shame you're not cooking in your waistcoat, Stephen.
Sorry?
I said it's a shame you're not cooking in your waistcoat, because you could have salt and pepper in each little pocket.
Okay, try to do a little bit of sauce in action.
Oh, hello.
So yeah, it's quieting down a bit now. Sorry, I didn't hear the last question. Sorry.
That's all right, mate. That's fine. That's live cooking for you.
Garlic and shallots in.
Yep.
Right, for about a minute. But yeah, I mean, during the World Championship in the dressing room, I'd be in the dressing room feeling sick with nerves. I must admit, 5-10 minutes before I came on here, I started to get the feel in my stomach. I'm okay now, but that's the same in the World Championship. As soon as I got on the table, I was fine.
Yeah.
So that's where I go.
Strange thing, isn't it? It's a strange thing. Stephen, when we get to the bit where you're happy, can we have a quick look? Can you show us what's in the pack?
Right, the mince has gone in with Thai red curry paste, shallots, and garlic.
Lovely, thank you.
So, as I say, it's a simple dish, but delicious. I need the garlic go everywhere when I'm talking. All these chefs have been looking at this thing. What?
No, that's fine. That happens to all of us.
But yeah, I was listening to Mark Hix and he was talking about pot black. With a Blacktown vodka. So I've basically got to stir fry this for about 3 minutes.
Okay.
Turn my rice off, that'll burn.
Like this kind of cooking comes together very quickly. You've got to be concentrating all the time, right?
Yeah. Well, when Jack first asked me to do this, I tried to try and think of something that was simple to do. You know, almost off by heart. Anything more complicated than no.
Yeah.
But,
and how are you?
Like I done a Tom Perry's recipe yesterday.
Oh yeah.
It took about 6 hours. It's chili recipe.
You can do that in lockdown. You've got the time. How are you dealing with lockdown, Stephen? Everything going okay?
Sorry?
How are you dealing with lockdown?
Yeah, I mean, it's all right. It's just obviously, like any sport shut down, so finding things to look forward to. I mean, everyone's, I think, missing live sport. But yeah, same as everyone else, probably eating too much. I've actually taken 7 days off drinking. I think I started to drink too much. Watching box sets, but yeah, just doing a lot of cooking, really.
Yeah, it's great. And it's nice that you've got some really good suppliers that you can go to.
Yeah, Lewis was funny there. That's I think the golfing friend as well. But Lewis was like meat, fish, everything. They basically source anything. Like one year I asked them to source some haggis from me, and also some square sausage. In Scotland, you do that flat sausage, which you can't get down here.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's able to pretty much source everything, which is brilliant. Okay, I'm going to add the 3 tablespoons of coconut milk.
Yep.
And
we'll have another look when you're ready.
Yeah. 2 tablespoons of fish sauce. Maybe a little bit extra. And then just keep stir frying that.
Okay. Yeah.
I would say it's very, very, very simple.
How's it smell?
Incredible.
Yeah. Good man.
I can't take credit for this. This is actually a Ken home recipe. But when I was doing it all the time in Thailand, I hunted it down. Because I wanted to cook it, obviously. And yeah, just break it
I
up
shouldn't worry about that. I shouldn't worry about that because I'm sure Ken Hom's never done a 147.
Not Ken Hom walk, unfortunately.
Do you keep in touch with the snooker guy?
Yeah, well, we do some Q&As and stuff on Instagram. I've had the likes of Ronnie, Judd Trump, Neil Robertson, John Terry on the footballer. I've got Steve Davis on Monday night, 8 p.m. live on my page. If everyone's interested, that should be interesting, as Steve would say. Yeah, so I've been keeping busy. So I'm trying to keep busy.
Yeah. And
so, this is almost done now.
Is it fair? I think we're, yeah. I think we're of a similar age. But is it fair to say that you would consider yourself a veteran, and do you ever get to play any of the veteran championships?
Well, they have a seniors tour now. It's not on the sort of level of golf. There's not the financial prizes that they have in seniors golf, but they have 5 or 6 tournaments a season. I play, Jimmy plays, Cliff Garber and Tony Knowles, Steve's played a couple, Ken's played a couple. So that's quite fun. Because obviously it's not as serious as the main tour at all. So okay, this is ready. I'm going to chop up some Thai basil. It says that you can use normal basil actually as well.
Sure.
That's the authentic, sorry. Big bunch of Thai basil.
I tell you what, after lockdown, if you ever do hang up your queue, I know a few restaurants that could do with somebody like you in the kitchen.
I don't know about that. But I did MasterChef, then I went in the real kitchen. And that was fun getting shouted at. Quite an experience. I think I'd never complain about food again after seeing what these people go through in the kitchen. So this is pretty much ready.
It's hard work, isn't it? Brilliant.
So
Stephen,
yeah,
you know that we've got people on the front row, and we've also got people live on our YouTube channel. I've got a question. I think this is from James on YouTube. What would you eat to celebrate after winning a match?
I mean, I could basically, I'll eat anything basically. There's not, tofu is the only thing I can't bear, and it's to work with the devil for me. But I like meat. I'm quite a big meat eater, so I mean, a really nice steak, steak and chips. Something. I mean, I like going out to nice restaurants, experimenting. But if someone said, "What would you like to go on?" I mean, a nice steak and chips with a nice red wine and Dijon mustard. Perfect.
Nice. And James, just while you're sticking that in the bowl, looks amazing. what inspired you to create the dish, and is it your favourite, or was it just the brilliant ingredients and the fact that it comes together quickly?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, chef. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, I can't
James
multitask
Cousins
when I'm in the
was
kitchen,
saying-
unfortunately.
James Cousins was saying, was the dish inspired by it being your favourite, or was it the fact that it's good ingredients and it comes together nice and quickly?
Well, for this virtual food festival demo, definitely, because it came together quickly. But as I said, whenever I went to Thailand, this was a dish I ordered as soon as I got my room service. I just love, you know, it's a little bit spicy. It's simple. I mean, basically, it's a Thai version of mince and tatties, isn't it? I mean, it's pork mince, it's sticky rice,
Yeah, exactly.
it's spicy.
So,
Okay, I'm going
Stephen,
to sprinkle some red chilies on top. There.
Chef V. Nice
Who's
work,
that?
chef. That's amazing. Can we bring Jack in?
Sorry?
Can we bring Jack in? Jack Stein's coming in to say hi.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Jack.
That was amazing, Stephen. That looks so good. That's a North Thai dish, is it?
Oh God, now you're asking me. That's
Ken
technical.
Hall. Ken
You know
Hall.
what, hang on a second. I'll call it. The name it is Moo Pad by Horapa.
Fantastic. That was you smashed that. I tell you what, that's better than any century break you've ever done. The way you've done that,
It's probably easier than doing a century these days.
I've just got a quick question for you.
Yeah.
I find it really interesting what you're saying when you were younger and you were touring a place like China and you're going to McDonald's. What I mean, a lot of young people they learn about food actually quite often by traveling to places like Asia. Asia's a fantastic place. You know, when I first traveled, and I come from a foodie family, the guy I traveled with, we got to Bangkok and he was just like, I'm not going anywhere near any food. I said, no, we are. And you find in places like China and Thailand that they won't, taxi drivers won't take you to places like McDonald's often. But what the question is what changed you? Was it just the amount of food you're eating or seeing, or what changed your mind from wanting a McDonald's to wanting a, you know, Peking duck or whatever?
I think so just wreck the place. I think when you go to China the first time, I think textures and things can get people a bit frightened. And I think I was wary of textures, you know, things looking, you know, slimy or sort of. But I think just because I was going so often, and people were, you know, just try it, and it just takes a little bit of pushing to get it. And then once you do, I mean, whenever I go to China now, I mean, obviously not for a while. And the last time I was there was January. But I would go there 8 to 10 times a year, and they would always say, "Do you want to have Western food?" I just never want to eat Western food over there. It's you just gotta you know, grow up here and just try something different, basically.
Yeah, and the regional Chinese food is incredible. I mean, it's like it's one of the places I haven't traveled. I haven't been to China. I've been to Hong Kong. Not been to mainland China, but people I know that have, they say it's. I mean, it's hyper regional. I mean, it's like you think of Chinese food in England and you think what we get is similar to Indian food, really. That the version that we get in England is a westernized version of. But actually, when you go there, like Sichuan and all the different provinces, they all have their own individual styles. There's somewhere that I really want to go to after lockdown, because and that's the thing I think I'm missing most. I'm sure you are, because you travel a lot. Is just being able to get on a plane and explore these amazing places.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sichuan food. I mean, I love it. They do a dish where basically it's just poached fish in this basically massive bowl, and it's just full of chilies and chili oil. And you eat it. It's not okay, spicy, but you don't really eat the chilies that's with it. But yeah, as you say, different. It's such a big country, and the regions, like I've been up north to Mongolia, where the lamb is incredible. I was watching that lamb dish before. You know, there's more regions. It's more seafood. But yeah, as I said before, tofu is the only thing. They eat a lot of tofu there, and I just can't bear it.
Well, we went to a very famous Chinese restaurant with Rick in Manchester, and he brought out some
the wings
slug. Well, come on, Charlie will remember the name. He'll be on to his wine pairing.
Right.
I remember the name. He brought out this sea cucumber, I think it was.
Yeah, sea cucumber.
And, yeah. The thing with the Chinese, they love a jelly texture, don't they? They love that kind of.
That's it. Yeah.
For me, I struggle with it a bit, and honestly, he was telling the old man that it would make him very virile, a bit like an oyster, I suppose. He said it was, you know, maybe strong in bed or whatever. And I took one mouthful, and honestly, I have to say, it's the only thing I've ever put in my mouth I couldn't swallow. It was just like the weirdest texture. And Dad Dad love it. And he ate the whole thing, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry, it wasn't.
It is
But,
a lot of things in China, as I said before, the textures. I mean, sea cucumber, it's not my, if I had to order, I wouldn't order it, but I have eaten it. Apparently, it's an amazing source of protein, apparently. But also, you're right. I mean, everything in China is good for the man. Everything, drink, eat, whatever, good for the man.
I'd just like to say I'm off now. My brother's going to come and do some wine pairing. I think we've got a couple of front row questions as well. But Stephen, thanks a lot. I mean, really, for us as chefs, to see you do what we do so well, so expertly is. I mean, I tell you what, if there's a virtual snooker festival, my highest rating is about 5. So
it was a pleasure.
Cheers, mate.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Hey, Jack. Hi, Stephen.
Hi.
Nice to see Jack popping in there. Good to see you again. What an amazing dish you put together. We're going to bring Jack's brother Charlie in because Charlie's just one of the best people to talk to about creating a nice pairing, a nice drink.
Okay.
And can you see Charlie? Hey, Charlie, how are you?
Hi.
Hi there, Charlie.
Hi,
Nice to
Stephen.
see you.
What a lovely dish, very expertly put together.
Very good.
Yeah, I mean, I think that most chefs who are on here should be worried about the quality of Stephen's cooking.
I basically fried up some mince and boiled rice.
Yeah, well, that's okay, but you still got to be fairly good at that. We'll have another close-up, Charlie, of Stephen's dish, but can we have your suggestion for a pairing?
Right. Well, yeah. There's a lot going on in Stephen's dish. You've got the red curry paste. You've got the fish sauce. You've got all the Thai elements to it. So I wanted to pick a wine because I wanted to say that Stephen's very good at sinking reds. I haven't. So I've gone for a beer because for me, when there's spice and there's heat, you've got to have a beer. So we've got a local beer down in Cornwall. So St Austell are a family-run company like our restaurants as well. They've been going since 1851. Our restaurants have been going since the 70s, 1970s. So they're a bit older than us, but they're family-run. And this is their proper job, which is IPA, and it's cask conditioned, and it's 5.5%. So that's proper IPA as it was back in the 19th century. And yeah, it's really refreshing. It's got some American hops, which will pick up all the different spices in your dish. And I think for me, when we have spicy dishes or Thai dishes or Chinese dishes, I just reach for beer because it's the first quenching element to it. So
if you were to go for wine, would it be like a Sauvignon Blanc or a Riesling or something like that?
Yeah. Sauvignon's really good. I like Sauvignon with spice, and Riesling as well. Yeah. So we did a Riesling earlier for Dad's dish, which was a curry. But that Riesling would work just as well for this as well.
Right. Okay. Thanks. Cool.
Great.
Brilliant. Thanks, Charlie. Another brilliant suggestion. All of these lovely pairings and all these lovely foods complement one another. And that's a real talent too, Charlie. It's a real balancing act. I know you've got an amazing palate and you were a chef, but being able to pair and broaden that out, it's really clever. Thanks for that.
Yeah, I think it's also the sharing. So food's about sharing. When you're with people, you're sharing the same dish and you're sharing the same drink as well. It's sort of it's conviviality and getting together and drinking and eating the same thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we can get the St Austell Brewery beer pairing details on the website, virtualfoodfestival.org. Thanks again, because that's also another brilliant producer supplier.
Yeah, great.
Thanks, Charlie.
Cheers, guys.
See you
Charlie.
And Stephen. So, Stephen, have you got time to hang around for some questions?
Absolutely. Can I just say it? Sometimes if I was feeling a bit more hungry, I'd probably flop a fried egg on there as well. But I didn't do that today, so I thought I didn't want to do too many things.
That's all right. That's all right. You could
always room for a fried egg.
Always, yeah. Would that have worked cooked through the rice as well, like an egg fried rice?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, so we've got some people who've been pledging some money to be able to sit on the front row to come on screen and have a little chat with you. First up, I think we've got Francis Riddle on the front row. We're just going to bring Francis across, and he's got a question for you. You should be able to see him on your screen in your kitchen too, Stephen. But here he is. Hi, Francis. Francis, can you hear us? I can see Francis. I don't know about you, Stephen.
I can't see anyone.
Okay, so sometimes when we bring people across, we kind of lose audio.
Okay.
But what we need for Francis to do is maybe unmute your phone. I don't know if you can hear us, but unmute your phone. He's just having a look at that now. Just let us know, Francis, when you can hear us. We can see you, so we're nearly there. So, Stephen, do you remember what was the most memorable dish you've ever had?
Oh wow! I think up there, my most favourite things to eat is probably Beijing duck.
Yeah.
I mean, I just say when you get that done properly in China, it's just a phenomenal thing to eat. In terms of memorable, I mean, I don't know. Do you want me to tell you the most strangest thing I've had in China?
That would be really good.
Bear's claw.
What? Say again?
Bear's claw.
Wow, that's incredible.
In a Harbin in northern China, I was taken to this restaurant. They only had one table. It's a really exclusive restaurant, and yeah, we had a selection of really random dishes. Bear's claw was one of them. Wolf was another, so very strange. I can see. Is it Francis? I can see Francis.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello, Stephen.
Francis.
Hi.
So with the bear's claw, Stephen, at least you can pick your teeth afterwards with it. Francis, welcome. Thanks for joining us. And Stephen and Francis, what's your question?
My question is, Stephen, what is your go-to meal after a real good night on the town?
Oh my! A good night in town. I mean, it's after a good night in town. There's nowhere open, is there? If it's a really good night.
I mean, on a Sunday morning.
I don't know, a dirty burger or something, probably something like that. I'm not a massive kebab fan. I just see that thing hanging up in the shop. I don't fancy it, but yeah, some sort of dirty burger or meat in some sort of tube form, something like that.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Yes.
What about you, Francis? Francis, what's your go-to late night dinner?
Mine's a bowl of crunchy nut cornflakes with freezing cold milk.
Good work, isn't it? Do you put sliced banana in it?
Oh no. Just literal cornflakes. I might try.
Francis, do you think it would be okay if you sent us the recipe for that and we put it on our website?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely fine. No problem at all. I'll get that written up for you straight away.
Brilliant. That's great. And I think we're going to. I think we've got room for one more person. Are we going to invite Ross over? Thanks, Francis.
No
Cheers.
problem.
Thanks for following us.
Cheers, Francis.
Yeah, that's great. And it's brilliant, Stephen, that people can kind of interact with us. And this is really how we're generating funds to then pass down onto the suppliers and the charities.
Yeah.
The few charities that we're working for, the National Emergencies Trust, the COVID-19, and also St. Petrock's, which is a homeless charity in Cornwall there. I don't know whether you can see, but Ross Geach has joined us. Ross is the brainchild behind the whole virtual food festival.
Hi, Stephen.
And
I can hear, but I can't see.
I think he's a bit of a fan. Okay.
Yeah, all right, Steve. Don't make me too much of a fanboy. You know, look, like I know I've been asking all day if I can pop up and say hello to Mr. Hendry, but I have actually got a valid question. So obviously, Stephen, everyone's really excited that you've been doing some cooking, which is great. Someone even made a pun about you maybe being a one-pot wonder, but you managed to do it in a wok, which is great. But Scottish cuisine, what's Scottish cuisine? You know, we know about haggis and some other. Is there anything else different? I
mean, obviously, the seafood in Scotland is incredible. Shellfish. Things like that. We've probably got one of the best, Aberdeen Angus beef and what have you. But go back to haggis, when I was saying to Stephen earlier, one of my favourite things to eat, a haggis supper in the fish and chip shop. Deep fried haggis is one of the most magnificent things you'll ever eat. I don't do deep fried Mars bars or anything like that nonsense, but deep fried haggis is just magnificent.
Brilliant. That's brilliant. Well, you're completely right about the shellfish. And one of mine and Jack, we worked together years ago, and one of our old bosses is called Roy Brett, and he owns a restaurant in Edinburgh called Ondine, and he's a top seafood chef. And so if you get a chance, you should check him out.
Okay, thanks very much. Cheers.
That's all right, no worries. Thanks for having me on, Steve.
Cheers.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, sorry, we don't cut you off this time. See you, pal.
Okay, cheers.
Okay, so just while we're saying goodbye to Ross, and just because the whole thing is about underpinning and celebrating the producer, Stephen, just remind us one more time where you purchased the minced pork today.
Lewis of Sunningdale, meats and fish, and also you can buy online at lewismeat.com.
Thanks, fella. It's been such a pleasure having you here.
I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, you've just kind of segued into the world of food seamlessly, and I think you're about to cause a stir. I don't know about I don't know about a second career, but I think there are a few people running scared. Listen, mate, thanks for supporting us. Thanks for letting us into your house on lockdown, but thanks also for shining the light on all those fantastic suppliers and producers that we're trying to really celebrate. Thanks, fella.
Yes, thank you very much.
All the best. Take a picture of that dish.
Will do.
All right, pal. See you now.
Cheers. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Well, what a turn up for the books. Stephen Hendry, one of the best chefs that we didn't know about. A really lovely dish. Fantastic. Thanks for cooking along. And we did see Jack there pop in. And of course, you may have seen momentarily, sometime before, when Mark Hix was on, we saw Dr. Polly Russell, and we're going to see both Jack and Polly back here on the hour at 3 o'clock. Thanks also to Charlie for coming in again and making some brilliant suggestions about drinks pairing. And we've also got to say thanks because we've been given a little bit of support by Trevere Farm. They've given us a little bit of sponsorship, and it's nice that we can give a little bit of recognition back. Fantastic holiday cottages there in Cornwall. So I'm going to introduce Jack and Polly on the hour, and then I'm going to have a little lie down. Actually, I'm probably just going to spend a bit of time with the kids and have a bite to eat, but I'll be back at 3 to introduce Jack and Polly. And now it's time to get a little G&T or something that you fancy in a glass ready for that session. Cheers, everyone. Hi folks, welcome back. We're over halfway on this really lovely day, celebrating all the good things about the food world, particularly the suppliers and the producers that underpin the whole hospitality sector. We've got another session, and this is another session where we're going to have a little chat and a bit of a debate. I'm going to introduce one of the founding members, Jack Stein. He's going to be on. And with him, we're also going to introduce to you the fantastic Dr. Polly Russell. And they're waiting in the wings. And for this session, I'm going to take a little bit of a back seat. I'm going to let the grown-ups have a chat. And I've got a nice little pale ale here, local pale ale, Gilton Flint. Thanks for that. That's really nice. And I'm going to kick back and enjoy and take in what has been a brilliant so far. How do you hang on the wall like that? Did you landscape it?
You are landscape, yeah.
No, you're not though.
Am I not?
No.
That's strange. Let me just double check.
That's all right, mate.
What about now?
Yeah, there you go, in full technical glory.
Techers. I need to find somewhere to put my phone. I'm in my shepherd's hut again.
Oh yeah.
It's like I won't say it's like referendum, but the person that called the referendum has one of these.
That's okay. While you're doing that,
outside of Weybridge.
Yeah. While you're doing that, Polly's joined us. Dr. Polly Russell, how are you?
Hello, nice to see you again, having crashed in on your session this morning. I'm
Yeah,
so sorry about that.
I love that. I love that. The fact that you're just there and there's Mark Hix, and I thought, wow, Dr. Polly's keen, isn't she?
I thought like 100 questions for Mark, of course, you know.
Yeah, well, you know, he was just too busy drinking Black Cow vodka. Listen, I know that you guys have worked successfully together. In fact, one of my favorite clips of seeing you two together was an outtake when Jack was trying to explain sausages, and I think that if we can just repeat that again today, that would be enough for me. I'd pledge 10 quid on crowdfunded to see this. But I'm gonna, Polly, don't take this personally, but I think that it would be quite nice if you and Jack just shared the screen together, and I'm going to take a little back seat. I'll be here in the background. I'm going to come back later on because we've also got another guest, Sam Bishop from Trevere Farm. But I thought it was really fair for you guys just to catch up, have a chat, but just tell us before I go, what is it that you're going to discuss?
Well, I think we're going to roam wild and free, aren't we, Jack, with food history. I mean, here I love talking about food history and sometimes arguing about it.
The Vikings Normans were Vikings, Polly. You remember that?
And I know you like to believe the pork bun was an ancient medieval ritual, but it wasn't. So we like to have a few arguments, but we'll be talking about food history and our kind of enthusiasm and curiosity about it. And although we argue, we celebrate that.
This is a session that I'm really looking forward to. Thanks for doing it. Cheers, guys. Enjoy your session. I'll see you later.
Cheers.
Bye.
Oh, the adults have gone. Thanks, Polly. I'll just do a bit of a brief surmise of how our relationship started. We worked together on a show called Jack Stein Inside the Box, and I was reaching out for food historians, and your name kept popping up everywhere because you are, if not the best, one of the most preeminent food historians in the country. Is that right? Is that fair?
Well, that's very generous of you. I'm one of a handful in a fairly smallish field, but there are some amazing people out there. Just to say, because this will make you laugh, Jack, and hopefully other people, I did a bit of work for some Americans, and you know how effusive they are. And they kept on referring to me when they'd introduce me in meetings. They keep on referring to me as Europe's greatest historian ever. And I sort of have to go, I think there are some other people who might have that title. So there are some wonderful food historians, but it's a great field to be in. And it was brilliant working with you.
At least you're not telling people to drink bleach. So anyway, so one of the things for me that was really fascinating, and it has been really fascinating over the past, I'd say 10 years, but realistically the past 5, is that we as chefs have become very interested in our food, where it comes from, the supply chain, the suppliers. We want to know more about where our food comes from. But I think, and I'd probably say Heston was, for me, the early adopter of this, after he sort of changed from molecular gastronomy to looking at the history of dishes. And for me, because I did a master's degree in Celtic history, which, you know, it's not a doctorate, but, you know, I've got a bit of a pass in history, and I found myself thinking it's really interesting to know where our food comes from. And I think in a world that we live in at the moment, and this is now a post-Brexit, currently in isolation world, that actually to find out where your food comes from is really important, because it says something more than just where where your fish comes from or where your pork comes from. It actually speaks to who we are as in our culture, our food culture. And that's why I find the subject of food history fascinating, and why I'm sure you've been inundated by chefs asking for help.
Well, I think that's right. And I think you're right that food connects us to stories, the stories of who we are, of how we understand ourselves. It connects us to other people. And also what's really fascinating is that when you look back in food history, you sort of realize that there's nothing really new, that really we're often just kind of revisiting things that we've done before, that hundreds of years ago people were searching for the same things, were on the same quests, and that we can sort of learn from history, which is a kind of weird thing, because when you think of someone like Heston, you think of him as being a total innovator, that everything's about newness, but actually often newness can come from sort of looking backwards as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at some of the dishes that he opened dinner with, the meat fruit would be one that would be, you know, that's classic. You know, that's an, you know, that idea of making fruit look like meat look like fruit is an old idea from history, and he's reinvented it. And when they opened at dinner, that was their signature dish, you know. And I think that sort of stuff was fascinating for me. And then when we started to work up the idea of Inside the Box, and for anyone who hasn't seen the show, it's on D Play if you want to check out UK and Food Network UK. I wanted to look at our food history in a kind of like, where do our dishes come from? And that's when me and you first started talking. And I think from a chronological perspective, like, why don't we just start at the beginning? I mean, what's the sort of British, the start of British food? Where would we go to find that?
Well, I think we'd have to have an argument again. So I think I tell you where you might start in terms of locating lots of the origins of the kind of ingredients that we associate with British food. So things like cabbages, leeks, onions, asparagus, when I know in season now and you've all got your hands on, but I haven't in London, just putting in a plea there. Turnips, radishes, all those sorts of ingredients, you can trace those back to the Romans. So they go right back to being introduced to these islands at that time. So even those things we think of as being kind of quintessentially, you know, sort of regional, of kind of originated here, they didn't. They came with the Romans. And so we could go back that far.
So that's the old adage of what the Romans ever done for us in our British food history, you'd say that is a fair jump off point, because probably before then there's no written record anyway. So they also brought that to Britain. So we know now that we were trading things like olive oil and wine and things like that because there was a written record.
Yes, I mean, we know that from the Romans, but there's we know the Romans really enriched the ingredients that we had here, and they enriched the food culture that we had here. But there's a kind of the period of the Dark Ages where I wouldn't have wanted to be around for that gastronomic experience.
I think the Dark Ages has got a bad rap. I know you say this because I'm going to just drop my master's degree was on basically on the Dark Ages, and my view, and it is probably not shared by anyone else because I don't think anyone's ever read my paper. It hasn't been cited, let's put it that way. But I think that what the British Isles gave to the Roman Empire was predominantly trade in metals, furs, things like that. And after the Romans left, there's evidence in Tintagel in North Cornwall that they were still trading with what would become the Eastern Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, up until the 9th century, and they were trading olive oil and wine. So it's like, and to get to Tintagel, have you been to Tintagel?
I have been to Tintagel. Yeah. I mean,
it's not an easy place to get into by boat. So if you're traveling from the Mediterranean, you need to know that you've got a market. So I mean, I think that's our first kind of food invasion, if you want. That's kind of where we start off as the kind of, I like to think of us as magpies, really, in the British Isles, because we've gone through, as we'll probably talk about, so many different changes. But the Romans, that Roman period and the Dark Ages afterwards, that's the start for me. I mean, that's where we started in our thing, because we talked about sausages. We went to Italy, didn't we?
Well, in our conversation with Italy, you went to.
Well, I'd say so. The one thing that Polly always says is that we got to do all the research in London, and then the film crew and me got to go to all these wonderful locations like Italy and Spain and Thailand, and for the next series she wants to come along, and then she'll give us better history.
Let me rephrase it. The hard work was done in London, and then you lot went on a piss up around the world.
No, because Lucy's watching, and I told her that we didn't drink at all when we were traveling. So, we start.
Yeah, no, just back to your point about this kind of like this kind of borrowing, this exchange of cultures, this kind of the way in which taste and tradition are always in this process of evolving, and you can go back to the Roman period and start that. So when you ask the question, where can we think about British food originating? You can't really, because it's always in this space of process, emerging, of becoming. And then what happens after the Dark Ages, this kind of medieval period, where there's much more, I mean, relatively speaking, much more travel. You have, say, the Crusades. And when you have the Crusades, you have this, really fascinating sort of exchange of ideas in culture, but also of foods and of kind of spices being brought back in the spice trade, and that kind of influencing the food that's being eaten here.
I noticed you've totally skipped over the Norman period, because we had this. So we're at the British Library, and I think we're about to go on camera to talk about these old books that Polly will probably reference later on, the first cookbooks. And I said it's really interesting because we had the Roman period, then we had the Viking invasions of the sort of 10th century, then we had 9th, 10th century, then we had the Normans, and you said, oh yeah, that's the French period. And I said, well, the Normans were Vikings. And Polly said they weren't. And quick Google later, I've obviously understand history more than you, Polly, and I've won. So.
But one of the things that I said to you, I think actually on our first day, was that when that is admittedly a bit of a mistake, but you'd keep on throwing questions at me about every period of time in every part of the world. And if I couldn't answer something, you'd look really disappointed. So you'd kind of expect me to be able to jump from 19th century New York to sort of 4th century Greece. And if I couldn't name the date of something, you'd look a little bit like, oh, we got a bit of a crap historian here. Can we find another? Which was, it was a hard 2 weeks, put it that way.
So we go then to after the Normans, we're into the Middle Ages.
Yeah, so I sort of early Middle Ages and then into the medieval period. And that is really interesting because that's when you start to, we've got actual kind of manuscript recipes from that period. And in fact, when you came to the British Library, did we look at the Form of Curry, the manuscript from 1319, this amazing 25-foot vellum scroll, which was the recipes of the court of King Richard II. And so, what you see in there is, recipes for things which are requiring saffron and cinnamon and coriander and ginger, this incredibly rich amount of kind of spices and flavors. And of course, this is just the food for the incredibly wealthy, the most sort of exceptionally wealthy and a royal kitchen, not what ordinary people are eating, but it tells us that that food was always kind of interconnected, that food has always been traded, travelled, you know, that we've been linked to the rest of the world through food, and that's fantastically exciting. And that document, when you look at that document, you look at those recipes, you actually are sort of travelling back in time 700 years and connecting to what people were eating then, which is kind of riveting.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, we went backstage at the British Library, and anyone who's seen you know, TV shows, when they look at old manuscripts, you have to put the gloves on, and I was quite disappointed you didn't make us put any gloves on at all.
No, I know everyone loves the gloves, but best practice now, archival practice, is no gloves, because your hands are much more sensitive if you don't wear gloves. Whereas if you wear gloves, you become a bit more ham-fisted, and you might sort of, well, you might particularly inadvertently tear
Drop some butter on them or something.
700-year-old vellum scroll, of which there is, you know, only one in existence. So no, just clean, dry hands is what we do. Yeah, so I'm sorry about that.
That's fine. And what's fascinating, we went backstage at the British Library, and we had these books. And Polly, you work there. That's your work. That's your office, right, at the British Library.
Yes,
yeah.
That's the job there. Yeah.
And so you'd think that, you know, the most preeminent food historian in the country would be allowed to kind of just go and grab whatever she wanted, but that wasn't the case. We had a minder, didn't we, for all the documents? Yeah,
so those are not within my quotes collection area. That I have a different period of history. So the curator for those collections, quite rightly, was sort of, you know, guarding them, sort of safeguarding them from them being sort of misused. But I mean, also, I think your reputation did precede you. And there was extra security, I did know, because of you.
Oh, we did have, and we had an Australian film crew as well, and you know, they were you know, very keen to film any outtakes and anything that was happening. And it was quite funny. The director at the time was like, you know, do you ever get shushed in the library? And you said, no, that doesn't really happen. But eventually he was laughing so much at one of the outtakes that we did actually, somebody broke into the room and said, shh, which I thought was one of my highlights from the library.
There is actually now a rule that we're not allowed Australian film crews in the library.
Well, Lucy will have to. My kids are half Australian, so and Lucy. Well, anyway, the period then when food starts to become part of shared culture through cookbooks. What's the sort of, you know, I know that the form of curry was what, 13th, 14th century. When does the first sort of noticeable cookbook come out?
Well, so that was obviously with the sort of printing press, you start to see the first cookbooks being printed and published in around the 1500s. There's the first one in the English language is called the Boke, B-O-K-E, of cookery, C-O-C-K-R-Y, and it's a very like sort of quite similar to the form of curry. It has lots of recipes which are very similar to that. And these books are absolutely intended for wealthy households. You know, most people can't afford a cookery book. There's no idea of the mass circulation. They are kept as kind of very sort of keepsake, they're treasured, they're precious, but they're very much reflecting the diet of the wealthiest. So what they don't have is they don't have recipes for like bread or soup. They have recipes generally in them for quite outlandish, extraordinary things. So that's really when you start to see the beginning of a cookery book culture emerge.
And so one of the things that we learned about when we were talking and through the various dishes that we kind of think of as being British, which I found really interesting, because the amount of times you mentioned the word conspicuous consumption during our you know, the weeks we spent together was interesting, because we have a few examples, one of which we were talking about. I know the pork bun, the pork bun and applesauce that we all know and love, the whole pig roast. Obviously I got schooled on that one and then realized that it's, you know, from the 1970s, but the idea of roasting a whole animal, and especially a suckling animal, I find that really fascinating. So could you just explain why roasting a suckling animal could be compared to having a super yacht?
Well, you know, so food has always been about a form of display, entertainment, as it is now, but back historically, when there were often not other ways of kind of being entertained, or this becomes like one of the most kind of I suppose obvious ways of trying to entertain someone, but also how to demonstrate your wealth, how to demonstrate that you have the most sophisticated chefs in your kitchen, that you have so much wealth, that you are so lavish and so generous, that you can put on huge banquets and huge feasts. And so food becomes very much sort of associated with entertainment, with spectacle, and also, of course, hospitality and feeding. And so that particular example, the kind of roast, roasting is actually a relatively expensive way of cooking because you have to use so much fuel. So the idea of roasting like a whole ox, a whole beast, and then distributing it is about kind of the sort of size of household you're feeding, or indeed if you're feeding your villagers or people who work for you, because it's like a special feast day. But also that you have a whole animal that is spared to be able to be consumed in one sitting is a kind of fantastic evidence of your sort of opulence, of your largesse. But it went beyond just kind of roasting, which actually is a highly skilled, to roast on a fire over a spit, you probably know, is actually really difficult and complicated. It requires great skill. But there's also the evidence even back to the 1390s, the evidence of the way in which people would be making incredibly complicated pies, great big sort of statues out of marzipan, out of wax, out of sugar, to display when people are coming to eat at these banquets. There's a huge amount of skill. And, we have this idea that, I don't know, feasting in the medieval period is kind of, blokes who look a bit like you, but with even longer beards, chewing on carcasses and lozzing bones around, and kind of, filthy and kind of out of control. But actually, it's incredibly mannered. It's very controlled. It's really, really sophisticated. And it's all about kind of dazzling and entertaining. This is for wealthy households. Obviously, if you're poor, it's very different. But that's what you get a glimpse of in these. I mean, one of my
and roasting a suckling animal is taking that to the next level, then, is it?
Well, yes, because a suckling animal, could be grown on to become a much larger sized beast that can then feed, many, many more people. So the luxury of being able just to slaughter your suckling animal is a sign you have surplus. And
it's like, but almost like burning money, really, because that animal would become enough to feed 20 people, but you're going to feed 4 people when it's tiny, and so the conspicuous consumption element, that's you saying, I'm so rich, I don't even have to wait for this animal to get big, I can have it when it's very, very small. And that's still kind of idea of young animals being more palatable still exists in lamb, in veal, in our society now.
That it is a luxury. It still is a luxury. And in fact, another example of luxury that I think is really interesting, that perhaps we don't think of so much, but is the lavish use of spices in the medieval period. Because spices really are, they're as useful in a sense as diamonds. They don't actually feed you. They're not nutritious. They just make things taste nice. And at that period of time, they were fantastically expensive, more expensive certainly than gold. So to be able to have spices in your food, to be able to have your own spice cabinet, was a sign that you were fantastically wealthy. So if you could color your food with saffron, you could season it with coriander, with cumin, cubex, you really were demonstrating that you were both sophisticated and cultured because your palate is developed, but also that you've got money to splash around.
And the trade that obviously that went with the spices, if you look at the way, the empire, obviously we're not going to revise history, sort of stole countries, but the original point was the spice trade, wasn't it? The spice trade, the East India Company, those kind of companies were looking for ways to capitalize on something that we now take for granted. But at the time, spices were so valuable that it was like a gold rush.
yeah, I mean, incredible fortunes made and lost in spices, certainly by the sort of late Tudor, early Stuart period, when you get that kind of massive exploration into the New World and over into the Indies, for instance. So yeah, huge money to be made from spices and from sugar and all these ingredients as well. You know, food is the stuff of kind of trade, travel, wars, the origins of civilization. You know, it's kind of everything. It's the story of everything, which is why it's so totally captivating.
And I think that's where, you know, you get the, you know, you start to then get towards late Stuart period, you get towards the sort of the idea of the British taking advantage of other cultures, obviously. But I guess you could say that the silver lining, although not for the people that were extremely affected and brutalized by the British, probably, but the spice trade, that kind of idea of that food from outside of the UK, outside of our islands, was really sought after, then starts to lend towards what you would say would be the kind of the next food wave, immigrant food wave, which is probably what, the sort of late 18th century, I guess. Are we jumping too far ahead?
Yeah,
curry moving to Britain. I mean, that the first curry house would have been what, 1780s? I don't know. You're the historian. I'm probably putting you on the spot here. But you know, that kind of.
I think you can kind of go back. You know, you can actually go back sort of earlier, and you could think of like the Stuarts, for example. So when you have, you know, when Charles I is executed, you know, and then you have Charles II with his wife Catherine de Braganza. You know, she really, I mean, there's a kind of argument about it, but mythologically, she kind of popularizes tea. You get the first coffee houses opening. You know, when you read like Samuel Pepys's diary, he's often talking about food which is foreign. So he famously hides his Parmesan cheese when London burns, because it costs so much, but also it's so delicious. So, you know, and also because obviously he was a very sensible man. But you know, so you have this kind of, already you have a food culture which is really rich and very much influenced by European or foods from Spain, from France, from Germany, but also from the rest of the world. So it's actually earlier. And then you get this kind of expansion of trade, which means you start to see many new ingredients and flavors becoming more available. And also, I think the crucial thing really, and this kind of starts from really the Elizabethan period, is sugar. Is the expansion of sugar production under these terrible conditions, obviously slavery, but the production of sugar from the West Indies and East Indies, from Morocco, means that sugar starts to slightly drop in price so that more people can enjoy it in this country. And so you see this kind of increased consumption of sugar, which actually still remains a kind of characteristic of the British diet, of a sweet tooth.
And I mean, we obviously, you know, when we were talking and we were researching the show, we were talking about this sort of period of is where you start getting documentation and books coming out. But those books that you showed me with that had like potted dolphin and stuff like that, these early, you know, cookbooks written, but they were all written by women, which was fascinating to me. I mean, because often people say history is written by men, which is obviously a horrible, you know, statement. But these books were, these pioneering cookbooks were written by females. Is that correct?
Well, there's a really interesting tradition in British food history and culture, which actually you can sort of trace now, where generally speaking, books that were written aimed at professional cooks in sort of large kitchens of, you know, royalty, aristocracy, written by professional chefs, tended to be written for men, tended to. And then in the 18th century, late 17th, 18th century, you start to see a tradition of books being written by, sometimes published by, women. And then those books tend to be aimed more at wealthy housekeepers, at women. They're not aimed at the poor, they're still well-to-do households, but they're not professional chefs writing. They are domestic cooks or housekeepers writing, and they're aimed at women. And then that food is very much, I've never seen a recipe for potted dolphin, but maybe anyway. But potting, preserving, pickling. You know, a lot of the history of food is a history which is about how do you elongate the life of food, how do you make it safe, how do you make food that will get us through winter. And these women writing for probably prosperous, well-to-do farms are writing about this sort of food culture, which is very much closely associated with what I would say is typically English food. So lots of lovely, pot marmalades, potted meats, potted fish. Because this is before you have refrigeration, this is how you store food, how you are thrifty, how you are careful. It's not about kind of lavish banquets. So there's these two traditions of kind of professional chefs and domestic cooks, which you see kind of emerging out of the cookery books, which is really interesting.
And then I just want to touch on the second conspicuous consumption that we dealt with, which was the ice cream. I mean, for those, if you're ever in King's Cross, I suggest you visit a museum there called the Canal Museum, because there they have, I mean, I was absolutely blown away when you showed me this. That just talk the viewers through how ice cream was initially brought to the public's eye, or to the rich people's eye, I suppose.
Okay, so there's a very, very long history of ice cream, which goes back, I think the Chinese were eating ice cream or making ice cream, so I think in the 4th century. There's kind of Arabic cultures of ices and ice creams, or iced drinks, sherbets, bringing ice down from mountains. But the history for this country is very much initially associated with, again, very, very wealthy, because you really needed, in order to have ice creams, you really needed to have an ice house, which is not something that most of us would be able to afford, because you need to have a huge amount of land, and then you would be shipping in or bringing ice from either the lakes up north, or you'd be bringing ice from sort of frozen seas, and then storing it in your ice house in the 17th century, let's say, and making these wonderful, really beautiful desserts. Sometimes even sort of chilled ices for starters as well. But so this is only the food for the very, very wealthy. But once you get to the 19th century and you have steamships, you have railway travel, you suddenly are able to expand both where you can get ice from, and then also the capacity to move it quickly and to store it at temperature, and to be able to have trade in ice. So by the sort of 1870s, 1880s, there's a whole trade in ice across the whole of this country. Ice being brought from Canadian lakes, or from still up in Scotland, over from Norway, in great big blocks, and being stored in these great big cellars like we saw at the Canal Museum, and then being taken around on horse and cart to butchers, to confectioners, to private households. And at this point, you get some really ingenious people, many of them Italian, coming. There's a big mass migration from Italy to London, or to England. Many of them set up ice cream trade, and so they start selling ice cream ices on the streets. And so you get penny ices, and these are seen to be completely miraculous. When you first read the first newspaper reports of people trying ice for the first time, they don't believe it, they spit it out, they don't know what it is, they don't know why you eat it. So on
it's funny.
Yeah, go on.
It's funny because when I was at the Fat Duck and I was doing some work, like a stage there, we were talking, and I was talking to Heston, and he has this liquid nitrogen dessert, starter, sorry, it's like an amuse that's it's like a gel poached in liquid nitrogen. And I said, isn't that a bit weird, bringing out liquid nitrogen? He said, well, 100 years ago, if you brought out a deep fat fryer and showed somebody how they could turn a raw potato into a chip, they would be amazed. And this is the same thing happening here with the ice cream, that people putting ice in their mouth would have just been completely, I guess it would have been like modern molecular cuisine for them. They would have just been shocked. But I guess having your own ice house or your own ice, I mean, these little kind of wardrobes that that you store them in, if you had a party and had ice cream, I mean, it's the equivalent of getting Elton John to sing at your kid's wedding or something these days. You know, it's so outlandish. But to us nowadays, you think of it just as a seaside treat.
Yeah, and so I think you're absolutely right. The kind of magicalness so it's a kind of mixture of how delicious ice cream is, but also that it is magical and that you're transforming, you know, liquid into ice. So when you get, do you remember I showed you this wonderful book by a woman called Agnes Marshall? Agnes B. Marshall was the kind of ice cream queen of England. And she was an entrepreneur, incredibly savvy. She had a cookery school, but really what she was known for was her ices and her ice creams. And she patented one of the first ice cream makers, which could be purchased by sort of ordinary homes. And so people could buy, and also she limited them out. So if you were doing a posh dinner party, you could borrow one of her ice cream makers. So you could make some of these extraordinary ice cream desserts. And they weren't just having sort of a scoop of vanilla ice cream. You know, they are having these incredibly elaborate sort of bombs, they call them bombs, with like sort of spun sugar around them in every flavor you could possibly imagine. So there's this, you know, both on the street, people are having, you know, penny ices, very cheap, but in the wealthiest houses across the land, people are eating incredibly elaborate and beautiful ice creams and ices.
I'm just going to, I'm in a bit of a stress position here. I'm just going to move you. Sorry, I'm just trying to, my shepherd's hut. Yeah, sorry. Is that better? Can you see me? No, that's rubbish. So if we're at the seaside thinking about ice cream, I think we should just have a brief chat about fish and chips, because I found that the most interesting history as a kind of broad brushstrokes, how your food history is not what you think. So would you be able to just, you know, because I thought fish and chips was kind of a northern kind of, you know, maybe Lancashire, maybe Yorkshire kind of tradition, but you blew me away on that one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like so many food traditions, it emerges out of a sort of melding of different traditions and different cultures, rather than kind of happening at one really fixed known moment. But it seems that fish and chips comes out of a sort of Lancashire tradition and the London tradition, and that we have sort of fried fish. We know that cold fried fish were being sold on the streets in London, certainly in the early 19th century. So there's a reference to it of a fried fish, I think he calls it a factory, a warehouse, fried fish warehouse in Oliver Twist from Dickens in the 1840s, 1850s. This is a Jewish tradition of eating cold fried fish. There's a mention of cold fried fish in the first Jewish cookery book, which again I think is 1852, Lady Montefiori's cookery book. So fried fish we know is a tradition. We've also got sort of empirical documentation from the 1850s in London of Jewish fried fish sellers. And then we go into potatoes and fried potatoes. We know that fried potatoes are being sold in Lancashire and in cities in around the 1850s, so around the same time. And the first kind of date where you see fish and chips coming together is again in Lancashire with the patenting of a mobile fish and chip sort of maker, so to be able to fry fish and chips on the street. And it's very much coming out of a kind of northern tradition, it seems, of chips, and then a Jewish working class London tradition of fried fish, and these things come together. And it wouldn't be possible though if it weren't for the emergence of steam trawlers and railways, and therefore much more inexpensive fish, volumes of fish, much more inexpensive, being distributed into urban centres. So fish and chips is this kind of mixture of technology meeting sort of ancient Jewish tradition, new sort of ways of eating with potatoes from the northern Lancashire coming together at this particular moment. And then when you go into the 20th century, fish and chips, it remains a tradition which is associated with immigrants. Italian immigrants just after the war, and then Chinese immigrants and Greek Cypriot immigrants, often running fish and chip shops. So it's got this really interesting kind of long history that goes back to the 19th century, really, rather than it being a kind of quintessentially we've been eating it since the Romans history.
Yeah, I mean, so I mean, and then we move into the modern era where we are now, and where actually we realise that, I think what I realised doing the show was that actually our food traditions aren't as
Jack, I just lost you for that second.
And then you go out and you eat anywhere now, you know. Well, actually, the idea, that's probably what is British about. I think what makes British food, the history of British food, is clearly the we culture. Unlike the kind of great food cultures of, you know, the Far East and India and France and Spain, Italy, that have this kind of really long tradition and they're quite dogmatic. I feel that our food culture, we're quite magpie-like, and we like to change and kind of experiment with other people's food, and that's evident today on the streets of London and other capital cities, other cities around the country.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you know, that comes out of a particular history of a very rapid industrial revolution, which kind of divorced people from the countryside, from food production, in a way that didn't happen in Italy, in France, in Spain. So kind of very dislocated from the countryside. And then the kind of First World War and Second World War, that real impact on the way that we produce food and what food we produce. And somehow there was a sort of, you know, it's sort of a win and a lose, because in a way it meant that lots of our regional food cultures sort of were, if they didn't die, they became much less kind of prominent. I mean, now there's been a resurgence and that's really exciting, but what it meant was that we were also quite open to new ideas about food, and we've become a kind of a country which broadly is very eclectic in its tastes, and that is fantastically exciting, because if you think about the sort of immediately post-war diet, for most people it would have been really quite monotonous, boring, bland, plain, not exciting. And what's actually happened is that, you know, that we have a sort of, because we haven't had a kind of really strong food culture in some countries, I think that's allowed for us to sort of welcome and enjoy and delight in food from around the world to some extent.
Well, I think one of the, I mean, what time is it on, by the way? I haven't got, how long have we got?
It's 3:45.
Okay, so
I think there's
we're gonna bring some. I think we've got some front row panelists who want to come and ask us a couple of questions. But I'm just going to say, for me, there's Somerset Maugham quote, which is, to eat well in England, you have to eat breakfast 3 times a day. I think nowadays we would say is we do good breakfast. British breakfast is fantastic, but I think what's been fascinating about talking to you and obviously working with you is to find out that I think we need to look at our food history and say there's nothing that you can say is quintessentially one thing or the other. It's like language. It changes over time. People that try and conserve things and say this is the way it has to be, we can't change, I think those people are being shown to be wrong, because I think food changes over time. And that's what's so fascinating about food history is you're able to say to people, look, fish and chips isn't even, you know, you can't locate fish and chips in one area, or, you know, we've been doing this for years, and therefore, you know, I just find traditions and trying to be conservative, not in the political sense, but in the kind of social sense, is crazy, because like there's so much amazing food in our country right now that's some of the chefs that have been on today they have, you know, influences from Korea and Japan and Asia and South America and all over. And I think that's what British food is and should be, is basically a celebration of multiculturalism.
And in a sense, when you look back in history to the 17th century, the 18th century, even the sort of, you know, back to the 14th century, it always has been, you know, that we have this incredibly rich history.
I think we've got one of our front row panelists here. Martin, are you there in Oldham, or is it your name Martin Oldham?
My name is Martin Oldham.
Are you in Oldham, or?
Sorry?
Are you in Oldham, or where are you?
No, I live in Bedford. It's miles away from the lovely place that you live in, Jack.
Oh yeah. I mean, how's things for you? You okay?
Yeah, well, I'm a court lawyer, so we do everything virtually and don't do it probably very well.
Is that a Wales rugby shirt I can see on you?
This is a shirt which I wear for a guy who, you remember Captain Tom?
I do, yeah.
Well, Captain Tom's son displayed all his cards in Bedford School where my son went.
Oh wow.
And that's where we live. So miles from the sea, no fish, but life's okay.
Wow, what amazing story that is! That the Captain Tom. It's amazing how this this lockdown period has that story is just is everyone is. I don't know, it's blown me away. It really has blown me away. What I mean, you know, the way the humanity has seen a story like that and just built on it, and 30 million he's made, unbelievable.
Well, it was staggering the other day because on his 100th birthday, we have Luton Airport close to us, and there's no planes in the sky, and the sky is blue, but you could hear the Spitfire and Hurricane flying over, and it was a fantastic few minutes. Absolutely.
Yeah. Me and my son Milo, he's only 20 months old. He wouldn't have understood it, but I mean the noise of those planes. I mean, you know, I'm not going to get jingoistic here, but the noise of that noise is just so evocative to a British person at the moment. I mean, it was a wonderful display, and fair play to the lad. He's done well. I mean, for at 100, he's got a #1. And the funniest part is that he's knocked Vera Lynn off the #1 spot, who was his childhood sweet. Do you have a question, Martin? You want to?
I do. I was a Forces kid, and the food was incredibly boring. And listening to Polly talking about World War I, World War II, we lived on frozen food. What's been the catalyst which has led to the adventure that we are now experiencing in terms of food, going back hundreds of years? What's kicked things off? Because life was tedious as a kid. Lard sandwiches and things like that. Nowadays, it's just fantastic, the stuff that you guys produce. And Polly perhaps can help us to what is the catalyst.
Well, of course, like as with all these things, there isn't one catalyst, but I think there's this kind of, first of all, there's the kind of context in which you're talking about, which was that food was, you know, rationed until 1953. As you've alluded to, was often very monotonous, quite boring. And you get this kind of period of time in the 60s and the 70s where you have literally the sort of the face of the nation changing, people migrating to this country from all over the world, bringing with them their most incredible kind of food traditions and food tastes. You have an explosion in paperback publishing, in particular in cookery publishing. So you get much cheaper cookery books, which again opens up this market for drawing new food, different food. You have supermarkets working out kind of from the 70s and the 80s that they're not just in the business of selling food, they're really in the business of selling taste. And that this is not just about price, it's about price, but it's also about variety, and people want newness, and people want to be, you know, are interested in food. And I think a real attitude change has been that for many people in the 40s and 50s, even in the 60s, to be interested in food was somewhat viewed with suspicion because it was frivolous. It was seen as being a luxury. It was sort of almost unpatriotic. Whereas, you know, in the 70s, 80s, and then, you know, now, it's actually, you know, a perfectly legitimate pastime, a hobby, curiosity. And so there's all sorts of things that come together that are economic and also, of course, kind of cultural, that have meant an incredible kind of flourishing of food culture and curiosity and interest in food, which has been sort of wonderful, I think.
That's great. Thanks ever so much. I enjoyed 9 o'clock this morning, and I'm going to go back and cook my chicken curry, which is simmering away.
Yeah, and
thanks ever so much, guys. It's been great.
Thank you, Martin. That's brilliant. Thanks for stepping on crowdfunder. Well, hi Polly. Hi Jack. Hi. What an amazing session. I think what I've learned most is I'm quite thick.
No.
I think we've got two of the biggest brains in food on the screen there. Really lovely to see your interest and intellect and passion about the subject of food. Polly, it's been amazing to have you on here. You've kind of really sort of given everybody a new sort of dimension to food and the history and the culture behind it, not just the kind of quick, easy grab. You've really put layers of quality on our day. I really appreciate your input.
Well, it's been wonderful. And what I always say is, you know, everybody is an expert in food. Everybody is an expert in food history. It's the most democratic subject. So everybody should explore food history, because we can all be experts.
Yeah, and just quickly, I'm from Manchester, and I was really interested in your chat about chips and fish and chips. And in Manchester, our local chippy was coal-fired. And when my mum was pregnant, her craving was sprinkles of coal dust on her chips.
That's amazing.
I know, and they were called sprinkles. So you asked for chips and sprinkles.
No.
Lovely.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you, Polly. You've, I mean, I can't believe it. We've almost in an hour.
I know. Well, you know,
I thought we had about half an hour left, but thank you so much. It's been great to catch up. And if anyone wants to see our work, you can watch it on Food Network UK on their D Player, which is their on-demand service. You can see us doing 10 great British recipes, and then me leaving Polly behind and going and cooking them abroad, which she'll never let me forget.
Your piss up. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Polly.
Cheers, Polly.
Bye. Jack, brilliant. What a fantastic session. Amazing. Thank you so much. Can I bring somebody in, please? I'd like to bring in Sam Bishop from Trevere Farm. And Sam, of course, and Trevere Farm have been our sponsors for today, and it'd be quite nice just to have a little chat. You all right?
Hello.
I can hear you, but hello, Sam.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Lovely Sunday. Nice weather.
Well, it's a bit murky here. We're a bit murky in the Southwest in Lyme Regis, but I'm not complaining. It's really good.
No, we're still alive, and that's a bonus.
Well, there you go. You know, above ground, we're doing okay. Sam, thanks ever so much for your support today. It's really very much appreciated.
Absolutely no worries. We're all about supporting everything local. We're very good friends with the Steins, Ross. We do a lot of business through those guys, and it's a great thing to help along with. And what a great idea.
Yeah, it's a brilliant idea. And I know that you'll kind of support this notion that people in the food industry have been very innovative and very positive and fast moving. And down in Cornwall, everybody's an overachiever, it seems. Your place is amazing.
Yeah, I don't know if we're overachievers or very lucky. It's a double-edged sword, I think.
It's funny that
but I think it's very important to work with what you've got down here, and especially with your friends. And yeah, I mean, it's amazing to live and work and actually earn some money down here is good. But I mean, to innovate now in these times is super important.
Yeah.
So if anyone doesn't know, Sam is one of our sponsors, Trevere Farm. They're a self-catering group of cottages just outside of Weybridge, or between Weybridge and Padstow. But uniquely, Sam, I was talking with Sam. One of Sam's relatives owns a very famous hotel in London, the Goring Hotel, and we're talking about rebookings. And one of the biggest things in our industry at the moment is, can you get people to rebook? And Sam, out of the three of us, was the only one that was reporting a massive increase in his rebookings. And I think it's because people who go, he's a bit of a Faulty Towers character, you know.
I'm a fat Basil Fawlty.
Yes, he's a Google farmer and a fat Basil Fawlty. And I think if you go and stay with him, what you'll experience is a real a bloke who's just and will give you some fantastic wine, because he's probably got one of the best wine cellars, at least this side of the Camel.
What?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, Sam, what are you drinking there?
I'd hate to say, it's a little Montrachet from 2014. Not that I'm bragging. Yeah, well, Jack's drinking that because he's got to keep up the Sony. He's making no money.
But the great thing, I mean, Sam is obviously going to support. We share a lot of clients, and anyone who goes on their website to look at their accommodation, it's fantastic. But again, the personal touch. We did a dinner there for about 40 people the other day, and the personal touch that Sam gives. Somebody asked for mint tea, you know, and Sam went out and foraged some mint, didn't you, Sam?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, you did.
And that's the great client he is, and he keeps coming back for his mint tea.
There we go. So
I think that's the best thing about what we do. We do a pop-up restaurant, and you can come if you're local, if you stay here or whoever, and Jack will come along and cook, or Ross, Mr. Ainsworth will come and do it. Yeah. I mean, I just think it's an amazing thing to do, and it shows off our cottages, but it's affordable eating. It's such an experience, and down here, experiences are just huge at the moment. So if you can offer something no one else is doing with a chef like Jack or Ross or Paul or whoever, it's just an amazing thing to do.
Sam, just not to put a negative on it, but it must be very different right now for you in the kind of hospitality, accommodation world, experiences.
Absolutely, for sure. I mean, we are obviously shut, and we have been since the lockdown started. I'm hoping we can get someone soon, but we might not. But you know, it's an age-old saying, you know, it is what it is, and that's exactly what it is. We have got no control on what's going to happen. You just have to be quite cautious in what you're doing, what you're spending, what's going out the door, and what's not coming back in. But in the same breath, I think hospitality down here will jump tenfold in the next 5 years from this pandemic. And self-catering, I think, will be a lot better because you can self-isolate in your cottage, see no one. Whereas the hotel trade, I think, is a bit more tricky than that, as in you'll see loads of people all the time. No one knows what's going to happen. We can all sit here and speculate all day long. But you just feel for a load of people who have got, for one, huge businesses who employ loads of local people. And your heart has got to be out there and think, I really does hope it ends soon. Yeah. But you don't know, do you?
No, there's that certain there's certain not known, but I think you're absolutely right. What will happen is that once lockdown is loosened or relaxed, then people will have that slight celebratory vibe, and they'll spend it in their close proximity, going to places in the UK.
Almost on a really tiny scale, like when World War II finished and everyone went mental.
Yeah,
but on a very small scale.
Don't go kissing sailors in Trafalgar Square.
Okay, you sound like my dad. I promise I didn't.
Just before we go, we've got the brilliant Sophie Michell coming on next. Jack calls you a Google farmer. Have you got anything to say back to that?
Just look at his recipe book. It's his dad's recipes and a bit of Marmite.
Can I just say that is fairly true, to be honest. Marmite's got 2 mentions there. One thing I would say about a Google farmer is the good thing is I'm Googling how to do DIY. Sam, it's fine. Just Google how to put up a fence and raise sheep and
exactly, Jack.
Steal partridges. All I'm going to say is Sam has the biggest partridge shoot in the country next to him, and he's got a load of feeders on his land. So he's suddenly got a lot of his own partridges.
How does that happen?
Oh, it's weird. I don't know. It's mental. It's absolutely crazy.
Sam, I think it must be climate change, mate.
Well, it definitely is. And I've got a bit of sun over here, maybe not over there. Anyway, Jack, thanks for that.
Yeah.
There it is.
Brilliant. All right. Well, listen, guys, thank you, Sam, for bringing in not only a brilliant bit of humour, but also supporting what we're doing, because I know you're closely ingrained and connected to everything that we're doing, but particularly down in Cornwall. Thanks for that, mate, and all the best, and hopefully see you soon in the flesh. And,
well, indeed. Thank you very much indeed for both having me, and what a great thing you're doing. And we hope to support you again and again and again, because what a great thing we're all doing here.
I want one shade.
Piss off, Jack. Bye-bye.
Great, and lovely ending word from our sponsor there, Jack. Thank you.
Very sweary sponsor.
Yeah.
Is Sophie there? Because I might actually say hello to her.
Well, we're not due to. Well, we are actually, aren't we? We're kind of there. Of course, yeah. Why not? I mean, what else have you got to do?
Nothing. Drink cider. I mean, Lucy's. I'm in the shepherd's hut, so Lucy's in the house on her own. So I'm gonna have to go in and give her a hand. But yeah, bring Sophie on.
Yeah, we will do. We will do. And you know, you're over there in Cornwall. We've had Gizzi from London. We've had your dad from the other side of the world in Australia. Where's Sophie?
Well, I think she's coming in. She's in a bikini, so she's somewhere off.
I'm not in a bikini, Jack Stein.
Oh no, who was that?
Look around.
Was that Owen?
The text. Oh, how do we do this?
Hi, Sophie.
Hey, Sophie.
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay,
Hi, Sophie.
Okay, guys. So, welcome to Barbados.
Barbados. Oh, sorry. I thought you were in Derby.
I've got amazing.
I thought you were in Torbados.
So, Jack, that's a classic. I'm having that one. Sophie is.
It's not mine. Simon Holston's that one. Torbados.
Oh, okay. So Sophie's frozen on my feed. I don't know whether you can see her. But you know, these things happen. There she is again. Hi, Sophie.
Hey, we're just trying to work out a couple of things. I mean, we're nearly there. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now
it's very idyllic where you are.
Yeah.
Is that Owen? That's not Owen.
That was Julie. This is Owen and Austin. Quick, you guys, only got 20 minutes.
Hi, Owen.
Hey guys, how are you?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I miss you guys. I miss you guys terribly. I'm going to jump off and let Steve.
Thank you.
Getting confused. Lots of love. Bye.
Bye.
Sophie, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks for joining us. It seems that lockdown is treating you well.
Well, it's a long, complicated story, but yes, we accidentally got stuck in Barbados, basically. But like I said, there's a long story behind it, but I've been coming out here working with Sophie Barbados.
Yeah.
We've got lots of very close friends here, and we really literally didn't have a house to live in London mid-lockdown, so we came over here. And it has been a really strict lockdown here, so there was no alcohol sales, which I know would cause absolute civil war in England. But they're just starting to lift it this week. So yeah, it's been interesting. I mean, the interesting thing.
We might have just kind of lost you a little bit there, Sophie. Don't worry about it. These things happen. You're coming from Barbados. You did mention there that you've been trapped in Barbados.
Changing the way people are eating over here too.
Yeah.
So it's good in that way.
Yeah, and amazing. I think, Sophie, you've been working extremely hard when you've been out there. Did you do something recently with Kirk Brown?
I did. Yeah. It's an organisation which encourages people to use produce and importing's massive from the Caribbean. And we have a soup kitchen, most vulnerable families in the parish of St Andrews. We've done so you know, it's difficult to set up during lockdown. They're just doing well.
Sophie, you're cutting in and out, and that's not a problem at all. It's understandable. Are you still on Wi-Fi?
Yes, we're on Wi-Fi. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly. We can hear you now. That's okay.
Okay, it should be working. Okay.
Yes, it is. I can hear you.
All right, guys.
There's a visual lag, but we can hear you.
Okay. All right. Okay. It is difficult because we're obviously kind of on the island.
I know.
Should I tell you what I'm cooking and get going?
Yeah, do. Yeah, please do.
Great. So I've been discovering all the local ingredients here. A particular fantastic ingredient I've been using here is cassava flour. It's gluten-free and it's quite interesting. So I've got some cassava flour tacos, but I'm going to have a kind of marinated steak sliced into it, and a Bayesian salsa verde. So
Wow.
cassava tacos, a kanga steak, and Bayesian salsa verde. Can you hear? All good?
Yeah, sounds amazing. Yeah.
Good, good.
Do you do delivery?
So I've got my meat time because I just wanted to make sure that it was going to be ready for you. I'm going to have to take this lovely piece of hanger steak off and put it here. I've got a mat in front of me. It's looking very longingly at the steak. I'm going to go into this green seasoning mix, or I call it salsa verde, but anyone who knows Caribbean food knows that they use this kind of fantastic kind of seasoning paste they have in the fridge all the time. And it's basically a load of kind of herbs and aromatics. And you can use it for marinades, sauces, dips, everything. It's fantastic. So, all good?
Great.
Yeah?
Yeah, sounds great.
So, yeah, so we've got a big load of herbs. You can have a little look. Now, we're going to use coriander. This is shadow benny. It's very similar to coriander. So that's a local version of coriander basically over here. Fantastic flavors. And add a little bit of this. Yeah, cooking in a pink dress with big sleeves may not have been the best idea. But I thought I had to match the flowers. You know, it's not just about cooking.
It's a lovely graphic match. And Jack also said he wanted to wear a pink dress with big sleeves, and we said, no, you've got the first choice on that.
You know what? It wouldn't go with Jack's hair, to be fair, would it really? But,
no,
but fair enough. It's nice to see everyone cooking today. It makes me feel like I'm back doing the food festival for chefs. So it's really nice to see everybody again. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of it. Also, it's obviously such a good cause well to help homeless people in Cornwall and to also raise awareness of suppliers in Cornwall too. So I'm sorry I'm not using Cornish produce today, but it's about that kind of sentiment of using local produce wherever you are in the world, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Right, so got more coriander as well. And I've done this mix a few times, and I've done it with different things in. Sometimes I put turmeric in it. This is beautiful local turmeric. Sometimes I put ginger in it, but traditionally you've got marjoram, thyme, garlic chives, coriander, and of course wouldn't be the Caribbean without these kind of mega chilies. I have to say that, you know, we're used to using quite mild chilies in the UK. These not. I have these in the mix, and the mix is enough to do a good couple of steaks, basically.
So they're quite hot and spicy.
Yeah, very, very spicy. We have these amazing, they have garlic chives over here they put into this, but these are kind of spring onions. But like I said, I kind of think you can put anything in what you want really in terms of aromatics. You know, it's a good way to use up what you've got in the fridge a little bit. Chuck in some onion.
Sophie, I understand that lockdown for you guys in Barbados might start to be a bit more relaxed soon.
Yeah, so from tomorrow we're allowed to buy alcohol again. Woohoo! Also, we're allowed to go on the beach again. So I think like kind of ending up in a kind of completely kind of new country, even though we've got very good friends here and we know it well, it was quite stressful, but it's been stressful for everybody. But it was also really interesting because we got to know everything, the details, the logistics very, very quickly. And actually the government here have handled it very well. Even though it's been very strict, it's been handled well. So we felt kind of nice and happy about that.
Do you think
but
that
the
has
beach is
anything...
a big thing. So tomorrow we...
Do you think that has anything to do with having a female leader?
Yeah, well, I put that on my Instagram yesterday. She's a woman. There you go. She knows what she's doing. Although I wasn't going to be political today, so yeah. Right,
Okay.
I better get going on this.
That's the question. Sophie, just so that you know, we can hear you perfectly well, and your video stream is a little bit jumpy, although you're coming back in a bit more. We might stop and restart your video, but you just carry on.
Okay, all right then. We're on Wi-Fi. We are on Wi-Fi.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's nothing that you're doing. We're just going to give that a go, okay? You don't have anything. So while Sophie's just going to recalibrate her stream, just because we want you to experience as much of her cooking as possible, it's true that you can hear her, but obviously cooking is about the sounds, it's about the descriptions. We can't give you the smells, but we ought to really be able to give you the visuals. So we're just going to retry that. We're just going to see if we can patch her in again, all the way over from Barbados. Again, you know, this is all to do with bandwidth and the internet. Not really my cup of tea. Can't really explain more than that. But ultimately, we want to make sure that it's entertaining. Be assured, though, that the recipe that Sophie's putting together will certainly be on our website, but it would be great to get some imagery. At the very least, we can hear her, but at the moment, we're not able to see her. But we're just going to try again. So we want Sophie to start the video. And then, hey.
Is this better now?
Yeah, that is actually.
Yes, well, bizarrely, we had a Wi-Fi expert come in at 7 o'clock this morning on a Sunday to sort out our Wi-Fi.
Yes.
To make sure we were logged on to the wrong one. Sorry.
Don't you worry about it. That's fine. That's fine.
We haven't missed anything special, though. So the first stage is to make the Caribbean seasoning. We were talking about green seasoning. So I'm going to get this on, then we can get a piece of meat marinating.
Go for it.
Is that all good?
Yeah, go for it.
Basically, you just blitz it all up together. It's always great using the blender on TV because then you can't hear anyone say anything anyway.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's fine. Say what you like.
And I chose to kind of cook outside and do cooking on a barbecue because I hear you've actually been having some really nice weather in the UK. So people have been out in their barbecues doing a barbecue and things like that.
Yeah, we've had some really amazing weather actually, and during these particularly unprecedented weird days of lockdown, it's helped a great deal, especially if you've got kids. It's helped a lot. Yeah.
So I've made that green seasoning. Obviously, the recipe is going to be on the website because I know it's kind of been difficult with complications. I'm going to take half of the green seasoning out and use that as our sauce later. And this is a really kind of good marinade and sauce to use on so many different things. We've used it on steak here, but we've also used it on shrimp and things like that. I'm going to add some pineapple to it now. And the reason I'm using pineapple is because hanger steak, the cut that we're using, is a very muscly kind of hardcore cut. It's a cheaper cut of beef.
Yeah.
A lot of chefs made it quite kind of trendy, but it actually works really well with a bit of pineapple and marinade because it just tenderizes it a bit. Chuck that in.
And I guess you can get pineapples just falling out of the trees in your garden.
Well, mangoes mainly, if the monkeys don't get them. We do actually have an issue with monkeys. I love them, but they are little buggers. They do just climb up, you know, and take everything they can. So, so add the pineapple and blitz that. Yep. And then that's your marinade, basically. So you want to put that on overnight. Yeah. I'm going to get Julie to come. Julie's helping me film. Julie's my friend here, but Julie, have a look at this meat. Yeah. So Stephen, you can see that this has got like really kind of muscle. That's long strips of muscle, and that's makes it quite tough, but actually really has good flavour. This is from an organic farm called Peg, and it's oink and moo meats. And honestly, it's mind blowing the quality of it. I'm so excited to be able to use it over here. I know this is about people being able to access stuff back at home though, so I would suggest people check out Turner and George, which are the butchers I've used for many years, and they also have amazing kind of well-bred, rare breed meats and everything.
Absolutely, and we'll put those details on our virtualfoodfestival.org website, Sophie.
Perfect. So you see, I've got a nice bit of hanger steak marinating there, and that's going to just sit in the fridge overnight like that.
Yeah.
We're going to pretend that's been marinating actually, and I'm going to put one on the grill now. It doesn't want too much cooking because it's that kind of hardcore muscle. If you overcook it, it's going to really be dry. It doesn't have massive fat on it either.
So for the uninitiated, what is the rough temperature? You're looking for a searing hot heat for a short amount of time?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest sadness of people cooking steaks when they cook it wrong is cooking it in a pan that's too cold, but a pan that's not hot enough. It's awful. You don't want a kind of steak sweating in a kind of mid temperature pan. You want it really, really, really hot. We've had this barbecue going for an hour now, and it's just at that point where it's kind of white hot, you know, and you want that lovely kind of impact heat.
Yeah.
And obviously lots of salt on it. Well, I should have seasoned that before I put it on. I can tell you, it's very hot cooking in 32-degree heat next to a barbecue.
I was going to say, you know, all the hot of the weather and then stood next to that fire. I mean, you must be a glutton for punishment.
I'm going to jump into the pool as soon as we finish this, along with having a rum cocktail.
Just jump into a rum cocktail.
Yes, exactly. So going with the things, I always like to take my ingredients and layer them up in the same dish. I've done, we're going to do a bit of pineapple salsa as well, because pineapple is so beautiful when it's char-grilled slightly and then chopped up. So I'm going to cut a few pieces of pineapple off and chuck them in the barbecue too.
Lovely. Sophie, forgive my ignorance, but what time of day is it there?
Oh no, if I tell you now, it's going to sound really bad, but I talk about rum cocktails. But it's 11:30 a.m.
Oh, as late as that for a rum cocktail?
It's nearly 12 o'clock. It's okay. That's all I'm saying.
That's fine. I don't think anybody's judging you.
No. I know the audience. I know the rest of the team, so I know they've all been on it. Exactly. So what next? So we've got our pineapple on. We've got the beef cooking beautifully. I'm going to talk to you a bit about the cassava. So cassava tacos. So cassava is it's a root vegetable, otherwise sometimes called yucca, but I think they are actually, not sure if the same or not, but you can make gluten-free products out of it. So I've been messing around with it quite a bit, and these are the kind of tacoed stroke tortillas. They're great to have with breakfast. They've still got this kind of chewy kind of texture, which I think gluten-free products miss quite a lot. So yeah. I love them. It's a very simple recipe. It's not complicated at all, but all the different brands of cassava flour I've played with have all reacted slightly differently when it comes to moisture. So if anyone tries it at home, don't be alarmed. Add a little bit more water if it's too dry. Add a little bit more flour if it's too wet. You know, it's really like not rocket science. Just play around with it. It's a very, very simple dough. And
does that have any yeast in it at all, Sophie? It doesn't need to rise? Or...
No, it's actually vegan as well. It doesn't need to rise. It's almost, when the dough almost looks like a kind of taco corn dough. If you've seen a maza corn dough that we use for tacos, it's almost like that. So it's very smooth, very kind of white, and this has coconut milk, oil. So it's 4 cups of cassava flour, a cup of coconut milk, half a cup of olive oil, half a cup of water, mixed up, rolled between 2 sheets of baking paper, and then just pan fried in a bit more coconut oil. And they're just brilliant. And you can do them ahead and we'll warm them up on the grill when we're ready to go.
Brilliant. And just earlier on in the day, we had an old chum of yours, Gizzi, cooking.
Yes.
Yeah, because you worked together, didn't you?
I'm missing Gizzi so much, because when I first came to Barbados, it was with Gizzi. It was on a trip that she was doing, a press trip. And actually, we worked on a big show together years ago, which we won't mention because we're both embarrassed about the outfits we had to wear. But no, she's a very good friend of mine, and I do miss her a lot, and I can't wait for her to come over, along with Jack and Lucy and everyone else too. Yeah,
exactly. And I think just reading in between the lines there, Sophie, thanks for the invite too.
And you, that was everyone else too.
Yeah, was that, sorry, that's a bit fishy, that's fine. So you're just getting that lovely marking on the pineapple. What does that do? Does that heighten the sweetness?
It does, because, you know, like well, everything has this kind of level of sugar, has a level of sugar in it, basically. So when you char grill vegetables, that char is a kind of sugar coming to the surface, very hot. And pineapple, when it brings the char, kind of makes it sweeter. It brings out that lovely sweet tones, and it's also fantastic because when you mix it with the other ingredients, the warmth kind of amalgamates all flavors together too.
Yeah. Sophie, you've been. How long have you been cooking now? How long would you consider yourself being a professional chef?
So I've been working in restaurants and being paid to work in restaurants since I was 14.
Yeah.
So I think it's about 23 years. Shows
Yeah.
my age. Shows my age, that does. And it's changed, it has, everything's changed quite a lot, obviously, over that time. It's a wonderful industry. Like, everyone thought I was mad as a March hare to leave school before doing any GCSEs or anything to go and become a chef, but it was something that I wanted to do, and that was that. And I've never ever regretted it. It's something which has taken me all over the world, and it's just something which is such a pleasure to do for people. So I'm really horrified by the concept of what's going to happen to restaurants now.
Yes.
After spending basically my teenage years in restaurants, and it's been an intrinsic part of my life for such a long time. But we will end up, as humans do, we'll end up coming with some sort of solution and some sort of system to be able to get back to normal.
Yeah, I think so. And I suppose, being in the industry for the time that you have, you would have seen it changed, and particularly, I suppose, the influence of the female in the kitchen. But do you have any sort of highlights?
I think it's really good that there's more females in the kitchen. I think it's kind of strange, but it should have ever been an issue, but it should be unusual. But that's just how it goes. It's not the only industry to be kind of slightly sexist. But women make great chefs, and I think now I can say, from starting off in kind of Michelin star restaurants and having that sort of background, I think the industry as a whole is much more supportive of each other. So chefs support each other so much now, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
And I think that's what makes me happier. Doing all these food festivals for years, it just is such a fantastic community.
Yeah.
And I think it's a much kinder industry than it used to be. I mean, I was always the only female in all the kitchens. It didn't bother me, because I didn't know any different, and because I was so young, that just was what was normal to me.
Yeah.
But it's also positive. There's lots of good female chefs here I've started working with. We've had chefs donating their time for the Slow Food Soup Kitchen, and we've got two fantastic chefs, Ria Jilks and Alicia from Eco Lodge. So, now you see female chefs everywhere, and I think it's really good. I'm bound to say that. We make great.
No, that's absolutely brilliant. And also, just to, on that point of community, I'd just like to pass on a message from Ross and Gemma in Padstow, Ross Geach and Gemma. They want to say hi, and they can't wait to catch up in the early Padstow Xmas Festival drink.
Oh, I know. It seems like it feels like a million lifetimes ago, but we're all at Padstow Christmas Festival. But yeah, hopefully we'll be there again this year, and lots of love to everybody in Padstow as well, because it is like a second home to me. I believe Rick was on earlier. Was he coming in from Australia?
Yeah, he came in from Australia, our time, 9 o'clock this morning, about sort of 6 o'clock in the evening for him. Sophie, that we've got people watching us live on our YouTube channel. We've also got people who have pledged donations for a reward of being in the front row with you. I've got a question. Yeah. It's from Nigel Bloxham, and Nigel would like you just to kind of, you spoke about it already, but the feed of the visuals wasn't particularly good. But can you talk a little bit about the brilliant job that Slow Food Barbados are doing for their community, please?
Yeah, I'd love to. So Slow Food Barbados, Slow Food is a global organisation, but Slow Food Barbados was set up about 10 years ago by my friend Julie McNeil, and it's all about, the Caribbean is a particularly important movement for the Caribbean because so much food is imported here. And realistically, it doesn't have to be. When Gizzi and I came here a few years back, we were shocked by how much all the restaurants that everyone was telling us to go to were international fare, imported goods, and actually it's not necessary, because I'm telling you, the produce we get here is outstanding, and especially the meat. But I wasn't sure we were going to have this comparable quality. It's just brilliant. So Slow Food Barbados is a non-profit organisation which is all about linking the farmers with the chefs and farmers with the people to basically, eat local food, eat and source local food. And it's really good work they're doing. And then on top of that, it's all about kind of teaching and talking to people about sustainability, eco-living, growing your own produce. We're just building a big greenhouse over here, which is going to be our little kind of source of market garden vegetables and stuff here. And it's just a really interesting movement. And we were all here together trying to think of what we could do that would be relevant during the COVID crisis. So we've also kind of soup kitchen, serving really good, nutritious, freshly cooked soups, cooked by all the top chefs here, and then taken up to St Andrews and kind of dished out to kind of vulnerable families was the kind of the best thing we could think we could do, really. And actually, for me, you know, I'm so used to working so much. It's a real kind of source of giving me purpose, you know, and really helped us feel kind of settled here. And it's actually been really received well. And now we're getting loads of donations, but we need more. So please go on to Food Barbados' Instagram and website. And feel free to make donations. It doesn't matter where you are. And even if it's $5, you're buying a soup for someone, you know. So we are just trying to kind of feed everyone one soup at a time. So one soup matters, even if that's all people can donate at home as well.
Yeah, what a brilliant, generous thing to do. And, you know, you're kind of reflecting what we're trying to do here with the Virtual Food Festival, you know, trying to support people where they need it, trying to drive a connection between the producer and the customer, changing the way that people kind of go about their daily lives when it comes to food. And you're doing such an amazing job. I've been watching you on Instagram, and I'm so moved by what you've achieved.
You know what? It's all here to be done, really. You know, slow food always has all the infrastructure. It's complicated. It was complicated working out how to do things with the lockdown and sourcing products, but actually now we're really on a roll, and we're direct with the farmers and the chefs, and it's just brilliant. And it's amazing what you guys are doing. I mean, I feel quite guilty that I'm not in the UK doing more there, but you know, you've got to just do what you can wherever you are. And because of my health problems and you know, I've got my heart issue and diabetes, it was too kind of dangerous for us to, in our minds, to be there. So
yeah,
that's that really. Now I think that, what are we doing on time, Stephen?
Well, let me just see. Well, we're just shy of 4:30, so you're doing extremely well.
Oh, does that mean I'm half an hour?
Yeah,
I'm
that's
probably
fine.
Well, I'll plate up then. Should I start plating up?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. And Sophie, while you're plating up, I'd really like to invite Charlie Stein onto the screen, because Charlie's doing some really amazing creative pairings with drinks. And,
amazing.
Yeah, so can I invite him onto the screen so you can say hi too?
Yeah, I'd love that. I would wish he could pass me an alcoholic beverage whilst we're doing the show. That would be even better.
I wish you could pass me one of those steaks.
Hi, Charlie.
How you doing?
Charlie, how are you? Welcome back, fella. I hope you're having a good day. Thanks for joining us. I'm
having such a great day. It's been brilliant. I've enjoyed everyone's demos. Jack and Polly's talk was very educational, and just so much fun. Just such a great day, and all for the right reasons, all for the right causes. But the dish you're doing there, Sophie, looks fantastic. I mean, I'd love a rum cocktail as you're talking about there. But over here we've got so we're working with a really, really good wine merchant called Swig that we did a wine with earlier for Dad's demo. So they are supplying us and the pig and Nathan as well. They are mostly wholesale. So their business is really in trouble at the moment. So they do a bit of private clientele as well. And this is, I've had a couple of glasses of it, the most delicious Pinot Noir I've tasted in a long time. It's £11 from Swig, and it's from Bulgaria, and it's called Solid Pinot Noir, and it's just going to go perfectly with that. It's quite sweet. It's got a sweet fruit to it, so it will pick up the sweet fruit in the pineapple, and it's going to go amazing with the beef as well. It is phenomenal.
Charlie, you're making me so jealous. It sounds so good.
But it would all, I reckon your dish would also go well with a nice Banks beer as well, which was
yeah, Banks beer, we like that.
Yeah. So thank you, Charlie. That's amazing. Charlie, hang around, and let's just see this finished dish. Sophie, when you say that lockdown is relaxed tomorrow, does that mean to say you can, not that you're desperate for it, does that mean you can go and get something to drink?
Yeah, it means we're allowed to buy alcohol in the supermarket again. There's no bars and restaurants open. It means curfew slightly lifted I think, but essentially we can go to the beach again, and we can go to I guess. So yeah, obviously.
Great.
So it wouldn't be a Bayesian kind of cooking heat if you didn't have a little bit of hot sauce as well. So this is super, super hot. And Gizzi will tell you, we came back and we bought about 10 different bottles of hot sauce from all over the Caribbean. And so I'm going to add a little bit of this to the end as well. And then maybe Julie, you can have a little close up on the tacos to show them. This is really hot. So that would be like my level of heat, but not most people's level of heat.
Wow, look at that. That meat is cooked to perfection. Charlie, that wouldn't alter your choice then with that additional bit of heat on top of the taco?
Well, so this Pinot has got no tannin. It's really, really juicy, and it's got this sweet fruit that I think will combat that hot sauce quite well. But a beer would go very well as well as the Pinot Noir. But I think the Pinot will stand up to it.
And again, from an ignorant point of view, would you ever consider chilling a Pinot Noir, particularly if you're out in Barbados and you're having something like that?
100%. I will always, with all my red wines, I'll put it in the fridge for 5-10 minutes before, just to bring it down a little bit in temperature, because room temperature is 24 degrees, and you don't want your wine to taste soupy. And especially in Barbados, where it's very, very hot, you'll definitely want to stick it in the fridge 10-15 minutes just to cool it down a bit.
Here, so you have to chill it a little bit.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Charlie. Amazing, lovely suggestions. Thank you again for all of your knowledge and your enthusiasm, waiting in the wings, waiting to pair some amazing wines from superb suppliers. It's been a great pleasure sharing this platform with you. Thanks once again, Charlie.
Pleasure, Stephen and Sophie. Lovely to see you. Take care. Thank you, guys.
Cheers now. Bye. Sophie, thank you. That was absolutely brilliant. I do apologize for the slight fuzziness in the beginning, but with the new Wi-Fi and the rechanging, that was working perfectly.
I'm so sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry, Nathan, I've probably gone into your time a bit, but thank you very much for having us and bearing with us coming in from Barbados.
Amazing. Thank you, Sophie. Thank you to everyone. Thank you, Julie. Sophie, would you please promise to take a picture of your final dish for the website?
Yes, we'll do that now.
Amazing. And tomorrow, a virtual chink of glasses for that first drink in a long while.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Bye, Sophie, all the way from Barbados. Thanks to everybody. Lovely, lovely, brilliant dish. Thank you. Thanks also to Charlie. So, okay, well, we're coming up to the final demo here on the Virtual Food Festival. You supported us, you followed us. We're totally blown away by all the love and the comments and the sharing and getting everybody to subscribe to our YouTube channel, but also to the fact that you are donating and giving on the crowdfunding platform. That's what really makes the difference. And everybody here at the Virtual Food Festival team, we're all giving our time for free. We want everything to go where it's needed, and that makes it worth it for us. It's such good fun, such a brilliant vibe, making a difference, reaching out, and you have done the right thing. If you've pledged for something, you've done the right thing, and if you're watching us today, subscribing, then we are truly grateful. So coming up, we have got Mr. Nathan Outlaw, and Nathan will be with us on the hour at 5 o'clock. It's our last demonstration today, and it's really going to be something special. Please don't miss it. Let's see you back here on the Virtual Food Festival website, and you've got one more chance to pledge to be on the front row so that you can sit live with me and Nathan. Nathan's the draw, I do understand that. You can sit live with Nathan, asking questions, get close to the magic, and it's just a few quid just to be able to do that, and it's all going to charity and the suppliers. Do that on our crowdfunded website. See you at 5. Hi everybody. Well, it's the last one of the day. We've had nine live links on our second virtual food festival. We've had such an amazing day. Thank you for subscribing on our YouTube channel. Thank you for following us. Thanks for all the lovely comments. And of course, thanks for pledging all of those donations for the rewards on the crowdfunder page. So we got a bit of a special one, our last one for today. It's only Mr. 2 Michelin starred, Mr. Nathan Outlaw. Come on in, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Can you hear me?
Huh?
Yeah, I can hear you, Nathan. Are you there?
Is that working?
Yes, you're there.
Yes, there you go.
Hello, mate. You just need to do the old landscape flip.
I know, it's gone all funny. I need my technical assistant to help me sort that out. You need a teenage son for, right?
Yeah, that's right. So there we go. It takes the youth to be able to do it for us.
Yeah, I haven't got a clue.
No, I haven't either. And so who's this son? Who's your son called?
It's Jacob.
Jacob. Is Jacob doing performing arts?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Should we get him to sing something?
Yeah, come on, Jacob. Jacob, get in front of the camera and give us a song.
No, thank you.
Okay, all right. Listen, if we can just kind of do that, I don't mind you being in portrait. What I don't think works is you being sort of like on the side.
Is it not working?
Yeah, it's giving me a bit of neck ache.
Go on, turn it around.
Go on,
We'll get there in a minute, Steve.
No, mate, that's all right. How's your Sunday been, Nathan?
It's been good, actually. Yeah, we've just been been sort of just chilling out, been in the garden a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really sort of just embracing the lockdown like everyone else, I think.
Yeah, I mean it's quite difficult, isn't it? And you know, we've been saying all the time that we've been doing the virtual food festivals, that as difficult as it is, particularly in the hospitality world, we've just been really positive. And you know, as the internal optimist myself, I think a lot of good is going to come out of it.
Yeah, definitely. You just got to be positive, haven't you, in these times? That's all you can do, really.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to try and turn this around because even my teenage son can't do this, Steve.
Oh, honestly, you know what?
I think he needs to come out of here.
Yeah.
There you go. How about that?
Nice, Nathan. That's fine. Hey, Nathan, have you had a little trim there?
Yeah, this morning actually.
Yeah. Do you know what? I've just caught myself on camera, and I think I need a lockdown haircut. I look like a proper bowlead.
I saw the state of myself yesterday when I spoke to you on the to just have a look and see what it looked like, and I thought I need to have a bit of a shave before we did this today.
Well, you're looking super slick. Have you managed to catch much of what we're doing today? Because I think both Ross Geach and Jack Stein, they've gone for the whole number 2 job.
Yeah, number 2 I think that's the cut of choice. That's what I've got all over, beard as well. Hey.
Brilliant, mate. Great. Well, you look pretty well to me. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for supporting us as well. And you know, coming up the headline on our second virtual food festival, we're delighted to have you. Thanks very much. What are you going to cook for us?
Right, so I'm going to cook something that is probably one of the first sort of things I ever ate when I started eating fish when I was a kid, and that's a fish finger sandwich. But obviously I can't just get some fish fingers out of a packet and stick them in the oven. You want a bit more than that, I suppose. So what I'm going to do is just make some turbot fish fingers, because my fishmonger managed to give me a nice turbot the other day, which is a good price at the moment. And then I'm going to make, instead of just a normal tartar sauce, I'm going to make like a pea and herb mayonnaise. So it's just really sort of a springtime now. There's plenty of herbs in my garden, which is nice. So I've got some fennel and some coriander and some mint. And then I'm just going to bind some iceberg lettuce and some gherkin together as well in there as well. So yeah, so it's a posh fish finger back. There you go. So but I did make the bats yesterday as well.
Oh, brilliant, mate. That's great. Hello, nice bats.
Nice bats.
Yeah.
There's three things you need to do really for this recipe. You need to panade the fish, which is panaing is putting the fish through some flour, eggs, and breadcrumbs. Make the mayonnaise, and then just really get the actual fry the fish, and then make the iceberg and the gherkin mix. That's it.
Sounds fantastic. And you mentioned your fishmonger there. Are we talking about George Cleve?
Yeah, George. Yeah, he's a lovely lad. He's based down in Port Isaac. He's sort of been he's from Port Isaac, born and bred, so he knows his fish, and he's a bit of a Jedi fishmonger. He's very, very good, and it's one of the sort of fishmongers that are looking towards the future, and really, really thinking about the sustainability as well. So yeah, he's a good lad, and he managed to get me this fish, which was great.
Amazing. Well, you crack on. We might have a chat. If we can track George down, we might have a chat with him. But you crack on, fella.
Yeah, right. So the first thing you need to do is the mayonnaise. Usually with mayonnaise, you use egg yolks, but I don't like wasting the white, so I just use the whole thing. It doesn't make any difference. I just don't want that white left in the fridge. Also, so one egg yolk in there. I've got some English mustard.
Yeah.
Just probably about half a teaspoon. You don't want too much, it'll blow your head off. And then, because it's a fish and chips type thing, we got this proper vinegar, malt vinegar.
Sarsons there, yeah. I'll say that. You don't have to.
Yeah, you say yeah.
Yeah.
Then basically got some. You can use fresh peas or frozen peas, but just make sure the peas are defrosted, and just sort of drain them off, because you don't want any extra water in there. You want to sort of make it as dry as possible.
Does that, if they're not defrosted, does that make it a bit too wet and runny?
Yeah, well, you'll just have trouble blending it up, Steve, in there really. If
Okay.
to start with, so just if they're thawed out, it's much better. You'll get there in the end with the frozen one, but it just might take a bit of time. So blend them up. Make a bit of noise now.
That's all right. That's cool.
And then just blend away. Yeah, oil. It's just a sunflower oil.
Yeah.
I don't want olive oil, will be a bit too strong for it, so.
That's great. So in a way, you're kind of making an emulsion, yeah?
So I'm just going to make sure that it's emulsified, and I can see it here. I don't want to split it on live YouTube, do we?
Not you. That's not possible.
Yeah, fennel herb, and basically it's coriander and mint that I've just picked off and washed.
Lovely.
That's going to go in there as well. It doesn't have to be what I'm doing here. You can put any herb in there. A nice bit of parsley would be good. You could do basil. Basil, I'd just be a bit careful because it might discolour with the amount of vinegar that's in there. But these sort of herbs are really good at the moment. I mean, fennel you can just pick up off of the hedgerow as well. So.
Yeah. Obviously, when everybody found out that you were going to be on the Virtual Food Festival, the internet broke and we had loads of people saying, oh, I'd love to be able to get into the front row. We've got some questions from people who are watching live on YouTube. Do you mind while you're doing that, if I just feed you a few questions?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you before.
That's okay.
Go on, go for it, Steve.
That's okay, mate. I'm just going to go to questions. And actually, I've got a question before we go over there. You're based in Cornwall, and obviously you're synonymous with Cornwall, but you're not Cornish yourself, are you?
No, I'm actually from Kent originally. I'm from a little, what was a village when I lived there, called Snodland. It's near Maidstone in Kent.
Yeah.
The connection really with Cornwall is when I was a child, we always used to come on holiday to Cornwall, and then basically when I started cooking, I did that sort of classic thing that most cooking students do. You go into London and you do the London thing. But for me, it was just a bit too much. Being young and being a little bit naive, but London was a bit too crazy for me. So I just sort of, I wanted to be more rural. So I ended up, basically, I loved seafood and loved doing anything with fish. And at the time, this was sort of like mid-90s.
Yeah.
And obviously Rick Stein at that point was starting to explode on the TV with Taste of the Sea and Fruits of the Sea, the first sort of BBC series that he had. And I sort of watched those in awe. And the combination of Cornwall seafood and, believe it or not, surfing. You know, you wouldn't think it now, obviously looking at my belly, but yeah, a bit of surfing as well at that age. I sort of, I just moved down to Cornwall. I think I must have been, I was 19. So
Yeah.
I'm 42 now. So I've been in Cornwall now for over 20 years. But yeah, originally from Kent.
Yeah. And have you yet to be accepted?
Yeah, I hope so. My wife, obviously, she's Padstow born and bred, Rachel. So she's Cornish through and through, and then the kids have been born here as well. And so I am the outsider. Even the dogs are West Country. Both the dogs are West Country, aren't they?
Amazing.
Right. So the mayonnaise is nearly done. I'm going to finish that off in a minute when it's not so noisy, so I can't hear you.
Right.
So we'll do something a little less noisy. So here I've got some pieces of turbot, which basically all I've done is I've filleted them, made sure there's no bones on there, I've taken the skin off.
Yeah.
I actually posted that on Instagram a couple of days ago, a filleted turbot, and this is that turbot. And then I've just sort of made sure I've cut them into strips that are all the same sort of size. And it's very important, obviously, with fish, because it cooks so quickly that when you're cooking fish in bulk, or in like we're going to do in a fryer, they're all the same size, because you're overcooked and undercooked. So I've just cut those, and I've got some plain normal flour, some beaten egg, with just a little bit of water in it, just to let it down a bit, because otherwise it gets a bit claggy.
Yeah.
And then I've got some breadcrumbs, which is basically all the stale bread from I've been baking and trying like everybody else, trying to cook sourdough.
Yeah.
Not so much joy, to be honest with you. I'll probably stick to the fish cookery and leave the baking to the experts.
Well, don't worry about that. Me too, because I was meant to feed my sourdough starter today, and I've neglected it like the kids upstairs. I've got a question from Deborah Hollingdale on our live YouTube. She's afraid of cooking turbot and Dover sole. She wants some help. What's the first bit of advice you would give her?
Well, I mean, it depends what she's scared. She's worried about. Is she worried about the bones, or is she worried about it being whole? If it's that, I would say the best thing to do is to do it very, very simply, so you can see, when you're eating it, you can see exactly what you're eating and where you're eating. Yeah, because sometimes it's the squeamish, well, not squeamishness, but it's the off-putting of the bones that is the problem. If it is that, do something very simple. Don't cover it in sauce, and don't cover it in things. Otherwise, you're just going to be worrying about the bones in that. If it's cooking, if it's the actual cooking of turbot and Dover sole, again, just be, I would say, be well prepared with everything else that you're putting with the fish. What I mean by that, if you're doing a few potatoes and a bit of salad or whatever you're doing with it, get all that ready before you even think about cooking the fish, because both of those fish, I mean, Dover sole fillets, 2 or 3 minutes, they're cooked. Bit of turbot that's offered a decent sized fish is going to do about 3 or 4 minutes. So you want everything else ready, including your plates warm if they need to be warm. People sat down at the table before you cook in a fish, because fish, once it starts to cook, waits for nobody. It's one of those things.
And turbot is one of those things, because we often talk about freshness of fish, but am I right in thinking that turbot actually benefits from allowing to rest a day or so before you cook it?
Yeah, no, definitely. Well, I'd say even more than that, Steve, really. I think, turbot's one of those fish that, if you've ever seen one that's been caught and then actually, is fresh as it's just been caught, it's actually, you wouldn't even be able to get your knife into it. It's that firm. The rigor mortis on something like that is quite incredible, really. So, I mean, you do hear nowadays, there's a lot of these quite modern, I'd say more modern chefs. I wouldn't put myself in that bracket. They're aging fish for quite a long time, so up to 20 days and even longer, which those sort of fish, being turbot, especially the bigger fish, you can do with. For me personally, I don't really like to eat a turbot for more than probably about 6 or 7 days. I think that's probably the best time, really. Yeah, it's definitely true. It is one of those fish where if you went into a restaurant and they say, "Oh, you got caught yesterday," and it's on the plate and it's all soft and lovely, they're probably lying. There's no way.
Yeah. But do you know what, Nathan? What we've discovered really in these strange times is that people are having exposure to freshness, particularly with fish. And down in Padstow, as you know, you can buy fish on the harbour wall. And I live in Lyme Regis, and I could cycle down into Lyme Regis and buy lobster, scallops, and really nice fish. And I think that's something that we're trying to sort of keep alive. That would be really good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, I think it's brilliant. I mean, the actual the fishermen themselves, I mean, they're having to work a bit harder because now they're not just taking it to market and it's dealt with. They're actually being a bit more dynamic, which is great for them, I think, because people then see the actual, if you just go and pick up a piece of fish from a shop and there's nothing, no story behind it, you don't think about it that much. And what's great about, like you just said, you go to the harbour side and you buy some fish, or you go to someone who's an actual fisherman that's set up a stall on the side of the road. There's it's where it's come from, and that's wonderful because it just gives people more appreciation for what basically is one of the UK, if not the world's, one of the most fabulous commodities that we've got. Wild commodities, it's just there, and if people are aware of it, then obviously they respect it much more.
Yeah, absolutely. And that knowledge of dealing with different fish, because Deborah was saying that she was nervous about Dover sole and turbot, and really the idea between what we're doing and what you're doing is getting rid of that fear and opening up the knowledge and sharing that, and just celebrate it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, it can be, if you've got with a few small skills and a bit of confidence, you've got essentially the best convenience food you could ever have. Fish cooked so quickly that it essentially is a convenience food, and all you've got to do at home really is fill in those gaps with somewhere where you can get some amazing fish for a start, which is not always the easiest thing, but there is places out there, and then really just a few skills and a few that you sort of. It's no doubt about it. The first time you cook a bit of fish and you've got a challenge in front of you, you may not get it right, but it's that repetitiveness and that sort of confidence of keep doing it will make you better. I mean, once upon a time, I couldn't cook a piece of fish. I probably still can't, and some people, but according to some people. But it's about doing it and being more confident as well. So it's a great skill to have as well.
Yeah. So you've got the iceberg lettuce there. Just as you're cutting through the iceberg lettuce, I was just going to say, you're a real sort of proponent of keeping it simple and special. That's one of the things that you say a lot, and that kind of goes through your business and your food and your ingredients.
Yeah, I've always just really appreciated personally, like things that are simple. I just think that when you, I don't need to be impressed by something that's all showy and all clever. I just love things, and that's not just with food. That's everything. It can be art. It can be what I'm drinking, anything. I love the simplicity, and I love that something that's real. So I think it's always, when I opened my first restaurant in 2003 called the Black Pig, it was in Rock. It's quite a while ago now. What I do now and what I believe in, when I was in that kitchen, I was 24, 25, and when I was in that kitchen, what I'm doing now at 42 is no different. I still got the same sort of beliefs. It's just really good ingredients that. And let them sort of sing. And because I'm lucky enough to be in Cornwall, you've got so many amazing ingredients and so many amazing suppliers and growers and fishermen, and that makes it sort of like, I suppose, a secret ingredient, but not really a secret anymore.
Yeah, well, it's really nice to sort of like share the quality, and coming from somebody like you who's such a leading light in the industry, and being able to just kind of champion those suppliers and all the different things you can do, then exactly what this whole platform is built on. I got a question from Jack Stein, Nathan, and he wants to know what you think of Josh Nyland. Is he a game changer?
Yeah, I mean, Josh is I met Josh Nyland. For anybody that doesn't know who Josh is, who's listening, Josh is a chef from Australia, from Sydney, and he is doing he's basically doing simple seafood, but he's using everything. So it's a bit like, I suppose people have compared it to sort of Fergus Henderson with like his nose to tail cooking with meat, but it's with fish. Now, I think it's fantastic what he's doing. And I've met Josh actually last year, and he is a lovely guy. He seriously does know what he's talking about when it comes to fish. The difference being with our fish, though, is that we don't have those big, what I call game fish, them really huge tunas, and all the ones that he's sort of mai and all them sort of things. A big fish that you can sort of hang and you can dry and you can leave to age. We don't really. I would say I'm much more of a, I've got a lovely, beautiful mackerel that I've just caught. I want to get that in front of a customer, or I want to eat it myself as quickly as possible. Whereas I think when you've got those bigger game fish or them that sort of fish, you can age it and you can keep it for much longer. And you can turn it into like pastrami's and they're making sausage and all sorts of stuff, which is great. I'm not sure whether the species that we have around the UK really work for them sort of techniques, but I wouldn't know that because I've not even tried it. But as for Josh, and if Jack's asking what I think of him, I think he's fantastic. I think what he's done, the book he brought out last year, what I think is a bit of a game changer, because it just opens people's eyes up to fish, and most importantly, it's sustainable fish that he's using, and he's using everything, so there's no waste. Yeah,
I think our mate Ross Geach is drawing up his Christmas list, and he wants to know what blender you're using.
Oh, this little one.
Yeah.
It's a little micro Magimix.
Nice.
Yeah, he's good. He's good one. I'm just going to make a little bit of noise, Steve, for a second.
Go for it.
I can't hear you when I'm.
Don't worry, mate. I'll just let you get on. Just while you're doing that, okay, so I've got, for everybody who's watching this on the channel, I've got another question from Deborah. So just when Nathan's finished making his mayonnaise, I'm going to ask another question from Deborah.
There you go. It's enough of that.
Brilliant, mate. Okay, so I've got another question from our YouTube watchers.
Yeah.
I think it's a slightly contentious one, but one that we all recognise, I think, if we live and work in a seaside town that's got a strong tourist industry. Why did you choose Port Isaac? Because the parking's terrible.
That's quite good. Well, I think there's nothing I can do about the parking. The parking there is it is what it is, and I think a lot of these little Cornish villages and a lot of the sort of rural villages all over the UK, especially by the seaside, were never expecting to have when they were built, they weren't expecting to have so many visitors. I part of me thinks it brings the charm of Cornwall. I talk for Port Isaac in itself, is that if it was bigger, then I think you would lose what Port Isaac's all about. It's unfortunate there isn't many parking spaces, and the frustration we sometimes, people eating at the restaurant, they get frustrated, but you got to get there early. That's what I say.
Yeah, good. Yeah, you've got it's all about booking. I've got a quick question for you, Nathan, about now that the restaurants are closed currently, and I know that that's a difficult time for everybody, but you put the same emphasis on the customer as you do with your teams in your restaurant. So are you finding it a particularly difficult time not to be open?
Yeah, I am. I mean, the thing is, we got quite a small team. I'm quite fortunate in when I listen to a lot of my friends that have got restaurants and stuff, and we've got about just over 30 staff and all of them are furloughed at the moment, apart from myself and my wife. Yeah. And basically, it is a tough one, because I want them we want to be working. We love doing what we do. Yeah. We love being open as a restaurant, and this time, it happened at the worst time. We look forward to Easter, because Easter's that time when you start getting busy again and everything starts exciting. So and then obviously Luke coming now is the summer. I mean, it doesn't look like we're going to get a chance to open up as we were before. But I mean, this industry is fantastic. Hospitality is fantastic. We're a dynamic industry, and that's and I think we'll find ways to be creative and to get that food in front of people, and whether it be by delivery service, whether it be takeaway, mail order. Yeah, they're the sort of things that I'm thinking about at the moment. I mean, if I'm being honest, if I was to open tomorrow and the government was to say no more support, you back on your own, then we're in big trouble, because the people are not going to be like they were before.
Yeah.
But I think everyone's I think you've got to stay positive in these times. Really, that's the only thing you can do, and hopefully, it gets better for everyone. I mean, it's how can you ever plan for anything like this, Steve? You know what I mean?
No, you can't, mate. You can't. So yeah, let me allow you to crack on, Nathan. Talk about getting food in front of people.
Right. So I've got these pieces of turbot, as you can see. I don't know if you can see those.
Yeah, we can. Amazing.
Hand-egg and just coated in breadcrumbs. That's going to go into the fryer. Now the fryer that I've got here is on about 180.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to fry those off just for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, just until they're crisp, really.
Yeah.
And then I'll leave them to do their thing. I've got my roll here. I just cut that in half. I think everybody had to cut a roll in half, hopefully. Mind your fingers. And then all I've done with this iceberg, I've just mixed the iceberg with a little bit of that mayonnaise, the pea and herb mayonnaise, and then a gherkin, which is one of the last ones from my garden from last year, actually. So we're very privileged. Just, I've only got a couple of pickles left, and then that's it until this year's.
Thanks for sharing your last pickles with us.
Hey, you know what? Pickles are very important in my house. They're like gold. We've got through quite a lot.
Listen, Nathan, pickles in our house can cause a fight.
I think they're a great things with pickles. I mean, pickles are really good with seafood, especially fried seafood.
Yeah.
They're perfect because they cut a bit like wine and stuff. Everything goes with them, and pickles are one of the things that we find people really enjoy when they eat at the restaurant. So I imagine most of the dishes that I produce, whether for the cookery books that I write or for the restaurants, they always have that acidic element to them. So pickles, I think that's one of the things. It goes back, if you go into a traditional fish and chip shop, you get your pickled onions and your pickled eggs, don't you? So it makes. But it's another one of those areas of cooking that you can actually be quite creative and try lots of different things.
And I'm going to make the link, not that you did, but you've got a new book, yes?
I have. I've got a few. I've got the restaurant book, which is Restaurant Nathan Outlaw. That came out about this time last year. I threw that on there, which is basically the story of a year of that restaurant. Thank God it's not this year, otherwise there won't be any content in the book.
It'd just be a pamphlet.
And then the actual one that came out again recently, which is just a revised copy of my first book, which is British Seafood. This came out in 2012 originally, but I got a chance to sort of relook at it and update it. There's a few things in there like sustainability and stuff that's changed in the time that I wrote the first one. So they are good fun to do. I do enjoy writing the cookery books, and I get time. It's just I have difficulty sitting down and actually writing. That's my problem.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's that solitary thing, but again, when you're working in the food industry and you're working in the buzz of a kitchen and you want clientele, and hospitality is all about giving, that writing is sometimes very difficult. I know what we struggle with, and Kim Somaru, who was on earlier, the food economist, getting chefs to write down their recipes for demonstrations. That's a nightmare.
Chefs are terrible for that.
Yeah.
Kim's probably naming no names. He's probably mentioning me there. And I've done a few demonstrations with Kim, and he's basically Kim is the guy that makes the chefs look good. He's
I gotta tell you, he didn't mention you once, mate. He didn't mention you once. I'm interested to know, do you have any other chefs' books on your shelf there?
Well, there's probably about 700 books in here, Steve. There's probably about 700 books in here. Lots of different books. Yeah, I mean, probably one that I've been trying to make his bread at the moment is Richard Burtonay. He's I think he's a good guy, Richard Burtonay.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent guy, really good.
Yeah, I know Richard.
Yeah, he's a lovely man. I've been trying to bake like him, and it's not as easy as he makes it look. He's a bit of a Jedi, to be honest with you. So, and then I mean, I've got lots of old cookery books as well, which is something I try and collect. It's one of those things. My wife goes mad because I've every sort of other day there's a delivery of something on the doorstep, and she knows exactly what it is.
How's the fish fingers coming along?
Yeah, they're good. Nearly there. I'm being honest, the fryer wasn't quite hot enough, Steve. I haven't got a fryer at home.
Yeah, don't worry about that yet.
I've only got one of these things. So.
Yeah, well, I'm slightly nervous of fryers in a domestic situation, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's not one of those things that you want to be you want to be out of control. Especially, I wouldn't want to have to call the fire brigade and be frowned upon. You imagine that, can't you? Chef.
Well, I don't know if you.
Won't look good.
Exactly. I don't know if you were listening earlier when Jack Stein was talking about how he burnt down a cookery stage almost during a demonstration.
Oh no, it's very easily done though.
Yeah, I know. Some people do anything for attention.
Right, so there you go. I think you see those. See, nice.
Yeah, lovely.
They're not burnt. That's the sourdough breadcrumbs on there. Trust me.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
All right, and then there's a couple of the turbot fish fingers. On the top like that.
Wow, that's a generous bap there, Nathan.
There you go. I don't know if you see that. Can you see that? Let me hold that up to the screen.
Yeah, we can see that.
I'll come round here and see if we can get it closer.
Look at that. That's amazing. You're going to need a stepladder to eat that. That's humongous.
Don't worry, I've got a big mouth.
Beautiful job. That's okay. Fantastic. Nathan, will you do us a favor? Will you take a picture of that, and then we can put that on our virtualfoodfestival.org website?
No problem.
Amazing. That was such a pleasure watching you just kind of tick away nice and calmly. I can't believe you didn't get more flour, egg and breadcrumbs all over your hands. How did that not happen?
I know, it's just you know what they say, you got don't trust someone who gets dirty when they're in the kitchen. You've got to be nice and clean, Steve. Keep it clean.
That's it. Keep it clean, keep it simple. Brilliant. Nathan, that's fantastic. Can we bring in George, please? George Cleve.
Yeah, definitely.
Stay on the screen, because I know that you're a huge champion of the local supplier and producer. And George, as you said, is quite unique because he's a one-man band and he's a bit of a Jedi. George, can you hear us? I can see George, but again, it just needs to flick it over to hi George. Just there you go. George, we can see you, or at least I can see you, but I can't hear you. Just make sure that your phone isn't on mute, and then we can have a chat to you.
Poor George. It's not easy, is it? Technology, Steve.
No, it's not. I mean, honestly, I have got such an easy ride here, Nathan, because I'm sat here in front of my laptop. Just out of shot is my wife, Ellie, who's got about 20 screens and her arms are going all over the place. She's taking all the flack and it's making it really easy for me. I just chat. Georgie there. Oh. He's George, can you hear us? He can hear us, but I guess we can't hear him. Do you know what we're going to do, Nathan?
Yeah.
We're going to try and work out what's going on with George. We're going to bring in Mike from bin 2.
Yeah.
Because Mike's going to put a nice little drinks pairing. And has Mike had a little visit to your house already?
Yeah, I've got it here. Look, he dropped it off this morning.
Hey?
I'm already on it. Half a bottle.
Nice. Good. Exactly. Yeah. Well, you've got to try it, haven't you? You've got to try it. Brilliant.
Very good.
Okay, Mike Bourne, how are you doing, Mike, from Bin 2?
I'm doing great, thank you. It's been awesome today. Well done, all of you. It's been great viewing.
Well, thanks very much. I'm saying thanks. I mean, you know, I've not really done anything. I'm just sat here, but I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you've enjoyed the day. So give us a little background about you, Mike, because I know that with Bin 2, you work really hard trying to get your amazing selection of wines to the right people and also at a decent price. So just give us a little background.
Yeah, well, Bin 2, it's a little wine shop come wine bar combination in Padstow, just back from the harbour side. My wife Mary and I have owned it for the last 6 years now. We did the Victor Cayenne thing, if anyone's old enough to remember that. We started there as customers, and we liked it so much we ended up buying the business. So we sort of fell into the wine trade about 6 years ago. So yes, it's great fun. Like I say, we're about a 50-50 split. About half of our trade is operating as a bar, and about half of it is selling wine to take away. Very little, by the way, at wholesale. So it's been a real treat today to pick out a wine to go with Nathan's dish.
Brilliant. And I'm assuming you knew that he was making this dish, and therefore you sent a nice little bottle over to him. Can you tell us about the bottle that you sent?
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, Nathan doesn't live very far away from me, so I bugged people until I found out what he was cooking. Before I just talk about the wine I picked out for him, Nathan referred to it earlier with the kind of fattiness of the fish. You want something that's got a bit of racy acidity to cut through it. So a great wine to pick with that would have been English sparkling wine. And we're really lucky around here. We've got 3 fantastic vineyards within a stone's throw. We've got Camel Valley, run by the Lindo family, been making great English sparkling wine for decades now. Right outside of Padstow, we've got Trevibben Mill with Liz and Engin and Salvatore, their winemaker, again making knockout wines. And a little bit further afield, we've got Adrian Dirtz and his winemaker David at Nightor. And they all make fantastic English sparkling wines, which would absolutely sing with Nathan's fish finger sandwich. But like Nathan couldn't just get a fish finger out the freezer, I've got to do the wine merchant thing of picking something a bit odd. So I thought fried fish. I thought you need something to cut through the fat. I thought about sunny times on holiday, and I thought of Greece. So what we've got is an Assertico, and it's often referred to as Greece's answer to Chablis. It's bone dry. It's got really kind of lovely lemon notes that come through it. It's got loads of zing to cut through the fat of the fish, and it's got a little bit of this is sound vile, but it's got a little bit of kind of salty salinity to it as well. So it works beautifully with seafood. And I thought Nathan must be awash with English sparkling wine all the time. I know he's got them on his list at the restaurant, so I thought I'd send him something that might be a wee bit different for him as well, with his posh fish finger butty.
Yeah, it's really good.
And Nathan, how's it drinking?
No, it's lovely. It's really, really good. I went to Catalonia about this time last year. So I drank a few different sort of Greek wines there, but this is really, really good. And what you just said there, Mike, exactly. It's difficult, isn't it, when you hear someone talk about what a wine tastes like when you've not got it in front of you. Sorry, Steve. But you see, what Mike just said. Oh, nice. There you go. What Mike just said there was that description was bang on. Really, you can taste all those sort of. You can see it's a perfect match for sort of a fatty seafood. I imagine that would work really well with like a grilled mackerel or something as well, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a great wine for people who normally might just default to a Sauvignon Blanc. It's a really nice alternative that someone might like to try if they want to kind of just stretch themselves a little bit and try something a bit different. And I think it gives you a bit more than the average Sauvignon Blanc as well. So I'm glad you like it, Nathan. And funny enough, I was thinking actually I'd forgotten that the very first time I ate your food was at a little event you put on with Bob and Annie at Camel Valley years and years and years ago, and you did battered oyster burgers. at Camel Valley, and we had those battered oyster burgers with their English sparkling wine, which is what called it to mind that, of course, English sparkling wine would be absolutely awesome with what you've done today.
I'd be lovely. I remember that day. It was a good day. That was.
Long time ago now.
Yeah, you obviously didn't drink enough, if you remembered that. Mike, thanks for joining us. It's absolutely brilliant. I love this lovely community and network that you've all got together in Padstow, and hopefully with the Virtual Food Festival, we're able to kind of replicate that up and down the country. I think you've been very modest. I know you said you've been at the wine game for about 6 years, but that doesn't stop you winning an award, does it?
You're too kind. Yeah, last year we somehow, don't know how, bribed the judges, but we got picked out as the best independent wine merchant in the country by Harper's Wine and Spirits, which is one of our trade bibles. So it came as a huge surprise. But yeah, that was a real boost last year. We finished 2019 on a bit of a high, thinking 2020 we're ready for you, and then 2020's got some other ideas. But thank you for mentioning that.
Don't you worry about that. It just means we have to wait a little bit longer, and I'm sure we'll be able to get the details of Bintu up on our website. We've managed to find George Cleave. So Mike, we'll say goodbye. Thanks for your input. Thanks for the pairing. Brilliant suggestion. And even though it was slightly out there, I think it makes an amazing pairing. Sounds fantastic. You take care.
Thank you. Take care.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Cheers, mate. Bye. Hi, George.
Oh yeah, how's it going?
Yeah, good. All right,
Good.
fella.
Sorry about that.
Don't you
Technical
apologise.
difficulties.
That's fine. We were we could see you, but we couldn't hear you. So, George, you're a bit of a maverick in the food world, aren't you? Particularly in the fish world. Tell us a little bit about yourself and how you started to work with Nathan.
So yeah, I've been worked as a fish merchant since I was probably about 13. I was obsessed with fishing and whatever when I was a kid, and got a Saturday job as a fish monger in Port Isaac, just sweeping up, and then just always did it. Went out to Australia and did it for about 8 months in a big fish merchants out there, where I really kind of honed my trade. And then when I got back to Port Isaac, I think it was probably the same year I got back, Nathan had got his first restaurant in the village, and started buying a bit. I went back to work at the fishmongers that I'd always worked at, and he started buying some fish there, and that's how we met and everything. And I started doing a lot of the fish work for them, the prep and sourcing the fish and whatever, and they like the way I work and everything. And I'm quite particular about what I send out and what I buy. And then I went off and started my own fish merchants probably 2 years ago, and it's been on the up and up since then. So it's going all right.
Well done, mate, and well done to Nathan for recognising your talent and supporting you. Nathan, as a restaurateur, what are you looking for in your suppliers, and really, what does George do that perhaps other suppliers could up their game and replicate?
I think the biggest thing is got to be, the care of looking after, especially something like seafood. I mean, just talking for seafood in particular, George does look after it as if it's a bit weird, but it's like he's looked after it as like it's part of his family. He looks after that fish. That fish is always pristine, and that's what you want from anyone. I mean, there's some great fish merchants in Cornwall. We're very, very lucky, and there's some great ones all over the country. From any supplier, what you really want is to see that the same sort of passion and desire that you've got yourself as a restaurateur, I suppose. I mean, it's very difficult to have a relationship with anybody that doesn't sort of go into sort of their day with wanting to be better at what they're doing, whatever it is, And so George, he fits into that. He's always wants to get better and do better at what he does, and he's always searching for that. The thing is, I always used to look at my food and try and cook it as perfectly as possible, knowing that probably I'll never ever do that. And I think that's something, if you've got that in you, you go to a fish market and you're looking at this fish and you want to get the best fish that's on that market, that's the eye you need for, and I think that sort of works with anything in life, really. George, I say I can't speak highly of him enough, really. I mean, it's just unfortunately I know that he's going to do really, really well, and he's obviously going to get lots of other customers, and he'll leave me behind.
No.
That's it. I think we've just signed a verbal contract there, Nathan and George.
What's your name again?
Yeah, hey, careful. One of the things that I would just say to Nathan, just to sort of extend that, is that your idea of perfection, Nathan, is it even extends to the fact that you want to sort of make sure that your food appears on even the best plates, and you're a great supporter of Chris Prindle, aren't you?
So yeah, definitely, yeah. But Chris Prindle is, he makes all of our crockery. Every single piece is handmade. So, and that's not because it's sort of, it's wow to me. But for me, it's just another craft, another craft that's in Cornwall that's being supported, and it's a one guy on his own doing something fantastic. And I think that people should see that. Not enough people see, but if you come to our restaurant, you everything you eat off a plate, or even the cups you drink your coffee out of, are handmade by just him. And that's something special. It's another, it gives what we do, and it gives any area can do this, because every area in the UK has got different amazing people that do some amazing crafts. But for me, it just brings the whole story together. If you come to Port Isaac, you're going to be the best seafood from Cornwall, hopefully, that we can get that day, and it's going to be served on something that's been created in Cornwall, and also there's art on the walls that are all from the artists from Cornwall as well. And it's for me, it's like, because I live here all the time, so I take it for granted. But when you're traveling to somewhere as beautiful as this part of Cornwall where we are, you want to see. You might only ever come once. You never know. So you want to make sure people get a good impression of what's about.
Yeah, and I imagine that in that circle of excellence, you view the way that the food is cooked, the sourcing of the food, what it's served on, and George's part in that whole circle. You view that equally.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean it's all those people that make the recipe right. Make the recipe as good as it can be. It's certainly not. I suppose the chef is just the orchestra. You're just orchestrating it, really. I mean, you're making sure that it's just delivered to the plate in the best way as possible. I mean, obviously George is great for the fish, but I've got a guy called Richard Hoare who's got who grows veg for us. Obviously, St. Hendry asparagus you've been talking about over the virtual food festival. We've been using them for many years. Unfortunately, not so much this year. And it's all those sort of things. And Camel Valley. If you come to this area, you've got lovely wine. It is a very unique sort of the thing. It's just for us. You've got the attention of people when they come to the restaurant for maybe 3 hours, 2.5, 3 hours, and if they can just get a good, just got to do the best you can.
Yeah. Well, I think we're all moving to Cornwall, and I might open up a car park.
Oh, you live in Lyme Regis is beautiful, no?
It is. It's amazing. I love it. George, thank you so much for all of your excellence, your hard work, and your passion for what you do. Thanks for joining us as well, mate.
Not a problem. Nice to meet you.
Not at all. We've got your details on the website. You might start getting really busy.
Thank you. Cheers.
Take care. Thanks, fella. Nathan, you understand that we've got this a crowdfunded platform where people have been pledging to have a chat with you on the front row. Can we bring some of those in, please? We're gonna bring somebody in from the front row. Nathan has got a question. They'll be able. You should be able to see them on the screen. Okay. I've got Ian waiting in the wings, and hopefully we should be able to see Ian. Hi, Ian.
Hi.
Hi. How you doing, Ian Whitehouse? Whereabouts are you in the world, Ian?
I'm in St Judy, about 5 miles from Port Isaac. I think it's the same village as Nathan himself lives.
There goes the neighbourhood. Yeah, nice
Absolutely.
to see you, Ian. Thanks for joining us and thanks for pledging. Give your question to Nathan.
Nathan, my wife and I and the wider family are fans of your cooking. We've wouldn't say we're quite regulars at the Fish Kitchen and your other restaurants, but we do get along as often as we can. I suppose my question is, what can we as future potential customers do to help you now and through this crisis, not just yourself, obviously, but other restaurateurs, to make sure that those fabulous places continue to be available to us come the end of this crisis?
That's a good question. I mean, I'd probably say right now it'd just be supporting all restaurateurs and restaurants and hotels. That would be just be signed up to any newsletters or mailing lists, just to keep in the loop with any information they're putting out. Myself, what we're doing as a restaurant is we're going to start to hopefully develop business to do almost like I suppose like a ready meal delivery thing, because we just don't know what's going to happen. We'd love to open the restaurants, but as you know, you've been to the restaurants, we're very small restaurants. They won't be viable even if we have to half the amount of business that we do. So my answer to your question is, yeah, we'll make an announcement from our point of view. We're going to make some announcements on what we're doing in the future, hopefully in the next few weeks, and then that's where find people like yourself can help us. But in terms of an industry, I think people sitting at home that are maybe not in the industry is just support people where you can buy things that can be delivered to your houses, you know, with mail order and stuff, because it seems that with hospitality, the only route for us at the moment is that. And yeah, I think you'll see a better service coming from that in the future, because as I said earlier on in this sort of like video with this live video, it's a dynamic industry. Hospitality, we always make it happen as an industry, and that's what's always been an attractive thing for me being part of this industry, is that, you know, it doesn't matter how much in the weeds we are, you always get that food in front of that customer, you know, and that's the beauty and the thrill of it. So yeah, in short, answer to your question is just keep supporting things like this food festival, sign up to all the newsletters, restaurants and hotels and pubs, and make sure that you've got all the information, and then just buy stuff from us.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
Thanks, Ian.
Thank you. Could I just ask one other?
Thanks for your question, Ian. We just lost Ian. I tell you what, we might be able to get Ian's question on the chat facility. Don't worry about that. Sorry, Ian, we just lost you there. We were just losing the quality of that video. Nathan, we've got one more question from Deborah. We're going to substitute Ian for Deborah. Hi, Deborah. Welcome back.
Hi,
how are you?
me again.
You all right?
Yes, I'm fine. Had a lovely day.
Brilliant. Well, it's nice to see you. What's your question for Nathan, Deborah?
My husband Peter loves the oily fish, you know, the mackerel and sardines, and I'm not very good with it. I don't like it as much. How can you make me like it so that I can please him?
All right. Whereabouts are you based in the country?
I'm in Yalding in Kent, so we obviously get it more when we come to Cornwall and things, you know, the fresh fish. But at our local, there's a farm shop near here that's getting a van coming on Thursdays with Cornish fish in it, and we had skate last week.
I love it. I mean, you should. I mean, if you're in Yalding, I know exactly where you are because I'm from Maidstone, so
yeah,
I know it's not too far. The actual there should be some good fishmongers on your coast there in Kent as well. What I would say with oily fish is it's all about the freshness. So I'd imagine what you don't really like about it is it can be quite smelly, right? It is one of those. It's a stronger aromaed fish. So the fresher it is, the more chance it won't be as strong, right? So if you can nip down to Hastings, or you can nip down to Folkestone, or any of them sort of places where there might be a fish stall, that would be your best bet to definitely enjoy it yourself.
Right.
In terms of turning something like mackerel or sardines or anything like that into something you'd enjoy yourself, I would say probably something, make it into fish cakes. or
Oh.
even, I even made sardines are a really good one if you want to make a tomato soup. So with really good tomatoes, adding sardines to that, it actually is a way of eating sardines, but actually, and it does really bring out the soup. It's lovely. So, but in terms of them fish that you described, the oily fish are the sort of strongest ones. I suppose it comes from, I think, a lot of people eating it maybe when, I know my parents, my dad loves fish, but my mum really doesn't like fish at all. And I think it's because she had bad experiences with oily fish when she was younger. But the good thing I keep telling her now is that things can move around the country quite quick. So if you did buy some oily fish from, say, Cornwall and bringing it up to Kent, you probably can get it next day. So likelihood is they'll pack it up really, really well, and you're going to get it in a good sort of freshness, and hopefully you'll enjoy it. But I mean, keep it simple. I mean, if you've got the mackerel or sardines, make sure you dry them off with a bit of paper towel. Make sure there's no sort of residual sort of water on them, because it's usually the water that's on fish that is where the stench or the smell comes from. It's not actually the fish. So just get that fish really, really dry before you cook it.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to be more experimental.
Thanks for the question. Great.
Thank you.
Take care, Deborah.
Yeah,
thanks for joining us today.
Nathan.
Thanks for pledging on crowdfunder.
That's all right.
Take care. Bye. Nathan. Thanks, Nathan. What a brilliant session. What a marvelous way to kind of draw a line under all of those fantastic chef demos and chats that we've had today. I've really enjoyed chatting with you, Nathan. I've really enjoyed the way that you go about your business, and just to learn how deep and broad and far reaching the passion that you have for your craft sits within your business, all the way through from the plate to the diner to the sourcing and the supplier. And that's exactly what we're trying to champion today. Well done, mate. Thanks for your time. Thanks for supporting the Virtual Food Festival. Cheerio, pal.
Thanks for having me. Cheers.
Yeah. See you soon, mate. Take care. Bye. And so that's the end of our demonstrations. But we still got a couple of announcements to make. And I've got two of my co-workers here on Virtual Food Festival, the bosses, if you like. There he is, boss number one, Rick Stein. And
hello.
In the wings, waiting to join us, Ross Geach, just to help us draw a conclusion to this fantastic day. Lads, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm going to have a sip of wine and
Please
say
do.
congratulations. What a brilliant day. What an amazing idea, and what a wonderful thing you're doing. Thank you to both of you.
Well, thank you, because you've done the biggest shift, and you and Ellie have both been amazing today. Like from 9 to 5. I've had some time out. Look, I've got a baby here.
Yeah, like me and Jack have managed to stop and have lunch and make a rum cocktail and all sorts.
We made this baby as well, Ross.
I think
so
it's got,
thank you, Steve and Ellie.
It's got Ross's eye.
He does. She does. Yeah. But thank you very much, Ellie and Steve. You've been fantastic. It's been
amazing.
Yeah, words can't describe how amazing this day has been, and that demo of Nathan just showed what can be done virtually. That was amazing, because you do look like you're in a prisoner's cell. So maybe we'll get you like one of these little plant or something for next time. But thank you so much, Steve.
Yeah, it's a pleasure, mate. And I'd like a rider, a Winnebago. I'd like some set dressing, and I don't think I need another baby, but I think I'm quite happy with the ones I've got. Thanks to both of you. I'll let you two guys crack on with the business end of drawing a line there. So thanks to everybody who's joined us. I'm hiding from the kids. I'm
Yeah, well,
here, but I'm
and
going to allow you two guys.
Again, Steve, thank you so much. But you better hover around a little bit, because me and Jack might go off on a tangent. One of us might disappear.
Yeah,
you better hang around a little bit.
Can you stay for 5 minutes?
Yeah,
Steve?
yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so the most important thing I want to say is I want to announce the winner of the turbot dinner. So I've done that, which is going to be So I am going to send a whole turbot, a bottle of our white Burgundy, some asparagus, and some stuff from Ross's farm, whatever you can donate. And the winner of the competition, let me just check the name, is Jordan Shimwell. Jordan Shimwell. So you'll be receiving
Jordan
that next
Shimwell.
week. And I've got your email address. I'll email you, and then well done.
Yeah, well done, Jordan, and thanks for pledging.
Well done.
And he will win that, and I will speak to him next week and find the best day to deliver it to him, and then I'll do a live one-to-one Zoom chat with him. All right, calm down. Look at her. I'll do a live one-to-one Zoom chat.
Thanks for that, Jack. And great. And Ross?
Yeah, well, just, thank you. And the main thing about all this is obviously it's great that we've managed to raise money for charity. Jack, do you know what the total that we've raised so far?
£3,100 we've raised.
Yeah, so we've raised that for charity. That's just, the chefs are giving up their time, but they're enjoying it as well. But let's not forget, the whole reason why we set it up as well is all about these local suppliers that we can help. And to continue this, Jack and I have decided to keep this going. We're going to organise another virtual food festival. We've already got more than a full lineup for another one. Yeah, sorry, Steve. We've already got more than a full lineup worldwide, and but to keep things ticking over while we organise it, because it does take a bit of organisation, doesn't it, Steve? Last minute. To keep things ticking over, we're going to do another fringe festival.
Brilliant.
And,
Brilliant. When's that going to happen?
Thursday night. That's the 7th. 5 o'clock. We've got Rick and Katie from Prawn on the Lawn. They are going to be doing what they do best, cooking fish, and they're going to be championing porphyry mussels, porphyry oysters, and they're going to be talking. We're going to zoom across to porphyry mussels, porphyry oysters. You can speak to Tim. They've got 2 Tims. They've got Tim, the porphyry guy, and they've got Tim, their wine guy, and they're going to be championing both of those. We'll keep it under an hour, keep it nice and short, and hopefully just keep everyone entertained, educate, and help promote these guys.
And can we get people to go on the crowdfunder platform and pledge in order to get on the front row for that fringe on the 7th at 5?
I think it's already been set up on a basic format. We may have to edit it slightly, but you're going to go on there, and if you want to pop up and ask Rick and Katie questions, if you want to ask Tim, who's he's a farmer, but he's also a mussel and oyster farmer as well. You can ask him questions. You can ask the wine guy questions. Just bid on crowdfunder, and I mean, even if you want Jack to pop up and ask him a question, you could always bid. He's not doing anything.
Yeah. Does anybody in Cornwall have a normal job? And Ross, we've also been running a bit of a sort of fun competition, but from Tarquin's Gin, and they very kindly donated a fantastic box of gin. Are we going to announce the winner of that, or are we going to post that?
Gemma, are we announcing it? Yes, apparently yes. Yeah, we are. So the winner of the Tarquin's Gin giveaway is Vlogs by Nikki, and that's on Instagram. So
Vlogs
by Nikki, Niki. So she's on Instagram, and we're going to message her in case she's not watching. I'm sure she's watching. So well done, Nikki.
Brilliant. And thanks to everybody else who tried to win that prize. Jack, what an absolute sweet baby. What a lovely picture of parenthood that is.
You think she's kicking off, so maybe not. Oh.
Okay, well, don't worry, that's fine. Ross, thanks for everything. I'll see you probably sometime in the near future to chat about Thursday the 7th at 5 p.m.
Yeah, me and Jack will probably do what we usually do and give you about an hour's notice.
That's good.
Thank you,
fine.
Steve. You legend.
So
You legend.
And also, just to say that we are going to collate all of the recipes from today and get them all up on the website on the virtualfoodfestival.org, which was made by Lawrence of Web Media. So we're going to make sure we get all them up online so you can all practice what they made. I'm going to make Sophie's dish. I liked everybody's dish, loved them, but Sophie's was, I think it was a sunshine as well.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. Peace out.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
Bye. Have a good night.
Thanks to everybody who's here today. Cheers.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye now.